us to remember that Uber Eats has broken.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan.
Thunder fans feel this moment. The uncommon young team proves to be unstoppable. It's over at Paycom Center. Final in Game 7. The Thunder 103, the Pacers 91. A dream realized. The storybook season is complete. The final chapter reads, the Oklahoma City Thunder are the 2025 NBA champions.
22.
Not as long as I expected.
22.
Not as long as I expected. Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105 to the fan. Sean is out. It's not paternity leave.
No?
This is straight on vacation.
Oh, so no paternity leave. This is just lazy. That's what that is.
Wait, you can take both?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
Look, he's not used to working 3 weeks in a row.
You get your paternity leave, then you get your regular vacation time allotted on top of that. That is the one good thing about having kids is that
That's the one.
the one good thing about having young children is all the vacation time. You just add on. You just add on top of that.
Yeah, I never took paternity. I think I took 2 days total between two kids.
I got a week. My kids are old enough I'm old enough to remember when you only got a week for paternity leave.
I mean, I had more. I just didn't take it
Yeah.
because I'm a man.
Yeah, is that how that works? Hey, listen, I'll take some free. If they're going to pay me to sit at home, I'm going to sit at home.
Yeah, especially if they're going to pay you to do it a year after the kids born.
Right. Exactly. So he's out. He's out this week. Peyton's probably got about 3 weeks of vacation coming up here. That's how he rolls.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's probably got a month of paternity leave himself coming up. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. How's that going?
8.5 more months, guys.
Yeah?
I'll be there, yep.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Congratulations.
The wedding's in 10 months, and baby's coming right before.
Will you be pregnant at the wedding?
No.
He made it sound like you would be.
You made it sound like you, or you maybe already be born.
Yeah, it could be born. That's what it could be.
No. Mackenzie and I have stated that after the wedding, baby. After the wedding. Gotta be after the wedding.
Okay. Yeah, you're doing it the conventional way. I get that. All right, it's Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. That was not as long or nauseating of a call from Matt
very
Pinto.
muted.
It was very muted because it had to be, because I think that whole after the final 3.5 quarters was a very muted game last night.
Yeah, last two really. I mean, last two was that was a obviously an emotional toll that it had been taken on Indiana, just the fight, everything leading up to Game 7, and then Halliburton comes out there and plays like he did, and then plays at the level he did early. He looked great early. He hits those 3 threes, and
he was going to be the MVP if they want to win, no doubt.
Yeah, and so he hits those 3 threes, and then you what's the term they use for it when they seek up the calf, the shock or whatever? You see the aftershock,
the vibration, vibration, or
whatever that term is.
Ripple,
you see that ripple up his calf, and it's like, yep, I know that injury. I remember KD in the finals against Toronto, so that was a brutal break for Indiana.
It was. Now they have guys that could step in and play, and any team can win a game when their player leaves in the middle of the game. It's just the games that are after that that become a problem. But this was I just felt very like I lost a lot of energy for the game, as soon as that play happened, because I think we all knew, all right, they're just going to wear them down. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Indiana looked good early.
Yeah.
Halliburton looked good early. And this was just a case of even to keep it competitive like they did, and to the point they were even leading at halftime after he went down. But then, I mean, it was an onslaught. The third quarter and then into the start of the fourth was because, I mean, they didn't score a bucket till I'm trying to see how late into the fourth they finally scored a bucket.
I mean, look, McConnell scored like every point for like a 10-minute stretch.
Yeah, it was 4 minutes and 31 seconds into the fourth quarter before they made a shot, and then by that point they were down 22.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem because they had nowhere to go. They had nowhere to go with any of the scoring, and that's why they're not sitting here today with a trophy, and that's why Oklahoma City is. But OKC gets the 103-91 victory. So we said Halliburton only played the 7 minutes. He had 9 points in 7 minutes, and then Shea 29 points for the game. That was the game high, obviously for Oklahoma City and Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, this is look. There's nothing that they can really hang their head about, I don't think, Indiana. I mean, I know there was as we see Mike Breen giving an encouraging word to Tyrese Halliburton post-game last night. But it's something where I think when you watch that game, it's hard to say anything other than just, all right, you fought like hell to get to where you were. I still think Oklahoma City probably wins that game even if Halliburton plays. But it is something where I heard a little bit of criticism driving in this morning, listening to Maggie and Perloff shop. Mm-hmm. And I heard a little bit of criticism from somebody there that said it's hard not to blame Rick Carlisle, as their producer, EJ. Said it's hard not to blame Rick Carlisle, with sitting Siakam for as long as he did in the third quarter. Mm-hmm. And it's like, if you're going to throw anything at Rick Carlisle this morning, I'm just not going to take your basketball opinion seriously.
I agree. I don't think you can remotely criticize a guy who got his team to this level. That really
they had no business being here. Like I mean, it's not a completely like New York Knicks run in the lockout year, or some of these awful Giants teams that made it to the Super Bowl and what. It's not that improbable, not that impossible. They were in the East Finals last year, but he can be a jerk. He can be rough around the edges. He is a fantastic basketball coach.
He is elite. He is elite. I would say right now, I mean, who's better in the NBA today?
He's at the top. So I mean, yeah, there are obviously a few that Ime Udoka's got a really good reputation at this point.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, there are people who think really highly of Joe Mazzulla and the psycho he is, Spoelstra. But no, Rick Carlisle is one of the absolute best.
Yeah, he's in that combo. Now, look, I mean, where his all-time standing is, I mean, he probably needed to win this one. But that's an interesting debate, too, because the way this game started, the way Halliburton started, I mean, he may have had one had he not ruptured that Achilles. And we're going to have to do a deep dive because this is a problem around the sports world. I went and looked at, back in, let's just go back to 30 years ago, 2 rupture Achilles tendons per 100 people. And now it's 21. I mean, we are talking a 10 times increase.
Yes, I don't know. There's a little bit of part of me. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to talk out my behind here.
Talk out your behind.
No, I need to look it up first.
Peyton, let's convince him to talk out of his butt.
I don't think so. While I research whether my butt is correct, Peyton, what did you think of the game last night?
Yeah, like y'all said, I mean, the energy drained. It sucked because, I mean, it's a game 7, and Halliburton goes down. But, I mean, like, we've talked about it a little bit, that we've kind of forced the superstar mentality on him, kind of title him a superstar when he's not, so it's like when he went down, it felt like an SGA went down, a Luka went down, something, but it really wasn't. Halliburton, he very well, and he was on fire early on, but I didn't think it really changed much of the outcome of the game. I still had OKC winning, I think, as a lot of us did, but it just sucked because the Pacers had a halftime lead, and I was thinking, like, man, could they really do this? Like, it would be some ending if the Pacers actually pulled this off, but I mean, it sucks, but and the Achilles again, like you said, RJ.
So,
real quick, sorry. Do you think that? So you think if he played the whole game that it wouldn't have mattered? They would have still lost?
It would have been closer. I mean, I think you just do the math there. But I mean, because it's not like you can guarantee him for 25, 30 points a game.
Sure,
he very well could have had, 19, 20 points, and that'd be it. But it did make a little bit of a difference.
So I don't remember which one it is, and that's what I'm trying to figure out before I go talking about my behind. But I know that there are certain medications that are out there now, and I think it's some pain relievers that get used in professional sports these days. There's some of them that are associated with like degeneration of the Achilles. And so, for instance, not that this is the one, but like Toradol. Toradol has obviously a bad reputation in a lot of ways, to the point where years ago there was a player coming out in the draft. This is probably 6 years ago, that I know a lot of teams had medically flagged on their board and took off their board because of the amount of Toradol he was given in college. And they were just like, nope, that's too much of a concern moving forward. And so I do just wonder if a spike in Achilles injuries like you see there, I wonder if that has anything to do with some of the modern pain management that goes on.
I absolutely could see that being the case.
Absolutely.
Because it would dry it out, right? It would dry out.
So and that's what I was just trying to find out which one it is. I see some of these medical articles that say, general NSAIDs or advanced pain relievers can cause that. But like there's a freaking, what do you call it? Antibiotic. There's an antibiotic that's associated with this. Because I remember I got it. Somebody was like, hey, take this antibiotic. A doctor giving it to me. And then I read the side effects, and they're like, yeah, this actually has a black box warning that says your Achilles could get really screwed up here. And so, I would imagine there's something maybe that has to do with that. Was it Nick Van Exel that was talking about, was he talking about specifically the Achilles when he was complaining about guys not wearing high tops a while ago, saying that
I thought he was talking about rolling ankles.
I can't remember I couldn't remember if it was rolling ankles or Achilles or whatever else. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's always preceded by a calf injury. Like
it always is.
It was with, and that was one of the concerns the Mavericks had about Luka. When Luka was rehabbing and everything, they were concerned that he was going to have a big problem with that. And that's something that's part of the reason that Nico bet against him.
Yeah, look, I hurt my calf a couple of weeks ago. Like I was just remember you saw me limping around here. I was like, man, my calf hurts like hell. And that was like the number one thing I was worried about. I was like, man, I am not doing anything. I'm not going to remotely try to even move fast. I'm not rupturing my Achilles. I'm too old for that. And I'm at the age where that starts to happen. Like guys that are 40s rupture their Achilles at like an alarming rate. It's crazy. And I think it just dries out. And I think that's what happens. I think you're right. I bet you could find some kind of a correlation between some of the medication they're taking and why. Because there's no other rhyme or reason. There's no rhyme or maybe the turf. I get it in football with the turf. Right? But there's no rhyme or reason why in basketball you've got guys rupturing Achilles at a rate they're doing it right now.
Yeah, especially with, all the load management that's supposed to preserve soft tissue injuries and everything else that then may have led to, like, if you have a calf strain or something like that. But, it's always the same thing, right? It's always that plant that front and try and explode off of that toe, and then that's what we see. We just see that.
Now, look, players are more explosive now than they ever were.
Right. I just mean in terms of that's where we see the injury. It's that, pushing off of that foot and trying to go, and then you just see it go up. But it's obviously devastating for Indiana. We're also not doing enough to say it, and I know they didn't play great yesterday. But Oklahoma City deserves a ton of credit too for being clearly the best team in basketball the whole way, and they were.
They were. They absolutely were the best team in the NBA the entire. There's a reason why they were the favorites. They should have been. We had them in 7. That was just the reality. Look, they are set up very nicely to have a long, prolonged, sustained success run. I am not going to do what people are doing where they're saying, I know it's a stat. I know it's a stat. I know you got to put it out there. But come on, just the fact that they're they're tied with the 97 Bulls for the most wins in a single year. Can we not? This is the third most wins any team has had in a single season. Warriors, 96 Bulls, and then now Oklahoma City tied with the 97 Bulls.
And this was the note that was put out there last night about Shea, is that he now has the highest scoring championship season ever, points per game. He beat Michael Jordan by 0.1 points per game when you combine regular season and playoffs and for title winners only. So I mean, this is like in terms of champions, like Shea was the most prolific scorer we'd seen.
I bet you Jordan had like the top 6.
Probably right around there. Yeah, and I mean Shea was fantastic throughout the year. That's a great basketball team, and they're not a. That's the thing that I was saying on Friday. They're not a team that's like easy to root against for like, oh, they play bad basketball, or oh, they do this or that, or oh man, I don't like this. Like they play good fundamental team basketball all the way around. They're really good defensively.
They're very easy to root against. They got generic uniforms.
They have that, and Chet Holmgren's face. Dear God, I don't know what it is.
He's a bum.
I want to hit him.
He's a bum.
I just want. And he had some weird quote last night after the game where he's like, "Everybody's winners until they get challenged," or something like that. And everybody was on the internet was like, "What the hell is he saying? Like everybody's a winner." I don't know what he was trying to say about adversity there, but it didn't really make sense. But congrats to the Thunder. I mean, they were the best team in basketball, basically wire to wire.
Peyton could just chime in with it's true.
It's true. I mean, it's a good quote.
That sounds like a quote Chet Holmgren had Peyton write for him.
That's Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We had another NBA trade though yesterday. We had a trade during Game 7 morning. I mean, what a wild time to be alive. But we got to do this. We got to compare it to the Luka deal and the compensation. Who won the old KD trades coming up next year? Sean and RJ 105 through The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Kids, donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Happy Monday, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I hate the word Happy Monday. Monday.
Why'd you say it then?
Just trying to be nice.
Oh,
trying
okay.
to get upbeat, all the good stuff.
Just socially falling in line.
Just socially, yeah. I'm right there. I'm in line. Follow the crowd. Follow the crowd at chow time. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. It is, it was the offseason. It is officially the offseason, but it seems like the NBA offseason started 2 weeks ago because everybody's making moves in the NBA. And yesterday it happened on the morning of Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Kevin Durant, it is announced, has been traded to Houston.
Yeah, and which direction do you want to go with this first? You want to go with Durant himself or the fact that the league let this happen?
Let's save that one. Let's just start with the trade itself. And by the way, he goes to Houston and to Phoenix. It is Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick, and 5 2s. 5-2 sounds like a hell of a night.
Yeah, this is to me this is an easy victory for the Rockets. This trade.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. See that now we got a little because we were talking. We were a lot of people on. I was texting with over the weekend. Like, man, Phoenix fleeced him.
Man, I don't think so. You're talking about Jalen Green as an inefficient scorer. He's been inconsistent on defense. I don't know what the hell happened to him at the end of the year. Like the playoff series and the end of the season when he's scored like 8 points every game in the middle of the playoffs to the point where he was basically benched or had his minutes severely reduced in the final 3 games of that playoff series. Jalen Green was just like shrunk completely. And now I think I saw the number that Phoenix has 103% of the NBA salary cap tied up in guards now. But in 4 guards that they have. So, man, I don't know. Green and then Brooks, who's more of a pest than like a really good basketball player. He played better last year. He was a better shooter last year. Mm-hmm. But, there have been a couple different years where, Dylan Brooks was one of the most inefficient players in basketball. Then you get the 10th pick and then a bunch of second rounders. Like, to me, I'll do that trade every day for KD right now.
Even at his age, and you've got to sign him.
Yep.
Because he's got this is the last year of his deal.
They weren't winning with Jalen Green.
You're right. You're right.
So to me, they could win with KD.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, KD's kind of got he leaves a trail of carnage everywhere he goes.
He does, yeah. But I mean, this is again. I thought this was in terms of New York was the best spot for his legacy. If you just want to talk about analysts who will remember him more fondly, oh, he won in New York. If you want, it's like going to Dallas and winning a Super Bowl.
Specifically with the Knicks, not Brooklyn.
Like, yeah. The Knicks.
With Brooklyn doesn't matter.
Yeah, the Knicks. But out of the other teams that we were talking about, Houston was the one that made the most sense. It's a competitive team that is on the cusp of being a really good contender, but is not yet a contender that's looking to go over the top. So he's not going to get the legacy, ride hitch claim that he could have gotten like he did other places. It would be a first title in forever. He would be like the veteran kind of tying things together the way he needed when he was younger at OKC. Like this is, to me, it's the best possible fit for KD. It's a great trade for the Rockets, and I think that this is absolutely a great move for them. And Phoenix is, I don't know what the hell Phoenix is doing. I know they've got a lot of talented players. They've got a stockpile of picks, everything else. But man, this is.
They had to do this. They had to do something.
Yeah, they had to make a move. I don't know what was the quote yesterday.
Because he wanted out anyway.
Matt Ishbia's quote yesterday was, "Ask the other 29 GMs. 26 of them would trade their whole team for our whole team and our draft picks." It's like, no, not 26. They wouldn't. That's not true. There's not 3 teams who would just pass on swapping places with you. Phoenix is not in a great spot necessarily.
They're not. They got talent. But they're also the perfect example of like the super team. Maybe the super team era is dead.
Oh, it's definitely dead.
They've got tons of guys, tons of contracts, all locked up, and you have no depth. And like really, let's be fair. Like the only time the super team has worked, it had LeBron on it, right, in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So LeBron was on it. Because I don't consider pre-Durant Golden State to be a super team.
No, they were naturally built.
Drafted and developed. Durant worked for a very short amount of time.
I mean, Durant worked there the whole time he was there.
But he was there a short amount of time.
Yeah, it was what, 3 4 years.
Was he there 4 years? Didn't even feel like it.
It was at least 3.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. He was,
but it worked. It worked for that. So 3
years, and then he sat out the year with the injury.
Right. So you had to look at it like, okay, so if you don't have LeBron, all right, or you don't have KD joining an already set group of monster players, the super team era never. The super team was like, it's not quite the torpedo bat, but you could see it from there, right? It's very short lived.
Yeah. There was definitely, because there was a time where that's how everybody built their team.
Yeah.
Rockets have tried to do that before. And I think generally you could make an argument, a stretch maybe, but I mean, you can make an argument that Boston had a little bit of super team to them because they went and got Porzingis for the 3rd. But
yeah.
And I mean, like, Drew Holiday was a really good veteran player who they said, but yeah, it's not the classic super team structure where you're just, oh, let's go put, KD and Kyrie on the same team together and let's go try and acquire Anthony Davis like Brooklyn had tried to do previously, or some of the stuff Houston did with Harden and trying to put pieces around him. And so, yeah, the super team model has not had the success level that maybe it was remembered as initially. And a lot of times, a lot of people would say, is that even the super team era? Was that just LeBron finally clicked? Like, it was obviously a collection of talent, but was it more just, it was LeBron more than it was any sort of a super team building. But regardless, I think this is a good trade for Houston. I think that this makes Houston a much stronger contender next year.
I never felt they were really the second best team in the West. They were the 2 seed, but it's like, all right.
I mean, they weren't even favored to beat Golden State in that series.
They weren't. This is a move I think that both teams really kind of had to do. I like Jalen Green. Brooks is an agitator. He's one of those, and now what they're doing is they're getting rid of some of their depth, and now Phoenix has depth.
And Green Brooks shot 40% from 3 last year. He was like their 3rd leading scorer or something like that. Like he played better.
Yeah.
But like you take, what was this? The last 5 games of the playoff series against Golden State. In fact, take the whole series outside of game 2. Game 2, Jalen Green scored 38 points. Great. But outside of that, this is what Jalen Green did in the series against Golden State. 7 points in 30 minutes, 9 points in 38 minutes, 8 points in 24 minutes, 11 in 27, 12 in 32, 8 in 29. I mean, and at the end of the year, he had been terrible. Yeah. I don't know what was up with Jalen Green. And Jalen Green's a little bit of a volume guy and a little bit of smoke and mirrors, I think. But in terms of efficiency, they just got a lot better. Houston did.
Yeah. Phoenix had reported some fist fights in the locker room over last year.
With who? Not Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's not throwing hands, I don't feel like.
You don't think?
No.
I mean, that was Boogie Cousins that had that. He had mentioned that there was a report out there that there were some fist fights. But the Suns, they were kind of a mess. But this is kind of par for the course.
817 points out. Yeah, Boston did it. KG, Ray Allen. That one worked as well.
They did. I guess they were really the first ones to do it.
They're the first ones to click. The first one to really try it was the Lakers when they went and got Malone and Payton, and that didn't work.
Yeah, they were old.
They were old, but I mean, Malone was still a really efficient player. But Gary Payton had been really good the year before, and so I mean, that's a super team though. You were throwing big time names, big time stars on top of what that team had already been, which was already a title winner.
Here's Kevin Durant. This was at the Fanatics Fest. This all broke at Fanatics Fest. So KD was there. He was talking and he was on the podium. And somebody says, "Hey, you've been traded." He goes, "Really?" This is after with Kay Adams.
I just felt like, they wanted me to go. So it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. And I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
We on to new stuff.
They wanted me to go.
Which, I mean, yeah, they were ready for him to be. That just whole thing was never even close to working out.
It really was. It was very disappointing. But again, we've talked about this. KD, we talked about this last week. He's the player without He's the player that doesn't have a team,
which is becoming a little more common in the NBA. But yeah, he'll be remembered as one of the first.
He'll be the poster for it, right?
Yeah,
he's the most famous player that doesn't have a team, but he definitely had a say in getting traded.
When people could just hang your career in the balance like that and just choose what they want to do with your career is a nerve-wracking feeling, but being able to dictate what you want to do and then being with a team that values you, and I'm looking forward to it.
Kevin, people are going to hold on to that dictate what you want to do. Did you have a hand in this?
Most definitely. How much of it? I mean, they asked me where I wanted to go. Some of my destinations, I gave it to them, and here we are.
The one thing is, the whole, every player does it. This is not kidding. Every player does this. They do the whole value you. They don't value you. Well, of course they do.
Yeah, I mean, what I don't know. Does he want his handheld? Is there a little bit? They clearly valued him, everything they gave up to get him there.
Yeah, and they give him $50 million a year.
But if he's, I would imagine a lot of the times that's with respect to, do you value me compared to Devin Booker, or do you value me compared to other people that are here? Am I correctly valued in the pecking order? That may not be the case.
Okay, that's fair.
Fair. I don't know. I think that. Which, by the way, I was just looking this up. Kevin Durant's 2 years older than Gary Payton was when he got traded to, or when he ended up with the Lakers.
Wow.
So, but Durant is, I don't know. I think I'm one of these guys. I'm a Durant apologist. Doesn't have anything to do with the Texas stuff. Promise. But I think history has been far too unfair with Kevin Durant to this point.
Look, he's a great player. There's no doubt he's a great player. But man, it's like, he's the player without a team.
I mean, OKC was his team. It's just it ended so poorly, and there's no relationship there that nobody thinks. But he's there for 9 years. I mean,
that's stunning in itself.
Still he's played 17 years in the NBA. Still more than half of his career games were played in Oklahoma City.
I feel like the Oklahoma City years were 2 decades ago.
He won 4 scoring titles. He won an MVP there. He, you the real MVP, that all happened there. By the way, that's his only MVP. I was thinking about that. I was like, man, it feels like he should have won a second at some point. But he won his MVP, 4-time scoring champ, took him to the finals. It's a complicated legacy there now.
Oh, it's super complicated. Everything about him is complicated. But that's the league. The league is very complicated. We will get into, I actually think the NBA was kind of cool with all these moves being made. And we'll get into I'll tell you why. But it's a weird thing because you would never see this in other sports, especially the NFL. They would never have
Goodell wouldn't put up with it.
Allowed all these moves, especially in the morning of Game 7. I mean, you were, 8 hours from Game 7 and this breaks? Which means today, when you're talking on the talk shows, you're going to have to talk about it?
Oh, get up, everything else. I bet you they spend more time talking
Durant.
KD than the actual game last night.
When next time, at 7 o'clock, I'll tell you why I think actually the NBA wanted that. Actually, the NBA wanted that. But up next, Jack Leiter, could he make it a sweep on the road in Pittsburgh? Plus, what are these second-round picks going to actually sign their deals? Let's get into that coming up next on The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats have groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Indian sisters?
Major Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Lady? No.
Nutmeg Lady.
You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-1 is drilled deep out into right field. Adoli's going back, still going back. He reaches out, it's over his head off the track in the wall. Reynolds has scored. Bard being waved around third. Here's the relay throw. He slides and scores. The ball gets away from Heim. It's backed up by Bosley. Holding at second is Horowitz. He's got a 2-run double, and the Pirates lead it 5-2.
Hicksy with the call in the game you heard right here. Rangers were going for the sweep. They had won the previous two games 6-2 and 3-2.
2 games.
And they wound up losing 8-3. It felt like there was 38 line drive rocket hits in that one inning that just went over the outfielders' heads, whether it was Adolis or who was at the center of that? Yeah, it was, or Wyatt. That happened on the play we just played. It just felt like on every single hard hit ball, it just got over the outfielders' heads.
Yeah. No, and I mean, look, it was not a great day. Like, if you look at the peripheral statistics and everything else, it was not a great day for Jack Leiter. And it hasn't been a good run for Jack Leiter. I've got to find the clip. And then I got to know the exact moment that Bassick jinxed to this. It was during that game against Tampa Bay when they're out there at Steinbrenner Field. And they
it still sounds so weird if the Rays are playing at Steinbrenner Field.
That's why I think, just like the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, I think until this absurdity is done, we just need to refer to them as the Tampa Bay Rays of Steinbrenner Field. But Bassick jinxed it, man. He said, you remember he said it on the broadcast going to break. He said, "We are watching the birth of a star."
I remember that.
Yep. And I was like, all right, Jack, I'm with Jack. Ever since then, we've got problems, guys. We got big problems with Jack Leiter. Since then, in those last 3 starts, since Bassick did that.
Oh, God.
His ERA is 8.56.
Oh, no.
His whip is 2. That is not good. That's 2 walks and or hits per every inning that he pitches.
Come on.
And his strikeout to walk ratio is 1-to-1. There's something not right. I don't know what it is. I don't know if he's hurt. I was saying to you yesterday, I got to look through the StatCast data and see if there's something up with his pitches. Like if there's anything. Velocity looks fine.
It does.
The only thing that I saw yesterday that looked like it was off his last few starts is the movement on his changeup has been different. Like significantly different. But it's not like he throws the changeup primarily. And it's not like, he threw 4 of them yesterday, so that wouldn't have been the problem. So I don't know what it is. There's just something that's not quite right with him right now.
So Brooks Baseball tabulates all this crap. And let's see. His sinker was at 97 miles an hour in spring training, 97 in April, and now it's 96. So it's only a mile difference, not that much. Horizontal movement on his pitches looks to be pretty much stable. I don't know what
for yesterday or year over year.
From the beginning of the year. I guess from the beginning of the year.
So over on Baseball Savant, which is the best advanced analytics site there is, it's MLB's site. If you go down to the player breakdown, it'll show you the pitches that he was throwing yesterday. And you can go to player breakdown, and it'll show you everything relative to his year average, right? Mm-hmm. So yesterday, the 4-seam fastball velocity, it was 0.2 miles per hour down from his year average. That's not a concern.
That's not enough.
You look at the curveball, was 1.1 miles per hour lower. Again, an off-speed pitch being a mile per hour difference is not the same as when you see a fastball is down a mile or 2.
You're really looking. You're probably. I would assume, because I know like they will say, like hitters will tell you that every 3 miles an hour is something that they can noticeably tell. So I don't know what that would be with in this situation, but maybe it was. I would say if it was more than 3 miles an hour difference, that's alarming, or maybe 2. Let's just do 2 miles an hour difference.
Now the induced vertical break. That's the vertical break, the induced vertical break, the horizontal break, all those little things. Most of that looked pretty normal yesterday, except slider was a little different. It was 2 inches different. But the changeup is the one that, like, if you look at it, again, it's the one that's got the weirdest stuff. The spin rate was 264 RPM lower.
See, and the changeup is what a lot of people, I think a lot of it was talked about, especially when he was on MLB Network that one day, a couple of weeks back. They really did bring up the change a lot, and that changed his ability this year. And
maybe just the fact that he doesn't feel comfortable in it and he wasn't throwing it yesterday is part of the problem. It could be that that's what's causing him to pitch as poorly as he is because he's not able to set things up the way he wants to because the changeup's not working. Okay. I know that is a question definitely for Sandler. I know. In fact, I'm going to text him right now while we're talking.
I'll tell you this. It is not beyond baseball teams today to look at the spin rate of a pitch and tell the pitcher how to throw it anymore. And I hope that's not the case because, first of all, the hitters will tell you whether the pitch works as opposed to the numbers. The hitters will tell you. But also, it's not even so much using the pitch, it's the ability. If the hitter knows that you're not throwing it, and they know you're not going to throw that because if you haven't thrown that pitch in two starts or whatever, and they see the data, they see your spin rate. They know whether you're going to dump it out of your repertoire or not. And if they know you've dumped it, that's one less thing they've got to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, take Rocker for instance. When he had that great start last week. Rocker's start last week, it's like we talked about with Jared. Like a lot of that last week was less about Rocker's stuff being significantly different or whatever else. It was more about just he mixed his pitches better than he had a lot of this year. It was more just about pitching against his scouting report and not throwing things the same way that and then that helped set up a lot of what he wanted to do. And so if you've lost that changeup in your arsenal, then that can be a problem. So here's what I was looking at the last two starts for Jack Leiter. So yesterday, like I said, he only threw 4 of the changeups. The spin rate was 250 different. If you look at the last start against the Royals, the spin rate on his changeup was down 150 RPM in that one. So there's something like different about his changeup the last few starts, and he's gotten it hit hard. He's given up 2 doubles and a home run, I think, in the last 2 starts off of the changeup. And so something seems a little off with it. I can't figure it out. The whiff rate was highest this year on the changeup. That's what he's getting the most swings and misses on.
If he's not throwing it because, for whatever reason, he wouldn't be throwing it. For whatever reason. That's a problem. Like that's been one of his better pitches this year. So tough day out at the ballpark yesterday for the Rangers as they lose 8-3 to Pittsburgh. It's never good to lose to Pittsburgh. They're a bad baseball team, but you still take 2 of 3.
Yeah, you took 2 out of 3.
That's all that matters. They're in Baltimore tonight. Of course, G-Bag will have a half a show. Pregame will start at 5 o'clock tonight. 5:35 will be the first pitch. Catch it right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Is Sean going to get any man on the street audio out there?
Oh, man, that's a good point. Because
he always wants Peyton to get it.
Yeah.
Well, he should be out on the streets of Baltimore.
He's a couple hours away.
You're going to get some audio?
How long have you directed to me?
How long have you been sitting on that drop?
Oh, man, I think I've had that for almost a year
That's
now.
The first time I've heard
it. It's Patrick Corbin and Trevor Rogers tonight. We will have the coverage at 5 o'clock. He can get in for $14 tonight.
I mean,
that's the get in the door price.
We all know he's got the money. He can get in there.
He does.
He's not sitting in no $14 seats, though. We know that, man.
No, yes, we know that, man. Hey, real quick, when are they going to sign some of these second rounders? When's Ezra going to sign?
It'll get done.
Will they all get done by camp? Because literally 30 second rounders are unsigned right now.
Yeah, I would imagine so. So typically back in the past, it was always third rounders that were this way. Third rounders always had some weird hitch in their contract. There was something about the CBA that basically allowed third rounders more negotiating power on like one specific issue that usually held things up. That's the new second rounders. Second rounders just take a long time to get done. And it's because they generally have, like, there are certain areas of their stuff that can be negotiated a little bit more. And so that's why, I mean, the Shamar Stewart holdout in Cincinnati as a first rounder was the one that was really odd, but the Bengals are insisting on something that's not normal for them. The second rounders you kind of expect. Like you said, there's 30 of them that are like that. Third rounders used to always be the last ones to sign. Now it's second rounders. So I don't have a whole lot of concern about it, but yeah, I get it's a little bit of an eyebrow raise when you're like, you got all the way through all your off-season practices and your second rounder's still not signed. But that's the case for almost everybody.
I guess they want the guarantee.
Yeah, it's just little nuances and differences in the way the negotiations go. We talked about Jalen Knoll, or not Jalen Knoll, Jaden Higgins getting signed in Houston, and how a lot of people wondered, could that have messed things up? He was the second rounder who they fully guaranteed his contract. And that was the first one to do it. You may have some people hanging out now and just saying like, okay, I need the same sort of guarantees.
It's a little. I think it's just a little scary for teams like to have. I mean, this many. It just seems odd that there's 30 that are unsigned at this point. It just seems very, very.
I think it's a little higher than normal, but second rounders a lot of times will hold out. I do think that this is, like I said, I think this is partially because of the Higgins thing. Jaden Higgins being the first second rounder to ever get his contract fully guaranteed.
Yeah, they all want it now.
Yeah, well, that's probably going to be something people are going to ask for. Like, well, this is a standard now. This has happened, and that's why there's a lot of hesitancy to break the mold on anything related to a contract, and B, that's why Shamar Stewart doesn't want to sign in Cincinnati like that. Yeah. It's like, I'm not going to sign for language that other first rounders in this same organization have not signed for. I'm not being the one to break that. You're not having me do that.
Travis Hunter signed, that, which is good. He's got signed up for his to play both sides of the ball. I guess he's been impressive. Everybody's kind of quieted down, worrying about those routes that you saw a video of early on. How does that work? Like, it's written in the contract that he gets to play both sides of the ball.
No, it's not written in the contract. I'm just saying that he's got his contract signed, so now he can go play both sides of the ball. That's all I'm saying. But
so you're not worried about the routes.
No,
was just that was a 1 day thing.
That to me that. You had the breakdown of those mini camp reps that people were a little bit concerned about, but I mean, no, he's. I think Travis Hunter's going to be fine. I still would have played him primarily at corner, but there's a lot of people who think he is right now able to win consistently receiver more than he's able to win consistently as a corner.
Yeah, usually corner takes a little bit longer, right?
Yeah, it's just, I mean,
especially if you have a quarterback.
It's a more nuanced position. You can win on athleticism if you're really, really good. Like, you can win on skill and not a lot of polish as receiver. If you're really skilled, you can win that way. Corner, you can't. You can't just be skilled usually and win if somebody's got a bag that they can throw at you at receiver. If they're throwing a lot of different exotic routes and stuff, you've got to be really technically sound. That's why corners a lot of times get just worked early on. Diggs had become a better player. Year 2, Diggs could win occasionally on certain aspects, but for the most part, it was like he was getting worked over because he wasn't very sound. Then year 3 started when he was healthy for 2 games or whatever it was. He looked great, and he looked like he was a more polished player. It's just, it takes a little bit more time to sharpen those tools.
Sean and I had talked about it a lot. Like, it was like, I know, right? Patrick Peterson was that one dude that just came in and seemed like he figured it out faster than anybody that we can remember.
Yeah, it's not normal.
It was like 6 to 8 games, and he was like, "Oh, okay, now I figured this thing out."
Corner's not normal. I can't. I mean, I'm trying to think. I think Woodson even struggled early on.
They all do.
Like, it's not.
Revis, I mean, I'm sure Dion did. I don't remember 1980.
Whereas I can throw out several receivers who were great off the jump. Randy Moss, Anquan Bolden, Justin Jefferson. Like, there were plenty of guys who come in as receivers and they win immediately.
Bolden had like 200 yards his first game.
Yeah, Bolden broke every receiving record for rookies, it felt like, at the time.
All right, Sean and RJ here at 105.3. The Fan, we got a best and worst of the weekend coming up. We've got a ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway, but I'm going to tell you why the NBA actually is happy, and they wanted Kevin Durant and all this news to be broke during the NBA Finals. Get into that next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ hitting lead.
that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it has. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tip on, kicks it out, Toppin. Good contest from Dort. Halliburton falls down. He looks hurt. Here comes SGA the other way. Inside, and Williams throws it down. Halliburton's hurt right away when he fell. Was that strained calf. He's in pain, so emotional.
That is Mike Breen, ESPN with the call. That is the moment that basically the Thunder won the title. You saw it last night. The air, even though Indiana played well after that for a couple of, for the rest of the half, you really saw it coming out of halftime. They probably don't have as many turnovers if they have Halliburton in the game. And the Thunder win. They win the NBA title 103-91. They beat the Indiana Pacers, and they have their first championship since moving to OKC, less than 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's 17 years. I mean, that was Kevin Durant's first season in the NBA was in Seattle.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was
Key Arena.
This was a great run for the Thunder. I mean, they were really, really fantastic the entire way. And Indiana deserves a lot of credit for putting up a hell of a fight, but ultimately the best team in the NBA won the title this year, and that's supposed to be the goal of the whole process. Is
really
best team ends up on top. You know what I mean? We all want to see Cinderella win, but legitimately the whole point of this extended process is when you get 100 games deep into this, we should know by the end who's the best, and we know with certainty Oklahoma City's the best team.
You are speaking to me because I am fully. I absolutely hate when the best team doesn't win the title. Yeah. I hate it in any sport. I don't care what sport it is. When the best team doesn't win the title, it really throws off my pH balance of life.
They were 84-21 between the playoffs.
You
and
are the
regular
champs.
Season. They're the best team.
You basically had an 800 winning percentage.
Yeah,
actually, matter of fact, you did.
But I mean, that was a marathon. You get 105 basketball games that this team played.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the Lakers going, what the hell did they do the year they beat Iverson 16-1 or 16-2 through the postseason or something like that? It wasn't that kind of dominance, but man, that's a really good team. And that's a team I don't think that's the only title they're going to win. I think they're going to win another one at some point soon. That team does have a shot if they play things right. That team has a shot to be a dynasty.
I'll tell you this. There is every coach in the Eastern Conference is on the hot seat right now. And so is every general manager. You have no excuse anymore. You have no Tatum and you have no Halliburton.
And KD didn't get traded to the East.
And KD's in the West.
Yeah.
You have no excuse. Giannis, you got no excuse. The Knicks, whoever the Knicks hire as their head coach, the Knicks have zero excuse. You have no excuse not to make the NBA Finals this year. Every team in the East should absolutely go all in for this season. Make a run.
They should. By the way, who hires their coach first, the Knicks or the Stars?
It's a great question. I think the Stars know who they want. I think they're just kind of, and that's why they're taking their time because they know that nobody else is going to hire Neil Graham.
To your point that every team in the East is on notice now.
They are. To me, it's like, all right, when you have you're the last two representatives in the finals have lost their star player for the year.
Mm-hmm.
What do you like? There's no excuse to me.
So I mean that makes sense. Probably why Orlando does what they do to get Desmond Bane. Like, all right, let's just go out and knock this out. Which did you hear the audio of Desmond Bane talking about when he found out he got traded?
No.
Oh, it was good. He was talking about how it was Father's Day, and he said he and his girl were walking downstairs at a resort. And he said he got a text from the GM that said, "Hey, buddy, happy Father's Day. Give me a call when you have a second. Or when you get a quick second, give me a call." And he said he's holding his girl. He said he was like, either I got traded or somebody really big on our team got traded and they're letting me know. He's like, but I know what this is. He's wanting to FaceTime. And so he ended up checking that out and get traded. But that's why Orlando goes and makes a move for Bane. That's probably why the Giannis thing changes and turns. And it's like, come on, let's work this out. Like, let's just figure this out down here. And I would guess that some of the stuff that Shams has talked about craziest offseason ever, which we'll see. But I would guess a lot of that is related to there are teams in the East that feel like we got to add now. We got to do something now.
Well, they do. I mean, I think that truly when you have such an opening, you've got to go for it. Like this, every team from Atlanta to Toronto to, every team in the East, even Washington's like, all right, let's go. Now's the time. You have no excuse. Now, maybe Washington does, but they live at the top of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, they're terrible.
They're terrible, but still, if you're a team that was even anywhere near the playoffs this past year, just go for it.
If you're Detroit, if you're Cade Cunningham's blowing up, he's starting to come into his own. You just go like, all right, let's figure this out. Let's do this because Yeah, right now, like with no Tatum, who's mid anyway, let's be honest, Chubb.
All right.
But with no Tatum and Indiana going as far as they have the last couple of years with what felt like just a collection of good players, but not great players. Yeah, it does feel like, all right, there's an opening here. It's just then you're going to go up against a buzzsaw coming out of the West in all likelihood.
KD got traded yesterday. He goes to Houston, and he gets they get the 10th pick. They get 5 2s. They get Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks. That's what goes back to Phoenix. But this happened on the morning of Game 7 of the NBA Finals. This would never happen in the NFL. Baseball would really, really frown upon it. A-Rod did it in the middle of a World Series game. That's A-Rod. A-Rod operates on his own. But nobody else. I never remember other MLB stuff like during the World Series. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure something happened in the Stanley Cup Final this year, but it wasn't. Oh, the Stars.
I mean, DeBoer.
DeBoer being fired.
Coach firings are different though. You can't.
You're right. You can't wait.
There's not much you can do about that. You've got to make the move then.
But Durant was traded yesterday. We've seen other moves happen.
Bane was traded. Durant was traded. The Pacers made a draft pick trade while they were playing in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, you just never see it.
Yeah,
you never see it other than the NBA. But to do it on the morning of the NBA of Game 7, I mean, it wasn't even noon yet when this news broke.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a team making a blockbuster trade. And what's going to happen today is on all these morning shows, from Get Up to First Take to First Things First to whatever, they're going to talk about Game 7. But if you were to break down the pie, Game 7, Halliburton injury, Durant trade, it's not commensurate to what a Game 7 should be.
No, this should the NFL wants the Super Bowl to dominate everything the next morning.
If Patrick Mahomes ruptures his Achilles in the first quarter of the Super Bowl, that's something that you can't avoid.
Right. Halliburton's not Mahomes though, obviously.
Right. But you know what I mean? But you know what I mean? Like Jalen Hurts, same thing. You can't avoid that. It's a talking point. It's part of the game.
Yeah, that plays within it, no doubt about it. But there's a difference between that and the Dolphins announced they're trading Tyreek Hill at 10 o'clock in the morning the day of the Super Bowl.
Is it unfair that the Thunder's title is going to be marred by Halliburton's injury? Of course.
It's almost like it stole their thunder.
Hey.
I'm not even upset about that. I felt good about it.
You know what? I like what you did there. I don't hate that at all. I like that. I love a good dad joke. Keep them coming, man.
Yeah.
I love a good dad joke. But it's like it's going to mar their title. Whether they want to believe it. Now, in 20 years, no one's going to remember this. But today, when the Thunder fans should be watching TV nonstop about all the giving all the glory to them, I mean, they're going to be talking about the Halliburton injury. Right. That's the reality of it.
Which at least that occurred within the game, though.
It did.
That occurred within the game. But yeah, the topic this morning when I turned on the radio was, is there an asterisk, or an asterisk is what they were saying, but is there an asterisk on the Thunder's title now because Halliburton got hurt?
Right.
It's like,
they're in Game 7.
Halliburton is not an asterisk player. They were lucky to get to Game 7, in all honesty, the Pacers were. The Thunder were a better team, and they had them like, all right, we're up 3-2.
He's an asterisk player. I mean,
I don't think it puts an asterisk on them winning a title.
It doesn't
They're
put
the
an
best.
asterisk. No, nothing does. But like, he's still like that game is much different with him. Like, they don't turn the ball over.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm not
they're
saying
in a
it's not.
position to win late.
I'm not saying that it's not different. What I am saying is that that's not enough to now call into question or say, well, you got to win another.
Right. Oh, I agree.
It's not a bubble title. It's not anything like that. It's just, I don't think it's comparable at all. I mean, with him in there, with Halliburton in there, the Pacers in 23 playoff games, they were an underdog in 17 of them, a betting underdog.
Wow.
And so, I mean, to me, it's like Oklahoma City was always the favorite. Oklahoma City was probably always going to win that series.
Yeah. So I got a little theory. Like, I think the NBA wasn't upset that these moves are taking place during the playoffs. To me, it's been during the finals, I should say. So all my gambling group chats that I'm on, and I'm on way too many. None of them are actually watching any of these games. They said I've watched maybe 5 minutes of this series. This was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But they're betting on the games. I'm not watching it. The series is boring. It's got no juice. I'm not interested in it. That's what they're saying. This is Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And they're like, I haven't been interested. I'll watch tonight because it's Game 7. The series hasn't interested me. I think the NBA looks at the KD trade will avoid anybody talking about TV ratings. It will avoid anybody talking about, the market size. It will avoid people talking about, this hasn't really been it for me. Now, is that right? No, it's not the right thing to do. But if you're spending, like, the league knows you have to talk about KD now. You're not going to talk about whether the finals was loved by 3/4 of the country.
But isn't that a Tuesday topic?
Yeah.
It's not a Monday topic. So get through your series, get through Monday discussion about the series, and then make the trade Tuesday.
Today. Yeah. I get it. Yeah,
to me they undercut themselves. Now they're still having to answer about ratings. The Athletic had, leading into Game 7, the Athletic had this preview where they were talking about how riveting the finals were or weren't or whatever else, and they had asked, they got a quote from Adam Silver about ratings, which of course he's going to fluff it up as he's been doing this entire postseason. What was it? His excuse last time was, well, if you look, even though the numbers are lower, we're still the number one thing.
That night.
And so
they win the night.
And so he's like, we weren't winning the night years ago, so now we're winning the night, it's just a lower number, but we're still winning, so it's actually better. And so what he said yesterday to The Athletic was ratings have changed from what they used to be. Netflix is the most valuable pure play media company out there. Nobody in this room knows what their ratings are. We don't even think in terms of ratings. We think maybe in terms of popularity, buzz around a program. We're going through a transition, and we're going to work through that. So Silver is basically arguing for who cares about ratings? This is the vibes. What are the vibes like, guys? Is there buzz around it? I think we got buzz.
Okay, so that's interesting. Would you rather have a higher number and finish second, or a lower number and finish first of the night?
Second. If we're talking about for the NBA and how much people are actually engaged with my sport, second. As a commissioner, I want that.
You want a higher percentage of people watching. I would agree with that.
I want an indication.
The TV networks might disagree, but I would agree.
Sure,
if
but
I was
as the league, I want more eyes, and I want to be able to say this was a bigger draw.
I agree with that. I'd rather have 14 million people watching and finish second than 9 million and finish first.
Yeah. It's like, would you rather be us or G-Bag, right? Like, I mean,
NFC South.
Yeah.
Or AFC South, whichever one it is.
Yeah, exactly.
They're both it's terrible either way.
We won the night. Okay, I guess.
Won the night, yeah. Come on. Group of 5. Group of 5.
G-Bag, the G and G-Bag, the G5.
G5 stands for Group of 5. Oh, they got 5 guys in the show. That's they're the group
G5.
of 5. They're G5.
The group of 5.
Group of 5.
Group of 5 nation.
We're Power 4. We're Power 4.
Yeah, they're going to be so bad.
We're a Power 4 school over here. There we go.
They're going to be so bad later.
I'll see you in Oxnard.
There we go. All right, Sean and RJ, 105 to the fan. We have reached the commercial-free Expressway. Which one of our teammates was Bobby cleaning his vomit out of the car this weekend? How many Cowboys made the all-quarter century team? And did the worldwide leader disrespect a DFW legend? It's the commercial-free Expressway with a ticket giveaway coming up next on 105 to the fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No. Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something called?
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway. It's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We have reached the commercial-free Expressway, and Peyton Russell has reached his first stroke of the morning.
That was a definite stroke. I don't know what that was. You remember that old Serene Branson clip from the LA TV station where she's like doing the live report outside the ground? She's like, a heavy birthday.
I thought she. Okay, I didn't realize it was.
She was
LA.
a migraine. She was a migraine. Yeah, but that's
a
what
migraine. Okay, I thought her lips like froze, like she was in the cold air.
Yeah, that was migraine, and that's what it sounded like Peyton just said there.
A migraine can really do that to you?
No, yeah, migraine can mimic like stroke symptoms with slurred
speech. That'd be my
and stuff.
excuse for why I can't talk. I should just have that excuse.
Yeah, right there. Just, sorry, migraine, guys.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Give me some Excedrin, I'll be all right. It's the commercial-free Express. We got a ticket giveaway coming up in about 20 minutes. Best and worst of the weekend. Which member of the fan team was Bobby cleaning their vomit out of the car this weekend? We will get into that.
Text your guesses. 877-881-1053. Who vomited my car?
But who has disrespected a DFW legend? How many Cowboys make the all-quarter century team? Because we are. This is year 25.
Yep.
This is crazy. We made it through a quarter century. So we are going to get all these lists this year. And as Chris Arnold has said, people love lists.
This is technically year 26. Because if you count 2000, then that's why all these lists where they're like, we're at the quarter century mark. I'm like, shouldn't you have done this last year? Where it was for the 25th year. Although I guess it could be in retrospect.
People are stupid, and 25 is they
could be in retrospect though too.
Could
like that could be what you're doing. All right, so we are looking at over at ESPN. This is Seth Walder and Aaron Schatz.
I like them both. So Walder
they're
is
analytics guys.
Analytics guys. Schatz, he started Football Outsiders, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's a DVOA. That reference you. Yeah, that is his thing.
I wish somebody would bring it back because I can't find it anymore.
So they did over at ESPN. They had written an article doing the all 53-man roster from the last 25 years.
All right, I have not seen this. I did not want to look at it. I want to be surprised.
So they had Aaron Schatz and Seth Walder play de facto general managers for the all-quarter century team, and they were allowed to use practice squad players too. Here were their rules for eligibility. Players are still eligible if they began their career in the 90s, but only production beginning in 2000 was considered. These decisions were made mostly on statistical output, focusing on peak seasons while still rewarding longevity. It says this team includes 25 offensive players, 23 defensive players, 5 special team players. For another wrinkle, they filled their full practice squad with players who just missed the cut and listed them in their respective position groups. And they also included in this followed the NFL International Player Pathway Program and stashed somebody on the roster who would have qualified for that.
Oh, that's cool.
So, all right, let's go through the list. We'll probably run through just the offense because this will probably take up some time. We might do defense tomorrow or a little later in the show.
Let's do it.
All right, number 1, they picked 3 quarterbacks. Who is on this all-quarter century team?
All right.
Chop.
It will be Brady.
Got it.
Manning.
Got it.
Rodgers.
No.
Breeze?
No.
Okay.
You just picked the 2 practice squad quarterbacks.
Huh.
You're ignoring a very obvious one.
Oh, Mahomes.
Yeah,
my
Mahomes.
God.
There you go.
Holy cow. Holy cow. Yeah. All right. That's interesting.
And nothing to really gripe about here, I wouldn't think. Who would even be in contention, potentially, to talk about it? Roethlisberger?
I would think Ben could be in contention. I think Rivers. No,
Rivers has statistical output. Rodgers has stats and titles. He would have the best argument.
Yeah, your argument would be with Drew. So I mean, you could say Rivers. You could say Ryan. You could say Ben. But I would take Drew over all of them. I think Drew Brees. Drew Brees is going to be knocked because he played in what I believe to be the best quarterback era ever.
There's
2000 to 20, like the 02 to 2015 era is probably the best we've ever seen of elite play. Maybe 2020 era.
All right. This is where we're going to start getting here. Yeah, we blew through the quarterbacks. That's no concern.
That's easy. Those the top three that made it, I think those are the easy ones. And I don't know. Would you have a problem with Rodgers over Mahomes just because of the longevity?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Mahomes he's done too much too quickly.
Right, I agree.
All right, we're going to do the running backs now, and this is where we're going to start running into some problems. This is the all-quarter century team from ESPN. 3 running backs and a practice squad guy.
Is Derrick Henry on it?
Derrick Henry is one of the running backs.
Okay.
Peyton, you can throw out some guesses too if you got any.
Marshawn Lynch?
No.
I actually guessed one earlier because you said you will never believe who is on it.
And you knew who was on
it. I nailed it first. That was Priest Holmes.
Priest Holmes is the first team running back, which is a little wild to me.
By the way, is Brady first team quarterback?
Yes.
And then second team is
Manning.
Oh, they have him over Mahomes.
Yep.
Okay. And I couldn't even begin to guess the third team running back.
No? Really think about just some of the greats over the last, specifically 2000s.
Frank Gore.
No. How are you? This is
he's number 2. He's number 2 on the list, man.
Yeah. He's not.
I'm drawing a blank. Go ahead.
Okay. The other running back that we have here is Christian McCaffrey, who can't stay healthy and has had some down years before. So the team is Priest Holmes, Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry.
That leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, it does, especially when you realize the 2 names you forgot. Let's start with the practice squad running back. The birthday boy and the DFW legend, LaDainian Tomlinson.
Oh, wow.
In what world is Christian McCaffrey above LaDainian Tomlinson?
Maybe at his Madden rating. That's about it.
There's legitimately no excuse for LaDainian not being on there, right?
I would think not.
Now, they threw him on the practice squad, so LaDainian Tomlinson played 11 years. But he had 13,000 yards rushing, almost 5,000 yards receiving. He scored 162 touchdowns in his career. Just a total monster.
All right, hang on. I'm just... Where's Adrian Peterson?
Good. You finally found the second name. Adrian Peterson does not even make the practice squad on this ESPN team. Adrian Peterson is completely left off the list.
He won an MVP.
He's not even a top 4.
Rob Manning won, but he won an MVP.
He is not even a top 4 running back of the last 25 years, let alone potentially all time.
I'm flummoxed.
And there's no explanation for it here. They don't address his absence at all. Nothing written down here. But they did have a fullback spot, so Kyle Juszczyk did get to make the team over Adrian Peterson.
Simmer down. Now, Kyle, I got to look. I mean, he actually gave me good content over the weekend because I'm trying to get my oldest to do some more, explosive workouts. And Kyle posted something on his TikTok, and I'm going to use that. So credit to him. You cannot have him. I already wrote Adrian Peterson on there. So
Adrian Peterson was the leader in rushing 3 times, led the league in touchdowns 2 times, rushing touchdowns, led the league in rushing yards per game 4 times. And by the time he finished his career, he was, let's see, where all was he at? Rushing touchdowns, he was 4th all time. Career rushing yards, he was 5th all time. His yards per rushing attempt was 4.6, by the way. In fact, career touchdowns, period, he's 10th all time.
Wow.
And he doesn't make the list at all. And LaDainian Tomlinson, who we talked about and had been the practice squad guy, LaDainian Tomlinson was 3rd all time in touchdowns.
All right, this is okay. I love.
And
these.
You don't even like the running back position. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. I like both of these guys. They had Peyton Stroke over the weekend. All right, let's go to wide receiver.
Yep, because we just put the fullbacks on there. That's Kyle Juszczyk. So we're doing the NFL all-quarter century team, according to ESPN, which is already garbage list, going after the birthday boy, LaDainian Tomlinson, and then not putting Adrian Peterson on there, who got mixed up in a fight over the weekend, TV reported. All right, wide receivers now. Best wide receivers there, 6 of them.
This is going to be tough.
6 receivers, 2 practice squad guys.
So you got 8 total.
Yep.
All right, so Megatron.
Yep.
Larry Fitz.
No.
Randy Moss.
Larry Fitzgerald. Yes, Randy Moss. Larry Fitzgerald is not even a practice squad.
All right.
Which again seems ridiculous.
Did they put T.O. on there?
T.O. is on here.
Did they put Tyreek?
Tyreek Hill is not on the list.
Julio?
Julio Jones is.
I don't know how I could not put Fitz. I could not put Julio over Fitz, I don't think.
We got Moss, T.O., Calvin Johnson, and Julio Jones at this point. 2 more, and then 2 practice squad guys.
Andre
Johnson.
Harrison?
What was yours?
Andre Johnson.
Andre Johnson's practice squad.
Ooh.
And then you said Marvin Harrison?
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison's on there. So you got 1 more receiver currently playing.
Justin Jefferson?
Yep. And then the final practice squad guy, Antonio Brown. And again, we ask, where the hell is Larry Fitzgerald?
Yeah, I got a problem with that.
I got a massive problem with it.
Larry Fitz is too disrespected.
Larry Fitzgerald, again, 2nd all-time in career receiving yards, 6th all-time in receiving touchdowns, 2nd all-time in receptions.
Now, look, if you want to say he was a compiler, I would disagree.
Yeah, I would completely disagree. He was an 11-time Pro Bowler.
11-time Pro, he averaged 1,000 yards a year. I mean, that's not a compiler to me.
1,400 yards, 1,400 yards, 1,400 yards, 1,000, 1,100, 1,400 yards. He was a monster. And also, there's no... It feels like... I know AB was really good for a long time. But can you legitimately even have AB as a practice squad guy over Mike Evans, who is...
Over Mike Evans?
Mike Evans is... Now, Mike Evans has a little bit of the compiler label, but...
Over DeAndre Hopkins, over Torrey Holt.
Tyreek Hill, who you said.
Over Tyreek, over Reggie Wayne.
I don't like that.
I mean, Bolden.
Bolden, I could definitely see being considered a little bit more of a compiler.
Yeah, I can see that too. Steve Smith.
No Steve Smith. All right.
Interesting.
Yeah, all quarter century team here from ESPN. Tight ends, they got 3 of them in a practice squad.
Okay, tight ends, you're going to have...
I think we would all probably agree with the top 3 tight ends. Practice squad might be a disagreement.
Kelsey.
Yep.
Tony.
Yep.
Witten.
Nope. You're missing the first team guy. Witten is not even practice squad.
Gronk,
you got it.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Gronk. Witten isn't even practice squad?
Nope.
Oh, come on. See, this is what's going to happen.
It's a Hall of Famer who is not worthy of it.
Let me tell you something. This is what's going to happen that when the Hall of Fame comes calling.
I'm concerned about it.
I'm very concerned about it.
The practice squad tight end is Antonio Gates. Who, how many times did Antonio Gates have 1,000 yards receiving?
2?
Twice in his entire career. Jason Witten had 4. Witten has over 200 more receptions in his career than Antonio Gates. The only thing Gates really has him on is touchdowns, but that's it.
Yikes.
So Gates makes it over Witten. I'm very disappointed. Before we get to the offensive line, you got to tell me what's wrong with your analytics people. These are your people.
I don't listen. I don't.
What analytics say Adrian Peterson isn't good? What analytics say Jason Witten doesn't deserve it over Antonio Gates or Larry Fitzgerald? I honestly hadn't even realized Larry Fitzgerald wasn't on this list till you said it, and then I was like, okay, that's a big problem too.
Yeah, because he was literally the second person I named.
Yeah. So
like, I knew Calvin was going to be Calvin was first team, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that there's a lot of disrespect there to the receivers. Now,
and by the way, who was first team running back? It was Priest.
Yeah, Priest Holmes.
And Brady was first team quarterback. And Calvin first. And who was first team tight end?
Gronk.
Oh yeah.
Which is needed. Priest Holmes had 3,000 yard seasons from 2001 to 2003 and didn't do anything else.
Yeah, look, the analytics is it's a data point.
But if you're also rewarding longevity for Gates,
yes,
I don't understand.
I don't understand it either.
All right, offensive line is going to be a little bit more difficult. I'll let you throw out a couple guesses, but I mean they broke this up by left and right side as well, so you can start throwing out some names for the offensive line. I'll tell you if they're on there.
Oh God, is Tyron on there?
Tyron Smith is nowhere to be found on this list.
I mean, look, that's a loaded position.
Joe Thomas.
Joe Thomas has got to be on there.
Joe Thomas is on there.
Is he first team?
He is.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
Trent Williams is the backup left tackle. The 2 practice squad guys at tackle are Walter Jones and then the international player pathway, Jordan Mailata.
All right, I can't put.
Mailata's not an all-time player. It's just the all-time pathway player.
Mm-hmm. I get that. All right, but yeah, Tyron's going to the Hall of Fame. I would have a much bigger problem if Zach Martin isn't at the guard spot.
We'll have to see more
than I would if Tyron, because left tackle is such a loaded position.
I'll throw out the left guards for you. Alan Faneca and Steve Hutchinson are on this list.
I don't have a problem with that. Those are Hall of Famers.
They're great players. Right tackle is Lane Johnson and Willie Anderson. Again, no problem. Now we get to the right guard.
I had to put Mark Colombo up there.
Now we get to right guard.
Marshall on there?
Did they? Marshall Yonda is on the team.
Is he first team?
I don't know. Did they dare disrespect Zach Martin? You tell me.
Quentin
Nelson's not on. It is Zach Martin.
It is. It has to be.
Zach Martin is the first team right guard. They said Martin's number of first team All-Pro selections is the highest total for any guard since 2000. Former Cowboys quarterback Tony Romo once said Martin didn't have a weakness and had everything required of an offensive lineman at an elite level: footwork, base, punch, athleticism, strength, and mind. And then the only other backup offensive lineman they have is Jari Evans at right guard. Then the first team center is Jason Kelsey with no backups behind him. So no Pouncey, no Frederick, none of that. No Alex Mack. Nothing.
I wonder how Frederick's career, because he was probably trending towards like the Hall of Fame discussions
before he got
Guillain-Barré.
Yeah, once he got Guillain-Barré, that obviously threw things off because he
only played about 7 years, 8 years.
He played 6 seasons total.
Yeah, that's just not enough.
He was 4 Pro Bowls in his first 5 years, including a first team All Pro selection.
He was fantastic. I mean, he was like it was funny that I will never forget. We were at the stadium and they were like, "Man, they traded backup. They traded Travis Frederick."
Well, it was a little disappointing.
And he was like, because he called in that night, right? He did the call in and he goes, "I didn't expect to be picked in the 3rd round." And we were like, "What the hell?"
That didn't make you feel good about it?
Are they doing? And it worked out great. I mean, he was a fantastic player.
So that is the first team side of the offense. We'll get into the defense either tomorrow or later today. But yeah, one Cowboy makes the list: Zach Martin. No Jason Witten included in the rotation.
Thing is upsetting.
No Tyron Smith included. I get you think it's just pretty loaded. I understand that too. I mean, there's no Orlando Pace either.
But Pace was drafted at what, 90?
98, 97.
Was he 98? No,
97, 98.
Okay, I thought it was earlier than that.
So I mean, he played the majority of his career. He was 97, played till 2009, and is a Hall of Famer. So that was a little bit of a head scratcher because usually the analytics guys I feel like are going to be a little more unemotional about it. They have a
better handle on it, I think. Yeah, they're unemotional,
but they didn't.
No, I got some major issues there.
So we'll look at the defensive side a little bit later, either today or tomorrow.
Let's see from the on the Franklin injury attorneys fan text from the 214. Should have been Ogden at left tackle. They didn't even get Ogden on there.
Yeah,
now, he may have been a little early though.
Jonathan Ogden played from 2000 to 2007. I mean, he made the Pro Bowl every year in the 2000s.
He was 2000?
2000, he played that whole – he was drafted in 96.
Witten and Fitz had long careers. That's why they have the numbers. The players on the list had more of an impact.
I completely disagree. Gates was better than Witten.
Nobody outside Dallas views Witten better than Gates, Gronk, or Tony G. I don't think he's better than Gronk or Tony Gonzalez.
No, nobody's arguing he's better than Gronk or Tony Gonzalez. But anybody who's arguing Gates, when you go look at what his career was, he is one of the most oversold players of all time.
Gates has better perception. Yes, I agree. Gates has more better PR.
Yeah. That's all it is.
Gates is Sean Payton. Witten is Mike McCarthy.
Yep. I mean, that's 100% it. You're talking about a guy, I mean, Witten made more Pro Bowls. Witten put up better numbers consistently. It's not even close.
Yeah, Mike Evans, Ocho Cinco. Yeah, it was too...
Ocho was too brief.
That was too brief. I agree. I'll be interested when they get to the corner. The corner one is going to be fun. I think it's going to be fun. And then the edge rusher, I think, is going to be fun, too.
There's going to be some problems on the defensive side of the ball, too.
I'm pretty excited about it. It is the commercial-free Expressway. It is time to hook you up, boys and girls.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Seether and Daughtry on November 11th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Man, our old buddy Troy Hughes.
Oh, Tommy Sledge.
It was a hilarious day when we had the Miz. Remember the Miz in studio, the WWE superstar, the Miz.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, what does Troy look like? And we were trying to lead him into say Vin Diesel, and he goes, "What, a fatter Daughtry?" Still an all-time. Pay doesn't know what that clip is, so all-time great line. There we go. I love it. All right, it's time for best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
I think there was no better place to start. My voice cracked there than the tease that we had to start this segment, or last segment, I should say. Which fan teammate did Bobby have to clean the vomit out of his own car from this weekend?
Let's be honest. I didn't clean it.
Oh, yeah, of course. Like, you go in the vehicle. First of all, why were you driving?
I wasn't driving.
Oh.
Okay. Kristen cleaned it. And so Kristen was driving.
She was driving.
Yes. We got several guesses on the fan text as to who vomited in my car. We got definitely Wolchuk from the 325. 641 says Peyton. 817 Cheech. 940 Wolchuk. 817 Sean. 321.
Eric would have to get off Twitter this weekend.
321. It was Pedro. Shout out to Ruben. And then 682 Will Chambers. None of you got that right.
Is that a Napoleon Dynamite reference with Ruben?
Yeah, it was when he first got on the board and he was working with nosebleeds. They said he looked like Pedro. And so he went by Pedro on the air for a while. But none of you got it right. The answer is a man who I guess got so violently ill he's going to be out all this week. No, it's not Corey Majors, but that's close. It's on his show. Alec Medford threw up all in the back seat of my Ford Explorer, and Will Chambers was partially responsible for it.
Will Chambers?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, how was he responsible for this?
We'll talk about this. So, Saturday, I got the text from Alec. He's like, hey, we're going to Stockyards tonight. It's birthday weekend. You know, if you want to come out, let me know. I was like, cool, I'll be there. I've been threatening to wingman for you for a little bit. And this story has more details that I can't get into yet because Alec was recovering so long yesterday. By the time I talked to him at 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, he said he hadn't gotten out of bed yet. He slept until like noon, and then he still hadn't even gotten up. So Alec had said, all right, I'm hanging out there. I was like, all right, I'm going to wingman for you because this has been the plan for a while. Got disrupted once before. I was like, not now. We're going to Stockyards. I'm going to show you how it's done. How I can be a good wingman. I'm a good assist guy. I'm Ricky Rubio. I'm just throwing out dimes. I don't got a shot, but I got dimes.
Man, I miss Ricky. I liked Ricky Rubio.
That's what I do. So I got dimes. I got a hezzy. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna put up many shots. They're not gonna go down. But I've got the setup for the other guys. Okay. So we get out there, and I told him, I was like, all right, I got Zach and Will. It was Will's last show over the weekend. Got very teared up.
Yeah, I couldn't listen to it.
He got very choked up. Well, you're going to listen to it during crosstalk because he got choked up about Kevin Hagelin. So we're going to play it for Kagi.
Really?
Yep. But it was.
Did he mention me at all? No.
No. I mean, he probably mentioned you throughout the day. I know he mentioned you throughout the day because it came up. But we got out to the Stockyards and I brought Wolchuk and Will with me too. I was like, hey, we're going to be hanging out tonight. So is it cool if they come through too? He's like, yeah, obviously. Like, tell them to come out. So we got out there.
Wolchuk, Will, you.
Blake was out there a little bit later, and then Ruben was there.
And Ruben and Medford.
And then while we were out there, Alec had said something. He's like, hey, we're in Fort Worth. Tell Chop to come out. And so I texted you up with an eggplant emoji.
I love those texts at whatever time it was.
Yeah, it was like 10:45. It was very late. We didn't get there till like 10:30.
Yeah.
These kids, dude.
These kids.
These children that are like, yeah, I'm going to take a shower around 9:45 and get out. I was like, what are we doing? Like, all right, fine.
A shower?
Yeah, so he takes
on a weekend?
Took a shower to go out and like, got to be fresh if you're looking to do something.
That's right.
So we get out there and we start out at Second Rodeo, which is a spot you like, right?
I like Second. It's a fun place.
I liked it. I'd never been there. It's really cool vibe. Love it. They got the 2 stories up there. They got the bottom floor, which is very like general bar area. Then you get it out to the outside, and it's a little bit like the Rustic. Like, have you ever been to
covered.
Rustic?
It's covered, but it's hot.
But you're outside. There's like a stage up there for music, and you've got like the little patio tables. And then upstairs is like this mess hall feel with like a bar at the end of it. But it's cool. I like it.
Yeah.
There's an elevator to take you up and down stairs. There's the different stairwells up there. So like it's easy to get around the bar even if it's crowded, which I like. That's a big plus in their favor.
Mule Alley.
We get up there and instantly I'm like, okay, Alec, we got to do drinks. We're all going to do drinks as like a team building thing. So I brought everybody over who was with us at the station and we did double shots of vodka.
Why not? Wow, who shoots vodka? Seriously though. That's like
just plain vodka?
Yeah.
Just plain vodka.
Yep. Wow. Double shot it. And they didn't even have Tito's.
They didn't?
They had and then I think they said it was called Wesley's or something like that. I'd never heard of it. But Will knew of it. And Will was like, no, it's good. And it was fine. It tastes fine. I didn't have any issues with it, but they didn't even have Tito's when I asked them. So we get the double shots, take them. Everybody's feeling good. Okay, we're feeling nice. Wolchuk is slammed by the time that he's there and taking that shot, and I didn't know it because I guess he met up with Will before and had said, I had 4 shots in my Yeti cup. I was like, dude, I didn't know you've been sipping on I would not have given you this one to do. So Zach is now like, we're on watch with Zach for like, make sure he's only holding water. He's like, I'm going to go get a water. I'll be right back. I was like, okay. So Zach goes off and he comes back and it's like, that's carbonation and a lime in it. I know that's not water. What are you doing? And so then he's like, this is water. It's like, give it to me. Stop it. So we're hanging out outside and I'm like, all right, where are the girls, Alec? What are we doing here? And Alec was like, no, there's some girls coming, but there's a couple girls coming, but they're just like friends of mine. We're going to go to other spots after this. This is just the starter. I was like, okay, that's fine. So his friend shows up a little late, right? And he's then saying to her, like, as a punishment, you got to do the double shot of vodka we did while you weren't here. So I was like, I'll go order it. So I got it. And I got one for Alec too. She had already done double shot, which if you've seen Alec and all 4'11" of them, this is a lot of alcohol for this young man to be putting on. So I give him to both of them. I'm like, all right, there. He's sharing in your experience, but you got to take this because you were late. So they take that. We then move on to the next spot, which is down the street called Filthy McNasty's. Never been there before.
Great
either.
spot.
It was cool. Very tight again, packed. We had to wait there. We're waiting in line. It's like 2-block wait to get into the place. And Blake and I are standing at the back, and Blake's like, I'm going to go walk up to the front. We don't stand in lines. I'm going to get us in. And I'm like, he walks up. I was like, no, he's not. And Kristen's standing there with me, and Will's behind, Will's over there, and Will's like, if there's anybody who could do it, it's Blake. What do you mean? Blake is not like Mr. Get Things Done man. Like he's still on the night show.
Kid.
Confidence will get you a long way. I get it.
Okay, get things done.
And then they end up like, he's like, I ended up at the front of the line, didn't I? I was like, yeah, because we had other people up there. You just cut and stayed with them. That was not you talking your way in, dude. So we get inside, and Alec is talking all this mess about she couldn't handle it, the shot. I was fine with it. Blah. She's like, I can take another. It's no problem for me. It's like, oh, you can take another. Okay, well then let's prove it. So I went and got them 2 doubles again. And so, what are you shaking your head at? So I got them 2 doubles again. I gave it to them.
You're a child. You're such a child.
And then they said, you didn't take one. I was like, I'll take one, but you can't make somebody drink alone. So I went and got them 2 more. No. And then I took one. So by this point, this has been 3 hours. And I don't know if he had anything else other than that. But I mean, he was up to about 7 drinks now, probably.
What's your bar tab at right now? Do you remember?
That's a good question.
So I tabbed it out a couple of 3 something.
Oh, geez.
I tabbed it out a couple places. And that's the other part of the worst of the weekend. I'll tell you that in here a sec. We get to the next spot. Alec is literally falling into cars. I mean, we're trying to walk, and he's like falling over, and he's like, I should go home. It's like, all right, I feel bad. We'll take you home. We'll drive, because Kristen wasn't drinking. So I was like, we'll take you back. Well, I was driving Will back, too, we're in Fort Worth. Will was in Frisco.
You had to drive all the way to Frisco?
Oh, no. Alec is in Grand Prairie. We went Fort Worth to Grand Prairie to Frisco, back to Flower Mound. And as we're going to Grand Prairie, we're about halfway there. I'd given Will a Kroger bag, and I said, catch this if he gets sick. And Will goes, up, he's going. And he's just back there going, ugh. And Will's like, it's good, though. I caught it. We got it all in the bag. Let it out, buddy. He's like patting his back. So we get to Alec's place to like drop him off at his dad's or whatever. And Kristen's like, make sure he's on his side or on his stomach. He'll choke on his vomit if he's on his back. She's like, walk him. Do I need to walk him inside? I was like, no, we're good. So, dude, I opened this door. There's vomit everywhere in the car. I was like, where's the bag? And Will holds it up, and it's empty. And he goes, I didn't catch it. I thought I did.
Oh, no.
I was like,
are you embarrassed?
How do you go from I caught all of it to I caught none of it?
How about this? Why don't you guys just say, Alec, let me know if you're going to throw up. I'll pull over.
Because he was half awake throwing up. Like, he was, like, passed out.
I was in I've been in vehicles. Hey, pull over. It's coming.
He was toasty. So he was ready for sleep. And like then we couldn't get into his garage for like 10 minutes because he couldn't remember what the passcode was because he was messed up. Then he opened it through some app.
We're 214, Bobby. If you stop drinking, you can afford a house for your family.
We laid him down
for the 559, wherever that is. 559. Crazy thing about
California.
Bobby's story is that one, he remembers the details. Two, he's somewhat the most responsible person in this entire escapade.
Dude, so no, here's where I lose my responsibility. Here's the worst of the weekend. After we get Alec laid down, we go stop at the gas station. I'm like, I need something to eat. I'm going to go get a sandwich inside at the gas station. I get in there and I open my wallet. I don't have my debit card.
Oh, no. Where is it?
I don't know.
You still don't have it?
Oh, no. I've ordered a new one because then the next morning I went on the bank app and I looked. We ordered drinks twice at Filthy McNasty's. There were 2 more charges on Saturday night. So I was like, that's it. So I locked the card, ordered a new one. So somebody picked it up and then started using it, I guess. They didn't charge big. It was like 25 and 34 or something. But still, it was like, I haven't seen if they tipped them like $1,000.
But you canceled it?
I locked it. It can't go through. Once it processes, then I can challenge it. But it's not processed yet.
Gotcha.
So couldn't do anything. But that was the worst of the weekend. I mean, I guess it wasn't the worst for me. Kristen had to clean up Alex's vomit from the car.
Very nice.
She was playing mom.
Peyton?
Yeah, so I had, it was not any worse of the weekend. The best was the Sunday yesterday. I went to the Rustic with Tolo Abel. He is Glow the DJ on Instagram. He will be the DJ at my wedding. We've talked for, seems like a year now, I feel like, just on Instagram, chatting back and forth. You know, he loves the morning show, listens all the time. Big fan of the payload, obviously, but that's why I'm friends with him. But yeah, he reached out and was like, dude, like, look at my work. Like, you know, you heard I was getting engaged, having a wedding, obviously. And so he was like, look at my work. You see what you like. And, you know, I can hook you up with being your DJ for the wedding. So he will do that next year in June. And so I went to lunch with them because I hadn't met him in person yet, you know. And, you know, we've talked for, it seems like a year now. And he's a big fan. But finally met him in person. And he said, it shocked me. He was like, the one thing I want to do after I've, you know, done meeting you is I want to meet Bobby. I really want to meet Bobby. He's a big fan of Bobby. There's not many big fans of Bobby out there, but Abel, Tolo Abel is a big fan of Bobby. And I said, you know what? I will hook you up, man. I will have a meet and greet with Bobby.
Somebody who's saying they really want to meet me could mean they're a big fan or they really want to handle me.
Oh, they just want to handle you out.
Yeah, they just want to take care of me.
So everyone right now who hates Bobby, text in and I'll hook you up.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. That's gonna look. The fan text is gonna look like an Ask Reddit segment here. Chop, what'd you have going on this weekend?
It was we had some friends in town, or over, I should say. So that's basically all we did. It wasn't a whole lot of best or worst. I guess you want the worst. It'd be, well, I feel bad saying this because this is total first world problems. I planned on making Saturday and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday just like I want to be in the pool, and I didn't get into the pool until after 3.
Oh,
That's
really?
the worst.
Wow. Yeah.
And you lose all the good sun. You know, the good sun is when it's an 11 UV at like 1 o'clock. I didn't get the 1 o'clock sun. So I feel bad saying that's the worst of my weekend. That's a pretty good weekend, you know, and that's the worst. But we had a lot of baseball. Baseball in the morning. For my oldest. My youngest is done for the year, or for the summer.
When I finally called you back yesterday, you were at baseball.
Yeah. Yeah, we had 2 games yesterday.
2 games.
2 games. So we got a couple days off. We get back to it on Thursday.
Kristen texted me in the middle of that segment. She said, I'm the one that kept saying Alec needed to go home. You're the one who kept saying, no, he's good to go, and trying to get him to stay. That's not accurate, I don't feel like. I don't think she's remembered that totally correctly.
Let's see. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We got to go down to Houston at 9 o'clock. Our buddy Reggie had a tool.
Reggie, got that Reggie. 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock. But Diamond Cavs coming up next. Bobby's got a very troubling Ranger stat. Bad news for Ron Washington. And we'll go around the rest of Major League Baseball on a crazy weekend. Oh, and what happened in the College World Series yesterday? That garbage, that nonsense, and me getting into it with LSU fan over the weekend. It's all next on Diamond Cavs, next on The Fan. If we get over to
was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's a swing and a ball driven into center field. Hit pretty well. Langford goes back. This is beyond him, off the track and off the wall. Langford kicks it a little bit. Hayes is at third, being waved home. He'll score without a throw. It's an RBI double for Tommy Pham, and it's now 7-2 in favor of the Pirates.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you are not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
That was Hicksy with a call in a game you heard right here. Rangers tried to go for the sweep, did not get there. They lose to Pittsburgh on the road, 8-3. Jack Leiter, 4 innings of work for him. Not the best start. Not the best start for Jack Leiter. 4 innings, 3 earned, 5 hits. And then, the bullpen. I mean, they really, it was just Bush the rest of the day. And he went 4 innings as well. But not the best way to end the series. Now you go to Baltimore, 5:30 first pitch tonight right here, 105 to the Fan. Coverage starts at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, hopefully they can. I mean, you're not going to apologize for winning 2 out of 3. Pittsburgh obviously isn't the greatest measure of your level of play, but they've been pitching well. I mean, giving up 8 to Pittsburgh is tough. That's a little like giving up 8 to Texas in recent months.
Yes, they have had the same kind of problems that we have had all year. And then yesterday, I mean, they were hitting the ball hard. There were 2 opposite field ground ball singles through the hole in that big inning that they had, which you don't see that in today's game all that much. Just going the other way with the pitch. But then they were literally lacing them over the head of Garcia. Like, it was just a line drive right over Adolis' head and then a line drive right over Wyatt's head. And it's just, I mean, look, they got hot for that 1 inning. And that was basically the game. That 1 inning was the game. I mean, outside of that, it's a 3-3 ball game. But I think I saw a stat one time that the team that has the biggest inning in any game, right? So, like, if the biggest inning in any game is a 2-run inning, they win, like, 92% of the game. It's crazy. It's a crazy number.
Damn.
But whoever has the biggest inning wins the game at like a 9 out of 10 rate.
It makes a lot of sense.
It does. Yeah. It's Corbin on the mound tonight in Baltimore, 5:35 right here on 105.3 The Fan. What is the troubling Ranger stat?
Okay, so this is something that I saw over the weekend that just kind of stood out to me, and I hadn't really thought of before. So there was a metric, a graphic done that was posted over on Reddit, and it took MLB play-by-play data, and it tried to look at the average win percentage change per game by team in 2025. So basically what this means is the larger your number is, right? Like the larger percentage of your games that have changed average win percentage. If you have a large number of it, that basically means that you've seen the wildest swings in your games.
So variance.
Yeah, where it's like you were 70% to lose and you ended up being 70% to win with a big play or something like that. Basically, big time, either what it shows is big time, crunch time comebacks or big time clutch moments, or the reverse of it, that you're giving them up. So you're either giving up a bunch of them, you're giving up a bunch of big leads, or you're just taking a bunch of big leads. To me, I think that when you look at the teams on this list, a lot of it is going to be teams that are making big time plays and big time moments to swing the things in their favor. And so it looks at the biggest win percentage variance change. The number one team in baseball is the Mariners. They have the largest percentage change per game. The Red Sox, then you've got the Giants, Diamondbacks are up there. Then you've got teams like the Mets, the Dodgers, Braves are up there. That's a team that's blown a lot of leads. That's probably where they're up there. By far, the smallest variance of any team in baseball is the Texas Rangers. It's not even close.
So they win the games they're supposed to win, and they lose the games they're supposed to lose?
Basically means when the Rangers get up in a game and they've got a high win probability, they don't lose. When they're down in a game in win probability, they're never swinging that back their way.
Oh.
And so what I think you're seeing here with this win probability variance
that's
is...
a true 500 team, then.
That's the thing. I think what you're seeing is Texas doesn't have the players to do what it takes to swing a game into their favor quickly. That's what I think you see. I mean, you literally swing the game in their favor. To me, that's a massively troubling stat where it's like if Texas at 500... is just so down and out. That means a 2-0 game in the ninth inning, or even a 1-0 game. That's a pretty high win probability. That means you don't have the guys to change that at the plate.
That's troubling because you want to be able to hang on to the leads, and they seem to be able to hang on to leads, but you've got to be able to come back in some of these games.
Yeah, and all that means is like I said, that just means you're generally stable either way.
Yeah.
When you're not supposed to win, you're not winning.
I saw this thread over the weekend, and it really kind of hacked me off because it was from a Twitter account, Uncovered MLB. Is it a covered uncovered? And it just starts off with like, I think we need to start asking more questions about the 2023 Rangers and how they managed to pull this off. And it goes on with like, they weren't good leading up to it, and they haven't been good since. Like, make it make sense. And they're like, call me a hater, but if you want, but the Rangers D-backs World Series is the least memorable of the past decade. Nobody talks about it. No major moments. Zero aura. It's like it never happened. And then it goes with the Rangers record by season from 2017 to now. 78-84, 67-95, 78-84, 22-38 in COVID, 60-102, 68-94, 90-72 win, 78-84, 36-39 at this point this year. Investigate 2023. Let everybody know. Travis Jankowski has more World Series rings than Aaron Judge. It's just they're just going down on this. And did someone forget to give Adolis his meds this year? You know, they're basically saying that he's a PED user, and just the haterade about that season. The haterade.
Here's the thing. Texas that year at the plate had an OPS plus of 116. The only thing that was better was the Braves.
So that means they were 16% above league average.
That means they were the best hitting team in the AL, and they were the second best hitting team in baseball.
Yeah.
And then their pitching was just above league average.
Yeah, and look, do you have to get lucky to win a World Series? Yeah.
Sure.
The Braves getting knocked out, and then the Phillies getting knocked out by Arizona, and the Phillies gagging away that series. That's massive.
Texas had the fourth best run differential in baseball that year. It was second best in the American League. They were not a bad team at all. They definitely did. They struggle in September? Yeah, they did.
They did, but and look, I mean, so they popped. They had a one pop year, and then since then, they haven't gotten back to it. I don't know. It's kind of bothered me.
Well, because it's just
haterade.
That's all it is. Which Texas is a weird team. It feels like to just be locked in on as the team that you're despising. I mean, they won. They finished second in the West that year, and they were up for most of the year because that came down to like the very end of the season.
It did. It really did. So I got into it with LSU fan over the weekend.
Why do you do that to Broadus?
Why did I get into it with LSU fan? Well, had nothing to do with this, but LSU is your national champs.
On the ground to second. The flip to the shortstop, Milam. On to first, double play. And the Elite Eighth for LSU. The Tigers have their 8th Men's College World Series championship. LSU, your national baseball champions, with a 5-3 win over Coastal Carolina.
Westwood won with the call. LSU wins the Natty. They deserved it. I think they went undefeated in the entire College World Series. They didn't lose a game in the entire tournament. They snapped. Coastal had like a 26 or 28 game win streak coming into this. They hadn't lost since like April. Like they were just a juggernaut of a team. Well, I got into it with some LSU fans over the weekend. I guess this was on Saturday night. So the LSU pitcher, Cade Anderson, he's like gonna be the number 1 pick or number 2 pick or number 3 pick. Right? He's a top 3 pick. It's a 1-zip game. He has 115 pitches, and they roll him out there again for the 9th inning. And this one game, in and of itself, I would not have had a problem with. This is just a problem, and this has nothing to do with this is just a problem across college baseball. They don't, to me, protect these kids enough.
It's Quinn Matthews again. Remember, he's the Stanford pitcher that threw 160 pitches?
Yeah, now that's
2 years ago.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
No, but I mean, it's the same sort of just like, no, go out there, throw it. Use it up.
Augie was notorious for this at Texas and at Cal State Florida before that. Like he just didn't care. And look, if you don't care about pitch counts, I think they're overrated too. But obviously, Major League Baseball cares. Like they view that as something important.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a pitcher in Major League Baseball that is throwing 130 pitches. Like they don't even have guys throw 130 pitches in a no hitter these days. We had a guy have a no hitter in the sport this weekend. I mean, he was thrown out there, and he was at 103 pitches, and he got pulled. That was on the same day. He had a no hitter, 103. Now, granted, national championship, I get it. This is not about LSU. This is just about college baseball. They don't care. Those coaches don't care about your arm. They don't. They care about their win-loss record, which is fine. They're getting paid to do that. But just remember, if you're a high school pitcher and you get drafted in like the first 5, go pro. They don't care about you.
They'll use your arm up.
They will use your arm up. Don't use your arm up on free baseball.
Yeah, and I mean it does feel a little reckless, putting so many miles on their arm, so to speak. Especially like I said, the Quinn Matthews one a couple years ago got people really worked up.
Yeah, now that's way worse.
It's 160 pitches is a lot.
But I mean, this guy was at 128 pitches in this game. Number 1 projected pick, and he was at 128. He gives up a hit. They leave him in.
Right. Yeah. Did you see Broadus getting into it over the weekend on Twitter over his LSU Tigers?
No.
So
he wasn't the one on that show I was worried about over the weekend on Twitter. My God.
Somebody texted or somebody tweeted at Brian, and shout out to Peyton Russell for showing me this. Thank you, Peyton.
Oh, thanks for throwing me under the bus, Bobby.
You should have said that. If you would have sent the audio email, I would have done it. Somebody tweeted Brian, "Go Tigers, congrats, B." And then they replied back to that. Some other user replied back and said, "Wow, what a shocker! A school whose baseball budget is 5 times the entire athletic budget of Coastal Carolina barely won. Hey, congrats!" So then Brian quoted it and said, "Life got you a little down. The news overseas is a little unsettling, I have to admit."
What a line.
That's a great line. Well done, Broadus.
Brian, nothing gets Brian more worked up than LSU. LSU will get him. That'll get him going.
Yeah. Oh, he absolutely will. It absolutely will get him going. I I enjoyed the College World Series, though. I mean, I think that it's really kind of captivating. And when I was in college, you couldn't even barely find it on TV. It was like just the finals run. Now, dang near the entire tournament is on. They do a great job covering it. It's fun. The young kids really enjoy college baseball. And look, there's emotion, a ton of emotion in it. You don't see, or you've seen less of at the major league level. You're starting to see more of it. But it was a good tournament, and a team like Coastal, can get in there, and they've been in this position before.
Yeah,
Murray State was there. They have an 800-seat stadium. I read that the coach mows the lawn at the stadium. I've heard that be kind of like disputed, but I'm going with it.
It's like the bounce houses at D3 schools, like football, when you see like there's a bounce house in the background and kids are playing. It's
fun.
Charming. The coach has to mow the lawn.
It's charming. It's charming. So, yeah. But there you go. That was me getting into it. And again, it wasn't about LSU. It was just about I just don't think college coaches care enough about your arm the way they should as a pitcher. But whatever. That's just me. All right, that is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. We got that's new music, huh? You got new music Monday?
Yeah, we got some new music coming up, and we've been getting a lot of different requests and stuff like that. Let's see if any of the requests made it. That's next on The Fan.
We're here for you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
costs. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
Eric Chiafalo in the building already. He is showing up early. He is ready to go. He's got a full show today.
He does.
I don't know what he's going to do with 4 hours. They don't have 4 hours.
Probably tweet.
Tweet, yeah, he might be tweeting.
Yeah, I guess.
Tweeting today. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. He's looking in. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. Sean is out this week. Not paternity leave. He is done with paternity. This is regular vacation. He still has all his vacation time. That's so he is out this week. He'll be back next week. So you're stuck with me and Roberto. Hey, we'll pull in Eric at some point.
Oh yeah,
throughout the week if he's in all. I don't know if he's in all week or not. I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're about to talk about some political issues within the state of Texas.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Let's do it. All right. Last night you had an NBA Finals champion be crowned Oklahoma City. They win it, and that was a kind of a. I don't say the game wasn't a letdown. It's just a lot of the air was sucked out of the building early when Halliburton went down with the Achilles, and that just stinks.
And in a game 7,
because there's no way of knowing what happens. Indiana fans will be what if in this forever.
Sure, I don't know that it's totally legitimate.
I mean,
it would have helped. It definitely impacted the game.
They got to game 7.
It impacted the game. If Tyrese Halliburton plays last night, things could be very different.
Yeah, they got to game 7, so
Oklahoma City didn't play great last night either.
No. Yeah, so they got to game 7, so you can't say they were overmatched in the series. You're in game 7. And when you lose your best player, you're like and really somebody who controls the flow of the offense, that's just going to be more difficult.
Would that have taken bets off the board?
What do you mean?
Would that have changed? If Halliburton went down and there were people who bet on the game, does that change anything with the bets on the game?
No, he played.
Even if he went down that early in the first quarter?
I mean, look, I had Indiana win the series money line, right?
Because they have pulled some stuff off the board before, right? When somebody's gotten injured early in a game.
So if you bet, if you bet on a player prop,
so a Halliburton player prop would have been changed.
No, because he started, he played.
Oh well,
yeah, you would have to be taken out beforehand
because it was 7 minutes.
I know it's nothing. It's nothing. Yeah, look, there may be some that say players got to play X amount, but I don't see much of that. But it stinks for Indiana. Like I said, they're going to what if this forever. But OKC was clearly a deserving champ, and they were the best team all year.
Yeah, so no fluke about it. They deserve it.
Right, I'm not asterisking their title. But if I was Indiana, I think you have the right to what if this thing.
Yeah,
people are killing their hats. Did you see that?
I didn't notice them. Let me look.
The championship hats. Cube's son O'Shea is said, bro, what is the NBA doing? I'll tell you what they're doing, man. That is the perfect hat. So it's an NBA champ. It just says champions in cursive. Got a small logo and it's got the rope.
Oh my God.
And I'm a big fan of the rope. I like the rope.
I don't like the rope.
Okay,
the rope on the hat.
I like the rope. I like the rope on that. But so it's got the rope. And it looks like a trucker hat. I'm like, man, it fits. It's Oklahoma, and Love's is their sponsor.
Yeah, it fits. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't. It's boring. It looks really boring. You don't think that looks boring? It's just champions.
It's a little boring,
especially for the logo to be so small relative to champions being spelled out.
It's a little.
It's shouldn't this emphasize who actually won instead of just little it looks like a little footnote.
But all hats, I think all championship. Remember the Rangers one had just the big World Series thing, right? It was just it's just that.
And then they hung up a bed sheet for their pennant or whatever.
All right, we got a couple of laws passed at the state.
Yeah, we did. Well, one that was passed, one that didn't get through. I'll let you talk about the one that didn't get through here in just a second. I'll talk about the one that is going through.
I'm talking about that, huh?
Texas, yeah, that feels more up your alley than mine. Texas bill banning K through 12 students from using cell phones during school hours has now been signed into law, which certain schools and districts have banned the use of cell phones by students during the day, but now we have an actual uniform policy. It's not even policy, it's law. But this is something that I know, at our schools, which we're in Louisville ISD. LISD, I'm pretty sure that's a district policy. If it's not, it's definitely a policy at the schools we're at that the kids aren't allowed to have their phones out during the day. Not allowed to mess with them. Not at all. Are your kids allowed to have their phones at school? Before this law. Now they're not.
Yeah,
but are they allowed?
My kids, they text me during in the hall.
And are they allowed to do that?
I don't know if they're allowed to. But
we're not trying to narc on them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're allowed to, but they do.
Like Jacob couldn't use the phone, not even in like passing period or anything.
So I mean, my man, I get on my son because he's got like his headphones on, and he's like, I'm in class, my headphones are on. I'm like, what do you mean your headphones are on during class?
How are you supposed to hear?
Yeah, I was like, take your headphones off during class. Everybody has them on. I'm like, take your headphones off.
Are they just working off of like basically like work stuff off the iPad? Or are they not actually being taught?
I honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. I hate to say, does any dad know what's going on with their kids' school? Like, honestly?
I mean, I know they banned the cell phones.
Huh?
No, I think it depends on what.
Do you know your kids' teachers' names?
I mean, they have 8 different teachers.
Exactly, that's true. Yeah,
yeah.
But my ex-wife knows all their names.
In elementary, they don't. But yeah, in middle school, she's got like 8 teachers.
Yeah, my kids, same thing.
So
I knew their names in elementary school, but it was like it would take me a second. Like, do I know the?
I mix up.
Is it Mrs.? What year was that?
All the time, I will mix up like. Oh wait, isn't so and so her teacher? It's like, no, that's the principal. I thought so and so is the principal. Nope, that's the assistant principal.
Right.
Well, I thought so and so is the assistant.
Exactly.
No, that is that's like the superintendent. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. I clearly have all those names mixed up. But yeah, when they get to middle school, it's just a bunch of. But now they're not. This is actually a bill that's now been signed into law. House Bill 1481 has banned the use of cell phones during school hours. It's been signed into law by Greg Abbott, and this has actually been passed. There's 8 states that have enacted similar bans over the last few years, including both red and blue states. So Arkansas and California have both enacted this, and now Texas joins it. So it's sort of a bipartisan issue that they're saying we want the cell phones out of the schools. I get it for the most part, but I also think like the idea of if something's going on, my kid needs to like reach out to me about something like, hey, can I do this or get this? Like, I would like them to be able to have access to the
they
phone to
cannot
do that.
bring them into school?
They can have them. They have to put away. They can't get them out at all. They can't use them.
All right. But, if there's I'll tell you this. I don't know if you had this at your school.
No, if you just need to reach out, like if she needed to reach out, Addison, about something, she couldn't use a phone to tell me. She would have to go
okay, but
she'd have to email from her school iPad, or she would have to go talk to somebody in the office.
So now, like if there's an emergency, like something happens at the school, like, you can, at least they have it.
Yeah, but they would technically be breaking rules by getting it out.
Right,
they're supposed to go to the office.
There's a threat. Like,
sure.
At least I want that.
Yeah,
so I want them to be able to have it in school. But also, I don't know, like my kids' schools, both of them, there is 0 cell service there. You can't make a call.
Oh, it's pretty bad.
Is it pretty bad?
One of the schools, yeah, especially if I'm having lunch with one of the girls or something. Like in the lunchroom, you can't.
I hate that. Like I'm out. Like I'm trying to text them. I'm outside to pick them up, and like I can't get anything through. It's really, really bad. It's it's just the area around the schools is bad. Seriously, I don't know if that's the reason.
817. I had a science teacher that would let me listen to music on my headphones during class if I had a perfect 100 in her class, and I kept that perfect 100 all the way through the first semester. Look at that. So maybe it's a nice encouragement. What's the other bit of news that broke late last night and kind of surprising, Chop?
Okay, so I had heard something about this, like that there was a bill that was on the books, but Texas Governor Greg Abbott vetoed a bill on Sunday to ban all THC consumables, allowing the booming market flush with infused vapes, gummies, and others to continue to be sold across the state. Is this that Delta stuff? Because we can't have. Right?
This was a ban. Yeah, this was a ban on any THC related products that were being sold.
Okay, but now you could still do it.
This has been vetoed, so it's been shot down for now. So it's still alive for now because Abbott shot it down. But it seemed to surprise some people last night. I know there were some that apparently thought he might do this, but it caught some others off guard. It seemed like.
I mean, look, I think that we, I don't have a problem with marijuana being legalized at all. I think we should legalize it. So that's just me. But I get people that don't want it. But I also think like I should be able to do whatever I want. I'm over 21. I'm 45 years old. If I want to do something, I should be able to do it.
And this was a bill that Dan Patrick was a big supporter of, the lieutenant governor. He was a big supporter of this. So Abbott shooting this down.
I can't keep track of who's in charge.
Abbott's in charge. He shot this down. But a special session has been called now to further discuss the issue. So it'll continue to be debated and discussed. But for now, it goes down. Abbott vetoed it, so it lives another day.
In this news article, it says Texas has some of the strictest marijuana laws in the country, prohibiting all recreational use and providing a limited capacity for medical marijuana. The consumables market has allowed residents to legally access goods, giving a similar high to the Marijucci. The old Marijucci. All right, it is. We've reached the time of the show on a Monday. in the 8:20 segment where we do a little new music, and Bobby Belt will debut the music of the weekend.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
Hopefully these are the 3 biggest hits of the year. I mean, unless you hate them.
All right, write these down. Let's go.
All right, we're going to jump into these songs real quick. There was a lot of new big-time releases on Friday over the weekend, and a lot of big-name artists that had them come out. We have Ed Sheeran, some more from Teddy Swims, and then Benson Boone had one. We'll start with Benson Boone, who I didn't realize. I mean, I'd known he blew up recently. I didn't realize. Did you know he's an American Idol guy?
Is he related to Brett?
I assume so, yeah. I mean,
I didn't know
they're all over there. But I didn't know he's an American Idol guy. This is the latest from Benson Boone, which was the top one streamed, the top new song streamed on Spotify this weekend, Mr. Electric Blue.
Heaven knows it. They made him out of fire and roses with an attitude, but he's sweet enough to put.
It's not bad. He's a little bit of like he's a little bit of a throwback. So
Yeah.
he's not your typical like modern day pop star stuff. It's a little bit more folksy and I don't know, kind of Charlie Puth like. I feel like the way Charlie Puth is.
Charlie.
It's not bad. It's
not terrible.
It's a decent little vibe. We had the Ed Sheeran song from F1 that got released a couple weeks ago. It was okay. I think you guys liked it more than I did.
Yeah.
I like this one a little bit better. This one's called Drive.
Flying through the city, I got God on my side, but the real bullet's not far. Push to the limit, I'll be running all night, getting hit by a cop car.
So it's a little more like grungy, little rocky than more of his stuff. He's typically been the coffee shop acoustic guy.
A coffee shop acoustic
and then kind
guy.
of evolved a little bit, but this one's not bad. He had a song similar to this one, I felt like. It was called Blow that he did with Chris Stapleton a couple years ago that had a similar energy. So he'll drop it on you every now and then. With F1, they're trying to go kind of
I think I hate that song. It sounds like something that like a band that is a cover band would put on their, hey, this is my debut album.
Yeah.
Sounds like something like that.
I don't think it's bad. It's a little cookie cutter, but I don't think it's bad. This is the last one of the weekend. Teddy Swims featuring Dallas's own Big X the Plug. This one is All Gas No Brakes.
You know what I wanna do, my favorite letter, baby, you. All the night, that's how I move, oh yeah. All gas, no brakes.
That's not bad. It's a vibe. It's a little chill.
I think it's the best one of the 3.
Yeah, I think it easily is.
I think it's anything with Big X the Plug I'm in on.
Which I didn't even get to the Big X the Plug part in the song.
No.
But this is this is Teddy Swims. He had the number 1 song on Billboard last year, Lose Control. So he's looking to take over again. He's had 2 songs that we've played recently that were pretty good. So those are your newest songs.
I like that last one. Oh yeah, All Gas No Brakes. Teddy Swims. All right, it is New Music Monday. It's Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. What's coming up next in Below the Belt?
What would you possibly let your child learn from Kelvin Joseph? That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, you're...
Chevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Chop. Bobby, what would you allow Luca and Julian to learn from one boss man fat, a.k.a. Kelvin Joseph?
Would I allow them to?
What would you allow? Like the list of things you might allow them to. When I tased it and said, what would you allow your kid to learn? 469 said, Calvin could teach my kid how to put on a jumpsuit. Like that. So, I mean, like, do you have anything that you would...
Yeah, actually, I think that, I would want my kids to learn from somebody who did wrong.
That's good. As long as there was remorse there, right?
I think
like you wouldn't just want to hear from somebody who's like, yeah, I don't regret any of that.
Right. Like, how to stay out of trouble. I'm a firm believer that, you want to get marriage advice, go to somebody who's been married like 3 times.
Okay.
Like I want to, if I want to help, if I have a drug habit, I want to help kick it. I want to go somebody who's already kicked it. As opposed to somebody who's never done it before.
I can understand, but you also wouldn't go to somebody for like, hey, tell me how to kick this drug habit while you're shooting up or something.
Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. All right, this had to be the most, I'm not going to say who it is. A friend of ours, though, sent me this. This had to be the most tone-deaf thing I've ever seen.
Did you follow?
No. Kelvin Joseph put out there, the Kelvin Joseph Foundation was hosting a free youth football camp in Louisiana this past weekend. Okay. So he's putting it on for the kids. I don't know what he's going to teach them about football. I mean, he played a lot of special teams. Probably could teach him how to be a gunner, I would imagine. Run down on punt coverage. But this is something where, and if you look at it, this is the second year in a row he's done this, where he's put on this camp, and it's this very vague. This is what the mission statement of his foundation is. It says that the foundation impacts the youth by providing opportunities with tools to define their knowledge and visions. Could you interpret that for me? They impact the youth by providing opportunities with tools to define their knowledge and visions. Usually there's something like, we help single moms out. We're going to give them money. I don't know what kind of laundering definition this is.
Yeah, I think they could have used, I think if they threw the word ignite in there, that would have helped.
Yeah, something like that.
Right? So, instead of define, ignite. Ignite their knowledge.
If I break down every word of this, I still don't know what it means. It's like...
We help single moms out.
So what is the name? What do you do? Well, we're going to give them a bunch of opportunities. What kind? Well, the kind you need tools for.
The kind you need tools for to define your knowledge and vision.
Tools to do what? Define their knowledge. The hell is defining your knowledge? Oh, right. Defining their visions, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, how did I, guys, we have ChatGPT. At least put it into that or something.
Oh, my God. That's a great mission statement, man.
But, man, this is
top 5.
It legitimately came up as a debate. I was talking about this with a friend. That's why I bring it up. Knowing everything that Kelvin Joseph has been involved with or been accused of, whatever else, would you, knowing this was let's say this was around the corner from your house and your kid was like, there's a football camp around the corner, it's free. Would you let your kid attend this?
Look.
Given everything he's been tied to. I understand it. And I understand he hasn't been convicted yet either. But knowing the associations and everything else, and the likelihood is nothing is going to happen there. He's going to just get football training in that environment. But is there anything to you that says, I'm uncomfortable with that guy right now, given what we've seen from him teaching my kid anything, even if it's just going to be football?
I'll be honest. My kids go to a lot of camps. My kid's at a camp right now. All right, my youngest one is. I have no idea who the camp counselors are, what their qualifications are. I don't know what their, have they gone through a background check? I have no idea. None.
Right. But you do know this one, which is why it would stand out.
Okay, it would stand out. But no, it's a football camp. It's an NFL guy. Can he teach my kid how to play football? Yes. That's pretty much.
He was an NFL guy. Then he was a UFL guy. Now he's not even a UFL guy.
No, but he was in the league. He was in college. See, I think what a lot of people mess up here with these camp things is that most think that like, oh, my kid's going to go to the league. No, like your goal as a parent is like, get your kid to high school, and then anything beyond that they do on that's on their own. And like, it's not just about getting you in the NFL. Can he get you to college? Can he teach you stuff about the game that other people couldn't? So I would have no problem.
Game. Some of the stuff we're getting on the dangerous. By the way, the thing that really has stood out, we're getting some feedback on whether or not they would let their kid do this. But the thing we're really getting feedback on, Chop, is 940 early nomination for worst take. RJ saying he's going to someone who's been married 3 times for marriage advice. Then we've got 832. That sounds awful. My wife's mom has been married 5 times. I don't want any marriage advice for her. They're pushing back on your marriage advice from the 5-time divorce.
This is what happened. They're taking it too literally. They're taking it just too literally. You got it. Part of it is knowing what not to do.
Okay. And I would understand that if you actually learned from it. You got
to learn from it. Yeah, you got to learn from it.
That's what it depends on. All right, Below the Belt here on 105 through the Fan, which is brought to you, by the way, by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Tom Brady, he has been there's a problem here that's coming, Chop, and Tom Brady's going to have to give up the Fox job is what I'm learning here. So
you think so?
Yeah, so here's the thing is that you remember we had this issue early on where we were hearing that there was pushback from teams about why is like Tom Brady's got this advantage of he gets to be down on the field, talk to people in his capacity as a broadcaster, have these conversations. It gives him a competitive advantage he's not supposed to have as somebody who's in a front office executive position, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Raiders consistently just keep going like, he doesn't even really do anything. What are y'all talking about? Well, then we get an article from The Athletic that talks about, the GM runs everything by him. Everything's basically just got to be rubber stamped by him.
Yeah.
He's essentially the veto pen. He's Abbott with the THC, Bill.
There you go.
He can rubber stamp it or he can veto it. And you remember when we hear all that, man, this is how involved he is. And then it's like, well, okay, why didn't you guys take Shedeur Sanders if that's Brady's guy? And what did Brady say? He's like, I'm not really involved.
Right.
I don't really have anything to do with the quarterbacks. Well, now comes the news from Pro Football Talk. Tom Brady was opposed to the Raiders signing Sam Darnold. This is what Florio writes. He says, it's not necessarily new, but it's worth mentioning. In a recent item from Mike Silver of The Athletic regarding quarterback Sam Darnold's latest fresh start in Seattle, Silver reports that Raiders minority owner Tom Brady didn't want to pursue Darnold as the team's next quarterback. That meshes with the reporting that emerged after Matthew Stafford decided to stay in L.A. Brady and Raiders GM John Spytek weren't enamored with the other veteran options, while the coaching staff wasn't thrilled with the idea of targeting and developing a rookie. Geno Smith became the compromise candidate, given his clear connection to Coach Pete Carroll. Why is he able to continue to do this, given his position on the air?
Well, because he's an owner.
Right. But that's as an owner. And then they're trying so hard publicly to make it look like he's not involved.
Right.
I've been rewatching The Wire, okay? And I know you've never seen The Wire.
I've not.
But one of the things they always make the point of is they're like, they're trying to get whoever it may be, Marlo Stanfield or Avon Barksdale or one of these guys running drugs in the city. And what they always say is they're like, you're not getting that guy in the room with like drugs on the table. You're not going to walk in on a bust and they're standing there. They're the kingpin. They're never going to be in the room with drugs. You're not going to get them on the phone lazily talking about stuff. You're probably never going to be able to wiretap them on the phone because that's not how they operate. They are the kingpin. They are meant to be like removed from the situation, very visibly removed from the situation. Brady's like the opposite of that. Brady's like, you're supposed to be the kingpin, and Brady's like, hey, what are we doing here? Do you guys need help unpacking the drugs onto the table? Like, he's so clearly involved and so clearly making decisions while at the same time trying to look like, I'm not really involved in the day-to-day operations. That's why I can continue to do my broadcasting. He has to pick one.
Man, I struggle with this topic because, like, we've never seen it before. We've just never seen it before. But we are approaching the player era of ownership, team ownership.
Sure.
And these guys are going to want to get into other avenues too.
But it seems like a very simple, but you can't do both of these. Pick one of them. It's not like they're saying he can't do both of them. Like it's not like, well, you can't. Yeah. We're banning you from being an owner and banning you from being a broadcaster. It's like, no, just pick. Like, you need to pick one.
So does he? So you think there's a clear conflict of interest?
Yes.
And that would be
not specifically with the Darnold situation. It's just another example of he's clearly involved in the decision making. There's way too much intel and lobbying and tampering that can be done in his role as a broadcaster if he's also a decision maker. If you're a minority owner, I own a stake. It's not a problem for me to be on the field and talk to somebody. I'm not influencing anything. When you are clearly influencing organizational operations and you're able to go down and get in somebody's ear on the football field because of your access as a broadcaster, that's a problem.
Okay, let me ask you this. What if Phil Knight bought an NFL team? Or whoever owns Gatorade bought an NFL team?
It's a different operation because it's like, to me, you're talking about with Phil Knight, and maybe with Gatorade it might be different. I don't know, just because of whatever their sponsorship stuff is. And I know Nike has sponsorship deals too, but
isn't Nike still the uniform?
Right. So the thing that is different to me about it would be just the fact that Brady is there as like access to the players and discussion. Like Phil Knight or whoever the Gatorade guy is, they're a businessman who they could probably get an audience and in front of somebody. That's not going to be the same as like somebody leaning in your ear like Tom Brady and going like, "Hey, what are you doing after this season?" Like, would you come to the?
But how would it be different than, like, let's just say Phil Knight owned the Seahawks, right? And Dak goes in there because Dak's the Nike guy, right, Jordan? And he's like, "Hey, I know we got this night. I know you're with the Cowboys, but what? When your contract's up, why don't you come over here and play for Seattle? And you can."
Yeah, I mean that would be tampering. He'd get in trouble for
tampering.
it. But they wouldn't block him from being an owner. He wouldn't be allowed to do that. Brady's job requires him to talk to these people. Like it's part of the job is gathering the intel, doing. Now I know he's not sitting in on the pre-production meetings, but then he is on the field and he's talking to people. He's talking about, I was down on the field earlier talking to this person, and that's fine. It's not like it's unreasonable to think Tom Brady shouldn't be able to talk to somebody, but the idea that the position that he's in and how they're so clearly the Raiders trying to make it look like he's not involved when he's 100% involved.
He's involved. There's no doubt. I mean, I just look at it like he's Tom Brady. If Tom Brady goes onto, if Tom Brady's if he's not broadcasting, he's just an owner. He's still Tom Brady.
Right.
He's still there would be an audience with everybody.
But but there would be a closer eye kept on him. It would stand out to the league more. Why are you talking to players on other teams so much? Yeah. Whereas right now, I'm talking to him because I'm doing a broadcast. I have to.
Yeah, and he would say, I'm talking to him because I'm Tom Brady.
And that's what teams are going to start having to push back on. More and more teams are going to start. My prediction, here's my bold prediction for the NFL season. By season's end, some team, we're going to hear a report or there will be an official complaint that some team is saying that Tom Brady tampered with their player pregame.
That's going to happen.
I think we're going to get an accusation of it. Whether it's legit or not, I think a team is going to accuse Brady of doing it.
Yeah, I don't disagree that they're going to have that. Someone's going to accuse that. I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking, like, if Tom Brady is just the owner of the Raiders and he calls up the Titans and says, "Hey, I want to come to your game with a field pass," they're going to give him a field pass. He's Tom Brady,
right? They're going to, but they are going to. It's going to be a lot easier for them to spot. Oh, you were accused of tampering with. Throw out a net. CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
You were accused of tampering with CeeDee Lamb. We saw you were down on the field as an owner. You were not a broadcaster. You were down there talking to CeeDee Lamb before the game.
Okay,
what was that conversation?
I understand.
Whereas now he could just say, "I had to talk to him before the game."
Yep. Philo.
D-Belt.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Red Zone. We have got Crosstalk, the KNC Masterpiece. And we have a new, it's a new foe, a new rival in state. Kevin Durant going to Houston, traded the morning of Game 7. Let's talk to Reggie Atatula.
Got that, Reggie?
Buddy. Right.
I mean, like, this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. Sean is on vacation this week. He gets a lot of time off. But again, it's not paternity leave, normal vacation. We have an NBA champion. It is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now you have permission to start your "Do we have a dynasty brewing?" conversations. Can't do that when they hadn't won a title yet. People were trying. But now you've got the permission to be able to do that.
Oh, I mean, we can start with Houston, too, since they're about to launch this dynasty with KD, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Allegedly. And then, I don't know, maybe the Cooper Flag dynasty starts.
And maybe the Cooper Flag
chest
dynasty.
pass Gerald Wallace. Or bounce pass Gerald Wallace. I can't remember which one I called him to Reggie.
You called who?
I called Cooper Flag bounce pass Gerald Wallace just to troll Reggie.
Reginald Attitude joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Our old buddy, our old pal. Good morning, brother. What's up, man?
Hey, man, it's good to be on with you. Although I will notice, I knew immediately when Bobby was like, "Hey, would you like to come on?" I was like, "Sean's out of town now, isn't he?"
If I ask, like, if I'm booking guests, it's because I got to do it.
Okay, all right.
So, yeah.
I'll. It doesn't hurt my feelings, but I'm always happy to be on with you.
All right, so Bobby is. I mean, he's saying Houston clearly won the trade. This is a. Maybe not quite a dynasty brewing, but like obviously they put themselves in a better position. What was your initial reaction? Did they win the trade? All the things.
Absolutely won the trade. It took me a second because when you're when you're in it, you look at, oh man, I really like what Dylan Brooks brings. When it comes to the tenacity and everything. And I was like, wait, what am I doing right now? No, this is a banger of a win, right? You gave up Jalen Green, who we're still trying to see if he can be like a high-level all-star kind of player, and he'll go figure that out himself. Dylan Brooks is a nice role guy who does have the tenacity, but what are we talking about here? You had Kevin Durant scored 26 points a game, 26 plus a game in his age 36 season when it was him, Devin Booker, and dudes. Like, this is absolutely a great acquisition for the Rockets, a team that needed offense in the worst way, that still needs to figure out their offense, to be entirely honest, but at the very least, if you go, hey, Kevin Durant, still one of, if not the best jump shooters in the league, here, have the basketball when we need you to get a bucket. That's a huge thing that they need, especially when it came down to like winning in the playoffs. That was the thing that they needed greatly, and that gives them a great opportunity now, as evidenced by the odds. RJ, I know you're a betting man.
Yep.
They now have the second best odds to be the NBA champion. Of course, it's very early on, but it's in large part because they answered a big question that they needed.
So wait, it's OKC and then Houston or is that just in the West?
No, that is NBA championship odds, of course, which is helped along by the fact that we had 3 dudes end up with Achilles injuries this past in this playoffs. When you talk about Dame Lillard, Jason Tatum, and now Tyrese Halliburton, those teams are not going to have those significant players in the East. So you look at the East and you go, who's really challenging? That's a question out there. Right? Is it the Knicks? They don't even have a coach right now. And then you look at the West, and the Rockets were number 2, and they just added a superstar caliber player. I think that's how you end up in that space.
We were talking about it earlier. Obviously, the key piece here, other than the draft picks, everybody's just trying to stack up draft picks. But when you look at the key piece here, people are going like, all right, yeah, they give up Green, and he was somebody who I think for a lot of people on the surface looks like, all right, he's a 20-point per game guy. Like I know who that is. He was a former big time pedigree player. But he was pretty inefficient last year for the most part, and it was something where when I looked at it, I was like, to me, that's a sacrifice you can make. You're giving up a pest in Brooks who shot the ball better last year than he has in recent years. But man, Jalen Green at the end of the season last year, that was concerning into the playoffs where he's putting up 7-point games in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's where this team is. The Rockets are a team where they're trying to move from being an 82-game team to a 16-game team. I think you know what I mean when I say that. They want to be a playoff contributor, and in order to be a contender, you need guys that are going to be consistent. Consistency is the word when it comes to Jalen Green. He has the capability of being a 3-level scorer. Does he do it consistently, and can he do it at any given time when you need it? And that's a huge question that I think a lot of people in Houston have actually already given up on. I don't know if that's entirely correct, but I also don't think that's something you can wait on, because in the NBA and in a lot of these sports, these windows are a lot shorter than we think they are. How many times do we see a champion go, they're going to be here for 5-6 years, and then in 2 years, they're in the bottom of the league or what have you, or in the middle or what have you, right? Like these things don't open up that long. And so I was very much an advocate for go and make something happen. And they made it happen for the low. They still control Phoenix's draft into the future with the 27 and 29 first round picks, nor did they have to, and they didn't have to give up Jabari Smith Jr. or Tari Eason, a couple of the young, talented guys that they've been able to accumulate with all the draft picks that they had from being bad. So yeah, man, this was easy decision.
So are they going to give him the long-term? I mean, he's old.
He is old, age 37 season, loading in this one. I don't know, which is funny. And the interesting thing that I'm going to discuss a little bit later on today on our show In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 is that even a necessity? Like, if he is a rental, is that okay? Because of how little you had to give up, if you get age 37 season of Kevin Durant, is that cool? I could easily, and if I had to guess, like the larger percentage for me says that they do sign him to an extension, maybe a 2-year deal that sees him in like the $50 to $55 million a year range. But I think that you could probably make an argument that even without that, like get him for a year, help you continue to push your offense forward, find who you are, and you can let him on his way if you really wanted to. But I would lean towards, yes, that they sign him to an extension, especially because he does not have to be foundational in what you have. You still have a lot of young talent.
Reggie Atatula joining us here on 105 through the fan. Okay, so the Rockets, you said, second best odds right now in the West, according to Vegas, or in the NBA, according to Vegas. Mavericks, of course, got their dream. They win the lottery. They get the number 1 pick. They are slated to pick Cooper Flagg. In fact, they already did it. If you saw what KG tweeted out last week, where they accidentally put that up on the website. The Mavs with Flagg, with Kyrie coming back hopefully by the second half of the season sometime, but coming off of a knee injury at his age. Anthony Davis with his questions. How do you view Dallas right now heading into next season with Flagg in the mix? And what do you think is the best case scenario for what that team could look like if Kyrie's healthy? Like, how does that team function? And what do you think is realistic for Dallas heading into next year?
They are a team that has a huge delta between those two things that you discussed, right? Like this is a incredible in theory type team, which is one of the reasons why everybody in Dallas has right to bang on Nico Harrison, right? Anthony Davis, when he is healthy, is a monster. You have 3 starting centers, which pose incredible difficulties. In fact, the Houston Rockets thank the Dallas Mavericks, because you remember it was the debut for Anthony Davis where y'all were running out 2 bigs that forced the Rockets into playing Şengün alongside Steven Adams, and that figured out one of the better combinations the Rockets had. Like, they pose real challenges to teams, in addition to the fact that, like, you have length all the way up. You can play really big. And then if Kyrie is out there, he's a great playmaker, and we know he's one of the best, if not still the best difficult shot makers in the league. The problem is a whole bunch of dudes that I don't know if they're going to show up to work because it's a lot of injuries. Plus, again, that size cuts both ways. Are you going to be able to match up with some of these teams that have a lot of versatility? We're looking at 2 teams that just faced off in the finals that have a lot of versatility. Hell, Casey Wallace was out here guarding bigs. And so are you going to have guys that can guard on the perimeter? AD likes playing 4. Are you going to be able to guard Pascal Siakam? Right? Those types of things are questions that I think show up for this Mavericks team. And so the age difference and the ways in which those guys maybe aren't healthy is the thing that I continue to look at. But if they are healthy and everything is cohesive, which is a huge if, like it's a really fun basketball team for the short term. That's a big question that exists. And I wouldn't be the one to try and call it because Anthony Davis has been injured more often than not. Kyrie Irving coming off of an injury at an advanced age. Klay Thompson, is he even capable of being a starter anymore?
He can knock down some of the open shots every now and then.
You can't rely on
I don't think he signed up for no Luka and no Kyrie, though, when he signed here. When he decided to
I don't blame him for that, but it's just these are all the questions that now the Mavericks have to answer. And also, that thing about, hey, what are you going to do for point guard for the maybe 60 games that Kyrie isn't playing?
Would you, and I know they're not going to, and they should, I don't think they should, but would you entertain moving the pick at all? Like, what would it cost you to move the pick?
I would not entertain moving that pick. Now, here's the tough part about that. And if you were leaning fully into the direction of Nico Harrison, he is playing for right bleeping now, right? Like there is no vision for the future. And so in theory, a number 1 overall pick, as good as Cooper Flagg projects to be, is not necessarily a right bleeping now move. Like move that to get some assets for right now. Except I don't know that that's a smart move. And especially when you traded away a face of the franchise, Cooper Flagg is the type of player where look, people were talking about y'all having it rigged because here is another guy that can be a face of the franchise that you could put up in Love Field and DFW, right? Like just like Luka was. I think that matters so much more. And if you are willing to believe and take at face value, which you shouldn't be, the idea that they did not think and realize how hard it would hit the DFW community if they traded Luka, you better not make that mistake twice. You know what I mean? Like, again, trying to win it is important, but trying to have a guy who has the capability of being a superstar in this league for a good amount of time, especially since he's 18 bleeping years old, you better sign him, man.
We had this, Sean has brought this up. We've kicked it around a little bit some of these times. Over the next 3 years, let's say, you project it. Let's say Kyrie comes back healthy and he maintains health for the next few years. Okay. And then everything else is just projection. But he comes back healthy. Over the next 3 years, are we saying that the Lakers or the Mavericks are a better basketball team?
Oof. You know what's funny? A factor that plays into this is the fact that the Lakers sold for $10 billion over the, or at least a valuation of $10 billion. Because I was listening to Zach Lowe talk about this. And the Lakers have the advantages that we've talked about, right? The glitz and glam of LA, the comfort, all those things. They've been a mom and pop shop that has not been able to do all the other things on the periphery when it comes to spending money. Now they got that with the, the Dodgers owner, was it Mr. Walter or what have you? I think that actually allows them to get a little bit smarter and a little bit better. And they have the superstars in tow. I think they're going to be better about finding those additional pieces around the periphery and saddling them around Luka Doncic to the point where I do think that the Lakers would be in a better place. Because again, the Mavericks traded what felt like a team that was situated to have a nice long haul for a team that is kind of brittle and is a right now team. And even if you talk about Kyrie being healthy or what have you, I'm not certain that kind of fixes and over indexes all the other things that we're talking about, like how do they match up with various different teams, even though I think that they're going to be fun and that it would be an interesting thing to watch. I'm not betting on that versus what I think the Lakers have with nice young talent and then an opportunity to maybe get smarter about the ways that they put things around it.
All right, so I jokingly told you a couple weeks ago through text, I was like, I trollingly called Cooper Flagg bounce past Gerald Wallace today. He said, boy, I would have lit you up. So I'm going to give you the opportunity now. Tell me why bounce past Gerald Wallace is so good.
I can't believe you're doing this.
I'm trolling, but I'm going to give you the chance to tell me why Cooper Flagg is as good as he is.
I mean, it's a dude who has, one, you talk about the body, right? The body profile. Because one of the things we talk about that we should talk about with young players is the ability to play with adults, right? That is usually a big tell. Like if you hear the legends of great basketball players, one of my favorite genres of those stories is the dude that's like 15 playing in the open run with NBA players. That's Cooper Flagg, right? That is Cooper Flagg as of right now. His body is still developing, and he already has the size and the ability to do that. Plus, like when it comes to being a really good basketball player early, I think the additional level of things, especially that we don't see a lot as much in American players, is the ability to play like more team-based basketball, like being a good, having good vision, being a good offensive hub and distributor. He already has that, right? Like that is the thing that Mark Cuban came out was like, AAU is ruining American basketball. He's got that stuff in tow. He has to get better as an individual scorer. And assuming that the rumors that I've seen are not true and God does not leave, like that's one thing the Dallas Mavericks have had is a development staff that's capable of making dudes even better in that regard. You have a great profile, a great foundation. He's still young and able to develop. I think that, man, the sky's the limit because the starting point is already so damn high with him. And one of the toughest things to figure out is defense, and he has that in tow as well. Like he's either got the pieces or like the skills or the baseline for the skills that are necessary to be like a 5-tool type player.
Thank you, Reggie. Appreciate it, man.
Love you guys.
Got that, Reggie? Love you.
Atatula, Houston, former friend. Still friend.
Not former friend. He's
still friend.
Oh, look, he just heard that in his
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. That's not here anymore. Right? Not here.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so somebody did notice, though, on the fan text, they're like, man, he already referred to Dallas as y'all.
I know.
They're like, that hurts. Reggie already sees us as y'all.
Very bummed.
We love Reggie.
We got the Red Zone coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, Choppy, we got the rest of the NFL all-quarter century team from ESPN. We did this earlier today during the Expressway. We did the offense first. This is from Aaron Schatz and Seth Walder, the analytics guys over at ESPN, where they picked a 53-man roster of players from the last 25 years. They can have started their careers in the 90s, but they had to play into the 2000s and have the majority of their success in 2000. So we ran through the offense, some of the offensive things in there, like not having Adrian Peterson anywhere on the team, not having LaDainian Tomlinson on the main roster, no Larry Fitzgerald like you talked about.
No Witten.
Let's see if the, that was another big one. Let's see if the defense is equally as offensive. 4 edge rushers make the roster and then 2 on the practice squad.
4 edge rushers make the roster.
And Peyton, feel free to throw out some names here too.
J.J. Watt.
J.J. Watt is not with the edge rushers. We're going to get to that here in a second.
So is he?
He is on the roster.
Line or outside linebacker?
He's on generic defensive line. Like it's this versatile defensive lineman roster spot they gave to. So that's technically correct, but not edge rusher.
Is Miles on there?
Myles Garrett is on here.
So this is just edge.
Yep, edge rushers only.
Is he first team?
Yep.
Is DeMarcus Ware on there?
Yes.
Is Von Miller on there?
Von Miller is nowhere on this list.
That's interesting.
Very surprising. They're just going after DFW guys. LaDainian Tomlinson, Von Miller. They're just attacking them.
So am I to believe that no outside linebackers are on this, or are they counting that?
They're counting them as edge rushers.
Okay. Is Terrell Suggs?
Terrell Suggs is not on the list. I think big number 69.
I'm terrible with numbers.
Guy played spent time in Minnesota, Kansas City.
Allen.
Jared Allen. Got it. Okay, and then we've got one more on the starting group. Former number 2 overall pick. Had a big college basketball career, too.
Oh, Peppers.
Julius Peppers. Got it. I'll just throw you the practice squad members. Michael Strahan.
Wow.
And TJ Watt. TJ Watt over Von Miller for you, Chop. I know you love seeing that one.
Yeah, I don't know that you can do that.
All right,
so look at it real quick. The Pro Football Hall of Fame monitor, which I really like. Evaluate. Yeah. TJ is well below the average Hall of Fame outside linebacker. Now he's got room to go still, right? Because he's got years to play. But I mean, he's behind Khalil Mack. He's behind Von
10,000
Miller.
degrees.
He's behind Suggs. There you go. All right.
Or it's 1,000 degrees. Never mind. All right. Defensive tackles. We got 4 of them, and then 2 on the practice squad. From ESPN, this is their all-quarter century team list.
All right, Donald.
Aaron Donald is on there.
Kevin Williams.
Kevin Williams is honorable mention practice squad.
Sue?
No. One of these guys is kind of a defensive end, defensive tackle hybrid, and has just recently signed with a new team for like his 18th season.
Cam Hayward?
Cam Hayward's honorable.
Okay. I don't know.
Calais Campbell is the other one. And then we got one more defensive tackle, current player, probably
Chris
the
Jones.
best. Chris Jones, best one. And then you've got a nose tackle in the defensive tackle group. Pure run stuffing, big guy.
Sue was what?
Sue was not on here.
Not on here at all.
Mm-mm. One more defense tackle, and this is a nose tackle. This is a big run stuffing, jovial guy. He likes to wear suspenders. Or wore overalls, not suspenders. Wore overalls to practice one time, very famously, on Hard Knocks.
I don't know.
Vince Wilfork.
Oh.
Defensive tackle from the New England Patriots and Houston Texans. All right, let's go to the linebackers now. You have 5 linebackers. These are traditional linebackers with 1 practice squad member.
Did they put Ray Lewis in here?
Ray Lewis is here. He is the only AFC linebacker.
Kuechly.
Luke Kuechly is here.
Bobby Wagner.
Bobby Wagner's here. Look at this, ace in it. Next, we got NFC South currently playing, and then we've got NFC North.
NFC North.
Mm-hmm. Played safety in college.
NFC North. Urlacher.
Got it. Brian Urlacher. And then the last one, this is NFC South currently playing. Tampa.
Oh, God.
Peyton, you got a guess?
I'm drawing a blank here.
No.
Guys, come on. Levante David. And then the practice squad linebacker is another Buccaneers linebacker, very famous for being the drop guy in the Tampa 2 system. Picked off a lot of passes as a linebacker on the Super Bowl team.
In 02?
Hall of Famer.
Who was on that 02 team? Derek Brooks?
Derek Brooks, you got it. All right, so the defense has not been as offensive yet as the offensive side of the ball.
It hasn't been.
The edge rushers were a little controversial. We got 5 corners. This is where, in fact, let's skip corner. Let's just go to safeties first, and then we'll come back to corners. Because I know you said the corners were going to be of interest to you. We got 4 safeties here and 1 practice squad.
Okay.
ESPN's all-quarter century team list.
Ed Reed.
Ed Reed is number 1.
Ed Reed's got to be on there.
I believe Bill Belichick called him the best player or the best safety he's ever seen.
Okay, so Woodson didn't play enough years as a safety.
Yeah, like 2 years. He only played 2 years into the 2000s, 2-3 years.
Oh, Palomalu?
Troy Polamalu is on here. You got the first 2. Boy, the next one on the list is somebody who we get irritated that he's thought of so much more highly than
John
Derek.
Lynch?
Nope, not on this list at all. But
because he was more early.
This is a good player, but it's still like people were like, yeah, come on, because he played in the same division, so it was very easy to compare. Dark visor.
Dawkins?
Brian Dawkins, got it. And then the final one is a Legion of Boom guy.
Oh, Cam?
No.
Oh, Earl
Thomas. Goodbye, Earl. And then the practice squad one, I'm just going to throw it out there because you're not going to get it because he spent most of his career as a corner. It's Charles Woodson.
I said Woodson.
You didn't say Woodson.
Earlier, I said Woodson's going to be on. Did he not play enough?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Darren Woodson.
Oh, no.
This is Charles Woodson, yeah. All right.
Oh, Darren Woodson, I would say Woody.
Okay, there we go. That's it. I'm going to give you the specialist real quick because I don't want to guess through all those. Justin Tucker, Shane Leckler.
Okay, so are you surprised they put Tucker over Vinatieri?
I'm surprised they did it in this day and age, yeah.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yes. Devin Hester is the returner with Cordero Patterson as the backup. Matthew Slater as the special teams ace. Morgan Cox is the long snapper. Now we got corners. Chop, and there are 5 corners on here. 1 practice squad guy.
5 corners. Okay. Did Charles Woodson make the corner list too?
No.
All right. Revis.
Darrell Revis is on here. Darrell Revis.
Is he the first team?
Yes.
Sherman.
Richard Sherman is on here. ESPN's all-quarter century team.
Champ Bailey.
Champ Bailey is on here.
Patrick
Peterson is on here. You're acing this. You still got the practice squad and 1 more very overrated cornerback. Little guy. And I agree with the 817 and 682 and 972. It is pretty bad that there's no Patrick Willis on the linebacker side. I'm guessing it's because he only played 6 years.
Let's see. These are the teams here.
This is a little guy. His brother also played in the NFL.
Barber?
Rondé Barber is the 3rd corner on the list.
Really?
Yep. And the practice squad
I don't know
guy.
about that one.
The practice squad guy is Jalen Ramsey. Now here's kind of my issue with this. Again, if we're just talking about peak performance, since that seems to be what they care about, since they took 3 years of Priest Holmes, how can you not have Nnamdi Asomugha on this list?
Good question.
Literally nobody could throw on Asomugha for about 4 years.
Yeah,
it was not possible. Now, some of the other names that got some pushback from some people that they were like, how does he not get on there? Ty Law was included in this. I always thought Ty Law was a better player than
Ty. I think Ty wasn't a lot of Ty stuff in the 90s.
No,
wasn't he there for the 96 team?
He was, but he made his all pros in the 2000s, and he made 4 Pro Bowls in the 2000s.
Yeah.
To me, that's a better player than Rondé Barber.
Yes, I think so. Asante Samuel had a pop.
Yeah, he was so
brief.
It was so short, so tired. Some of the names that got pushed around as people were like, should have been on there. Some of the names that we saw, Chris Harris.
Chris Harris was really good.
Was one that we saw on there. Another one that I saw some pushback
And you know what? I thought Chris Harris was going to drop off when Champ retired. He didn't.
We saw Aqib Talib get some
Talib
names.
really good.
I honestly would take all of them over Rondé Barber.
I agree.
I always felt like Rondé Barber was massively overrated. Or you know what I would have taken? Charles Woodson as a corner. You can't tell me that all those guys are not better than Rondé Barber. That's where I come down. And here are the coaches that they put on their staff. Bill Belichick is the head coach. Kyle Shanahan is the offensive coordinator. Wade Phillips, defensive coordinator. And Dave Taub as the special teams coordinator.
Oh, wow. So Andy Reid did not get the OC. They gave it to
they're
Kyle
using
Shanahan?
guys. They're giving it to somebody who was an OC during this window. Like Andy was a head coach. So that's why.
Okay. And then Wade, obviously. Yeah, Wade. I absolutely see that.
So
wow, that's great.
That's
stuff.
your all-quarter century team from ESPN.
That's a fun list. Look, people love lists. This is we're
I've
in list.
said it for forever.
Yeah.
Chris Arnold won't stop copying me over it.
No,
But
he won't. We're in list season. This is list season.
Oh, dude, this is peak list season.
This is very
The next
much
4
list
weeks
season.
are list season.
Yes,
bro.
this is list season.
Yeah. It's list season, and it's also gaff season. And I know you've been looking up at this clock trying to drag this segment out as long as you can to not have to play this clip. But we're playing this clip now.
Okay, so this is
you can cut the music now.
the 31 seconds of dead air today or yesterday over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
When Chip Carey, I can't believe we're going to play this, but
He's related to Drew Carey,
I even
right?
asked Hagee, I was like, would you play this? He goes, absolutely, I would play this.
Yeah, I was telling Chop to play it during the segment. He's like, shit. I was like, yes. He's like, I'm going to ask Hagee. I was like, stop it, just play it. And he went and asked him anyway. And Hagee
this
said,
is Chip
play it.
Carey with one of the worst slips you're gonna hear.
Disability Pride Night is Thursday, July 10th, and with the theme ticket, fans take home a Cardinals cap featuring the Disability Pride flag and Cardinals in Braille. Details at cardinals.com/theme.
And what followed was 31 seconds of
silence. And I thought Payton was going to leave it in there, but
no, we can't do it. We can't do 31 seconds of silence. My gosh, this is a very unfortunate slip of the tongue. I'm going to show you during the break. He would kill me if I played it on the air. I'm going to show you a slip up Zach had about a year ago that he was just praying would not be caught. And luckily it did, but I made sure to clip it and I send it to him every so often and it makes him panic. But you know, this just blood ran cold when he said this.
Oh, of course.
It had to.
Of course.
And the dumb thing is the statement that got released where they had to go like, we're not going to punish Chip Carey.
Of course you're not going to punish, because you don't need a statement.
You don't even need to say that. He did. It was clearly he slipped up. There was nothing malicious about what he said.
No, you're reading. It happens. Slater did this with the Tyron Smith.
The bulging disc.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. It's you don't need a statement about it. You don't need to apologize over it.
Right.
That 31 seconds of dead air, though.
Bulging dick.
You'll hear that. You'll hear that. Like baseball announcers, because there's so much downtime, they'll have some dead air because they'll be laughing because of something that happened.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they cut the mic. They did that with a couple of weeks ago. Keith Hernandez
did that.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't talking about the hot dog.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's unfortunate. Chip Carey. Oh, boy. Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece is next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Semien sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It is Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden. We've got...
Where the hell's Sean?
Where the hell is Corey?
Yeah,
where the hell's Corey? Vacation.
Where the hell's Mike?
It doesn't work.
Where the hell's Alec?
Yeah, where's Alec?
He's probably still hungover.
There we go.
I think he's in the ICU, an IV in his arm.
Man.
So Sean's on vacation, huh? Uh-huh. He's earned it.
Well, you get
I'm just kidding, Sean. I love you.
You get the paternity leave, and then you still get your vacation time.
Right.
That's how it works. You know, it's like I said, it's the one good thing about having kids.
What? Not the love and all of that?
That comes later. Young kids.
Hold on. So you're like, I get paternity leave straight away. The love, we'll get that.
You got to work
down
on
the
it.
road.
Yeah, you got to work on it. You know. You
don't love the kids straight away?
They're kind of ugly.
Oh, my God.
Needy, smelly, pooping.
Needy, yeah. It's like they love you unconditionally early on.
Yeah. They're a little needy in the beginning.
My daughter didn't actually even really like me until probably she was 1.5.
Oh, no.
Man hater.
You know?
She hates men.
When we were living with my parents, I think she liked my dad more than she liked me. Like, Grandpa was that
cool,
guy. No, my dad's that dude. I get it. But it wasn't until we moved out of my parents' house that she was like, okay, I guess I don't really have a choice in the matter. I'm going to go ahead and be nice to this guy.
She voted against the 10 Commandments.
Well, she would never go. She would never go full Clarence.
So how was your weekend, Eric?
My weekend was fantastic.
You had some time on your hands.
Every once in a while,
thou shalt not lie. Was it really fantastic?
I lost how many? I probably lost maybe like 40, 50 followers. So that was pretty good. I don't have enough followers to lose that. So that was like disappointing hindsight.
Why? What did you
do? Clarence Hill decided to jump on I guess there's a new bill in the state of Texas where
we're actually going to break this down. Okay.
Schools are going to have
Oh, you were just joking with that?
No, I really didn't know.
Go ahead. I
mean, I'm familiar with the bill, but I really didn't know that Clarence Hill put something
They disagreed over that bill, and then Eric just decided to pick off every person who jumped at his mentions about it.
Well, because when you get Schmo69 on Twitter that's commenting on something, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to take you seriously, bro.
That was a stressful thing. I had a stressful weekend. Chop was watching baseball. That's always a stressful weekend. There's only one person who had a great weekend, and it's Kevin Hageland. And that's because, yeah, you did. Because you touched a man's soul over the weekend, didn't you?
How'd you go about doing that?
This past Saturday was Will Chambers' last show.
Oh, yes.
And Kevin Hageland, with no intention to, literally something he said 5 years ago, made Will Chambers cry.
Gavin's introducing me to Kevin and Corey. And so I talked with them for a minute, like, hell yeah, I know, because I had never met them. And I met them, and he's like, yeah, Will's going to be, filling in and doing weekends, doing Saturdays and Sundays. And the next day I'm listening to KNC, and Kevin Hageland said, this station, how good this station is, that Will Chambers is doing our weekends. And I've never forgot it, because that was the first time it was talked about. And you don't know always how you land with an audience or with your colleagues. And these are new colleagues. And what that was said right there gave me a confidence going into this that I needed.
Does Will know that when you said it, you were crossing your fingers on the fan cam, or was he listening?
Not true.
Looking into the cameras. I don't think he would have cried if he saw the finger cross.
Not true. Not true.
That was, look at that. You touched us. Did you ever know that meant so much to
No,
him?
I didn't, and I was really appreciative of you sending that to me. And I sent Will a text. I was like, "I love you, man," and I thought that was a delightful moment.
Is that the same clip you sent me?
Yes.
Okay.
Choppy wouldn't listen to it. Choppy's getting weepier in his old age, and he doesn't want to hear emotional things.
I can't listen to a man talk and cry at the same time. It just gets me. I don't want to. I don't want to live like I can't.
Yeah, but at least you didn't have to look at him though. That's
right,
the toughest
I
part.
can't. I don't want to hear it. Like I'm glad he's in his feels. I just don't want to hear it.
Hold on. So you're on your deathbed, and one of your sons is like pouring his heart out about what a great dad you were, and you're like, I'd rather just be dead.
When I'm on my deathbed, my child better tell the story of him going through Sarah's drawer.
No.
Wow. That's what he better tell. He better tell. I want jokes. I want comedy. I want humor at my funeral. I don't want anybody crying over me. I'm not worth crying over.
Maybe they laugh so hard they cry at the funeral.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not. I didn't cry over me.
That's a sad thing.
I didn't do.
You're not worth crying over.
I didn't do it. I wasn't. I'm not a special father. I'm just a father. I'm just there.
Peyton, I've got a bit.
You're a jag. Like you're
no,
not,
I'm
you're
just
a
like
guy.
I'm
You're not a starter. You're not.
I'm available. Like I'm there. Like
Pro Bowl
if they need me, I'm there. That's what I do. Right? I'm there. I'm there for them. I give them what they need. I'm there for them. I'm not some special guy.
All right.
Don't cry over me. You ain't gonna miss me. You know what?
If you die tomorrow, I'd probably cry.
I'm replaceable, man. You'll find somebody else that you're
I
gonna
didn't
love.
say that. That's why we brought Bobby in.
Yeah, you replace somebody else. I'll be all right.
I think what we're finding here, Peyton, is what we should do this week. Like how we made the letters, like giving him like speeches at his wedding. We should just write something up this week and read it on the air about how much Chop means to us, and see if we can get him to cry.
Oh, you know what? Yeah,
see, you guys should write one, and we should do it during crosstalk.
Yeah, you guys can talk nice about me. I'll listen to that.
No, we're gonna get it. We're gonna make him cry.
You're gonna really tug at the heartstrings.
Yeah, we're gonna. You should write one. You should write one. I mean, we're definitely. But if y'all went in on it too, we'll do it during crosstalk. I'm gonna write one. He will cry this week at something I say.
Okay.
See, I'm glad that you gave us more parameters, because what I was gonna say if my speech, if Choppy was gone, is I was like, I'd had maybe a couple of passing conversations with Choppy. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you, blah, blah, blah. But then when we went to training camp, had never really had an in-depth, real conversation. Choppy told me he was probably intoxicated. He told me so many details about his life. It was shocking to me as an adult. I was shocked by the things that you said in that moment. And I was like, bro, I don't even really know you, but I feel like after that I did.
Okay. Was this in the house where you were sitting there watching NXT the entire time on the internets?
But I can admit that.
And Choppy was smoking
Unlike
NXTs.
Choppy and Sean, who can't admit that they were watching the finale of The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, because I know Sean disputes this. I swear to God, and Corey will back me up on this. It's the one where Aaron Rodgers' brother was looking for love.
Sure.
And so
from Aaron or from a girl?
I think from a girl.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure. Because
he's still
the rest
looking
of the
for love from
family
Aaron.
hates Aaron
Yeah,
Rodgers.
that's not happening.
And so we walked in after practice, after the show. We're just talking, and we walk in, and they're like, "It's the finale."
Wow, you got choked up there. Kevin.
Bachelorette makes him emotional.
I needed water.
I don't remember.
It wasn't
this.
that emotional.
I don't remember this because I've never really watched The Bachelor, so I don't know what you're talking
Fish was sitting there with his shirt off, and
you've never watched The Bachelor, but you are known to. All right, let me blend into the social setting.
Yes, I am.
So if there were people around leaning into The Bachelor, you probably would. Yeah, me too. This is shush. We're trying to listen.
Yeah,
I can see you doing that.
I'm not a Star Wars fan, but I'll go there for opening night.
Just
it's an event.
Okay,
got to be there.
And I think it was Sean who was leading the crusade, because I remember Chris Harrison was out there, and he
was,
and we were like, "Who?" And he goes, "You can't be serious." The host of The Bachelor?
The host of The
And I'm
Bachelor.
like, I'm sorry, I've not seen it.
Till he
I
got
need to drink
ousted.
more water.
What do we? So you can tell what's coming up on the show. Because he obviously can't talk.
972 said Choppy said he's an innings eating father. I'm Patrick Corbin. Just getting you some innings.
Oh my gosh! All right,
Slider man.
Yeah,
that's a good line. Innings eater.
Like
you're the Patrick
these
Corbin.
dads that want all the credit. Like you don't have to get any credit. You're a dad, man. We're dads. Be there when they need to. Answer the phone. Take them places. Give them the tools. You're not special. You're a dad. You're a dad.
So obviously we'll talk plenty about the NBA Finals, but also we'll lead off the show by asking, what the hell is this show this week? Because Eric's here and Jacob's here. So we're just shipping all the new people in for this specific show. And then also our brand new segment at 11:22. Want to see what you guys think about this. Chiafalo gives our audience an erection.
Okay.
Or maybe erection? I'm working on the pronunciation.
Erection.
Yeah, erection.
I think erection's probably good.
Yeah, I think
Chiafalo will
erection's
give
fine.
us an erection.
Although erection has a more pronounced play.
Thank
you. Pronounced play. That's okay. All right.
Have you? So you guys have is this the first time you've done KNC?
This
Like
is the first time-
since you went to G-Bag?
No, but this is the first time he and I have ever done a show together.
Yeah. I've never hosted a show fully with Hagee or with Corey. I've filled in for them when they are out, like with Wolchuk or whatever.
Hagee can be very difficult to do a show with.
I'm finding that out already.
No, you're going to understand why when I say it. Hagee's natural inclination on the air is, let's protect this show. Let's not tear it down saying stupid things. Like that's his natural inclination. Off the air, his natural inclination is to stoke the fires of whatever he's trying to prevent on the air.
Yeah.
And so then it's like you're getting a different vibe.
What?
We're off the air. He's leaning into all your bits and all your jokes about things. And then on the air, he's like, oh God, please don't say that. It's a very,
I will admit,
it's a confusing dichotomy at times.
Mostly in the political space, there are things that I thoroughly enjoy discussing off air that I do not think should be discussed.
No, I actually love hosting Hagee. It's fun. You'll enjoy it.
I was actually expecting a retweet from every one of you guys this weekend, and I didn't
even know about it. I'm sorry. I didn't even know about
it's fine.
I didn't see it. I saw it.
I liked them.
Oh yeah, I did get a like from Peyton.
Yeah, because likes aren't public anymore. That's why he did it.
I wasn't touching that one, Eric.
Peyton, why don't you read the tweet that you liked?
Oh, it was the personal one too. I
Yeah,
don't know if I want to read that one.
You can read it. Did you guys
read the tweet that you liked? Peyton? You liked it, okay? You used your finger and you clicked the like button. You decided with your finger and
We
your
got a meeting
brain.
today, Eric. I don't
No,
know.
we got
rescheduled to Tuesday.
Oh man, the
Tomorrow's
first
a Toxic Tuesday. You're fine.
Hey, did you hear? Hold on. Let's do Broadus' tweet first while you look for that. Did you guys hear Broadus' tweet?
no.
Somebody was like in his mentions about LSU winning, and he goes, "Wow, what a shocker! A school whose baseball budget is 5 times the entire athletic budget of Coastal Carolina barely won. Hey, congrats!" And Broadus quote tweets it says, "Life got you a little down. The news overseas is a little unsettling. I have to admit."
Yeah, let's talk about the war, baby. Let's talk about that.
The first thing that I saw that popped up on Eric's timeline was, I refuse to listen to or take advice from someone named Moses' son.
There you go.
That's literally your ad name on Twitter, bro.
KNC Masterpiece bringing in some G5 help. All coming up next.
Krl-fm Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And normally this would be the time when I told you got me, Kevin Hageland. Oh, man, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. But that's not what we're doing today or all this week. Today, you do still have me, Kevin Hageland. We've got Eric Chiafalo and Jacob Ray. So, am I saying your last name right?
You got it.
Hell yeah. So my question is, what the hell is this show? And how did this come to pass? Are Corey and Alec on vacation together?
Well, I thought that might have been the case until I found out about the weekend that Medford had, and I have it on good authority. He's attached to an IV right now.
Man, I heard he had the best of the times.
Man, that story about Will Chambers thinking he was catching the puke into the bag when the whole time it was just splattering all over Bobby's wife's car is absolutely fantastic.
It was his wife's car?
Yeah,
that
it
he
was his
threw
wife's
up all
car.
over?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Maybe, do you think we should call Alec and be like, hey, man, how's it going, buddy?
I would love to touch base with him.
Okay.
Just to get a sort of a wellness check.
Okay.
On my friend.
Eric, what are you going to bring to the program this week?
I just want to bring some fun. I just want to have a great time. I already got like Friday vibes on a Monday. This is my first experience getting to host with you. Mm-hmm. I was like, man, what did you do to the bosses to make them say you have to deal with Chiafalo all week?
I told them my thoughts about the 10 Commandments bill, and they're like, okay, well,
we got the guy.
You know what? Your punishment is we're going to pair you up with Eric.
Yeah, I do think that we are simpatico on a lot of things, Hagee. It's going to work out. I believe Walchuk texted me during crosstalk. What did he say? Walchuk said this week we are the Christian show of record.
Wow.
It's like, all right, I dig that, Walchuk.
Okay.
Think he nailed it.
What do you bring? What are you bringing to the table this week?
Well, hopefully some flawless work behind the board. Hopefully no technical issues like we had a couple Fridays ago. But yeah, I'm gonna have some fun takes for you. Maybe some fun pronunciation of words like we had last Friday. So,
Ooh,
yeah, it'll be a fun week. Look forward to it.
I'm looking forward to that. All right, if you want to get involved in the program, as always, Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney, text line 877-881-1053, or hit us up on the Twitch or the YouTube. We're going to start, I know, NBA Finals happen. We need to talk about it. We will, I promise. But we're going to start with the Texas Rangers. Go ahead and, you know what? Let's try to make it seem positive. Give me cut number 5, will you please?
Delivery home. Josh swings and punches one on the ground through the right side into right field, a base hit. Garcia scores. Smith stops at second. Back-to-back RBI singles for the Joshes.
Okay. Now, that gave the Rangers a 2-0 lead. And by the way, Dermot Kennedy and AEW All-In Texas ticket giveaways every single day this week. All right, so stay tuned. We're going to be doing those giveaways every single day all week long. But my question for you guys is this. Are you more concerned about this particular aspect of Jack Leiter or excited about the return of Nathan Eovaldi? So the particular thing that I wanted to dive into about Jack Leiter, because it is becoming problematic. I don't know if that's how we would want to describe it, but I think that's a fair way to put it. Jack Leiter is having trouble getting the third strike. And when I bring that up, I know you're like, yeah, that's probably the trouble for a lot of pitchers. I hear that.
It's also important to their success.
Very much so. Or get a pop fly or something.
Yeah.
But Jack Leiter is doing the hard part. He's getting to 2 strikes pretty easily, actually. But look at it like this. Pitchers have an advantage in 2-strike counts. That's just like, that is some baseball common sense. The average league-wide on-base percentage for pitchers in a 2-strike situation is .251. That's on-base percentage. .251 against Leiter, .323. That's the 9th worst in all of baseball. Yesterday, Pirates on 2-strike counts, they hit Leiter at .357. It's a problem in this game. It was a problem in the last couple of games. It is something that you saw flashes of last year, and I get it. he's a young pitcher, and you're going to go through some growing pains. But are you guys concerned about his inability to get that 2-strike pitch going? And I had somebody to describe it to me like this. It's like he's trying to be a mix of Pedro Martinez and Nolan Ryan on 2-strike pitches and throw the most unbelievably perfect pitch you've ever seen. Instead of like, hey, you got the 2 strikes, like maybe just kind of stick with what's working.
Yeah. And I think that is something that he can learn from this. I don't think this has to be who he is
for sure
moving forward, but it is a bummer because you want to see him continue to make those steps progressing in the right direction. He's shown plenty more this season than a lot of people maybe thought that he would even be able to do. So there's a lot to like about what he's done, and that's clearly going to be one of the finishing pieces for him, as well as just getting through the order a third full time, being able to achieve that on a consistent basis. So that is a little frustrating, but I am more excited about Nasty Nate and his return. I'm crossing my fingers that this little IL stint was just, hey, let's go ahead and rest up a little bit. We thought this was going to happen with guys like him and deGrom at some point this year, but let's go ahead and get back on that caballo.
Now, last week, I asked Bochy, hey, is Nathan Eovaldi going to pitch on Tuesday? And he goes, we're working on it. We're going to see. And so he said, I feel good. I do not need a traditional rehab stint. All right. So Saturday's live bullpen session, he pitched 3 innings, about 50 plus pitches. All right. And he felt great. Bochy said he's ready to start. So it doesn't look like we're going to go down the path of your traditional rehab starts and everything like that. I'm not saying, at least I have not heard this morning that he's going to start on Tuesday, but that would make a lot of sense. So you've got Patrick Corbin today, who we discovered is the RJ Choppy of pitchers.
That's right. Innings eater.
Yeah.
As a dad.
In case you missed that, RJ said he's an innings eater as a dad. He's the Patrick Corbin of being a dad. So maybe you get Eovaldi on Tuesday. Maybe you get Eovaldi next go around with Baltimore, perhaps on Monday. Maybe they'll shuffle it around just a little bit and bump Rocker or Leiter down one, so you get one more bullpen day and then one more Nathan Eovaldi day. But you mentioned it. The return of Nathan Eovaldi. So you're more excited about that than you are concerned about Jack Leiter.
Yes. That's where I'm at right now. By the way, Kennedy Landry saying probably not versus Baltimore, but Friday against Seattle at home.
Okay.
With the Peagle uniforms, I can imagine him showing up to Globe Life Field and being dialed versus a Seattle team that you absolutely want to just crush.
Do you think it'd be weird if a baseball player showed up to the stadium already in uniform?
Is that not what they do?
Right, don't they get dressed in the locker room?
You wake up game day ready.
I mean, look, it's possible.
Well, when do you put your game face on? Do you wake up and put that on, or is that before you walk out of the tunnel?
No, game face is on.
Okay.
But I can't imagine operating your car with your cleats on. Like that, or,
Yeah, the cleats factor is fair. These guys are definitely wearing their jocks, though. They're not putting those on in the clubhouse.
Maybe. I don't.
And from what I understand about being at spring training, they're already showing up to the clubhouse with their gold bond as well, because you can't find any gold bond in the clubhouse. So you're going to have to, that's going to be an at-home exercise.
All right. I want to clarify this, because I do not want to get drawn into a baseball argument. I don't want Jared to call and be mad at me. I hope you're not jumping ship on Jack Leiter like Gavin Dawson did. All right. I'm not jumping ship on Jack Leiter. I'm saying specifically, this is an issue that I think is fair to talk about. All right. He is struggling with 2 strikes on the board. Think about it. More than a third of Jack Leiter's pitches yesterday were with 2 strikes in the count. So he's not struggling to get to 2 strikes. He's doing the hard part, and then he's incapable or having trouble closing it out. It took Jack Leiter an average of 2.3 pitches to finish each of these 2 strike plate appearances. Think about that. Like, ideally, it would be 1. That would be great. That's probably not reasonable. But he didn't even average 2. Like, he didn't even average, you give him the junk pitch, see if they'll chase, depending on what the count is, and then hopefully you hit him with that out pitch. 2.3 per, and that is hugely problematic, and I'm worried about that. And I think that's one of the things that slowed his progression this year. Doesn't mean I'm jumping ship or I'm out on Jack Leiter or anything like that, but that has definitely slowed his progression. For Nathan Eovaldi, you talked about it. That's who you're more excited about. And with good reason. He was a leading Cy Young candidate before he went out. He has a 1.56 ERA, which is preposterous. He has a 0.81 whip, which is actually, believe it or not, probably even more preposterous. And then I know you were joking, but you talked about the game face. It does feel like Nathan Eovaldi brings a different level of like game face and competitiveness to this team, does it not?
Oh, 100%, dude. I mean, I'll never forget just throughout the playoff run for the World Series, every time we got a chance to do our show out there and then stick around for the game, like when it's a totally different energy. Like he channels something that is like he exudes the confidence. The T levels are at an all-time high, and he's owning that mound. And every time he gets his punch out, and then he's just walking around, and it's like his chest is puffed out, and he knows he's the man.
Yeah.
And he's bringing that every single game. I love watching him pitch, like the competitive, and that's why he's the type of guy, too, that the bigger moments, he's the best version of himself.
Let's go to the 940. This is a good way to start the day. Hate to break it to you morons, but all the laundry is kept at the locker room. All right. So let's break down me and Chiafalo's take on this.
When he said morons, I thought he was talking about you and Jacob. I had no idea I was involved in that.
He's definitely focused in on you, but I also feel like he's talking about me, who I legitimately said you don't go to the ballpark dressed in your uniform. And if we're already at this much of a sarcasm deficit and they did not understand that you're joking about getting out of bed in uniform and driving to the stadium in uniform, it's going to be a long day.
It's going to be a long week, Hagee.
Oh, God.
Buckle up.
This is the whole week, isn't it? All right.
I think you have the jurisdiction. At any point, you could do a player swap, I would imagine.
Ooh.
You will. I believe you do have that authority.
Who? I would just swap you out for Wolchuk, right?
I think that's the obvious.
Okay.
And he loves getting off at 2:00. Let me tell you, man. When he gets off at 2:00.
Or anytime.
There's just a different kind of, really any time of day or night.
877-881-1053. If I were to swap Chiafalo for anybody this week, who would you want it to be? Would it be Carter?
Ooh.
You guys have long run afoul of Carter on your show.
We have.
So maybe it's his time to shine. He did our show on Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah, the two gingers and a Jew show that they did live from Globe Life Field.
I don't think you should say the short version of that word.
Well, Wolchuk named it, so I think he gave us the right of way on it.
Okay. Is that how that works?
I think that's how it goes.
I don't.
That term was used multiple times throughout that show.
Oh, my gosh.
So much college football. When Carter's involved, we're going to get the college football going. That's for sure.
All right.
I would say Medford, but he's going to be on an IV all week, so he's not going to have a chance.
I'm in a lot of trouble this week, aren't I?
I think so.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to throw out one more name for you, Justin Foscue. He is back. Got called up to the big leagues. He's the Rangers' number 13 prospect. But what you probably remember him best for is last year he went on an 0 for 39 skid, which was the longest in Rangers history. Just to show you what a sad place we've been in offensively, that's not even the record anymore, as Jock Peterson has surpassed that with an 0 for 41 run. And don't forget, even though Jock Peterson is injured right now, when he comes back, he also has a player option for next year. And so I'm willing to wager that he will go ahead and click yes on the player option given the season that he's had.
They should already file that paperwork. Just go ahead and get that done.
Yeah, what? There's no way he's going to finish the season and be like, yeah, open market wants me.
Definitely.
You can't just find a 187 batting average anywhere, all right? So, yeah, we'll see if Foscue gets some redemption.
A lot of love for bringing Mikey B in studio. A lot of love for Fred Davis and Blake Elliott, Fan After Dark. You've done that. You've had the Fred experience, right?
Yeah, I'll support Fred over Blake at this point.
Yeah. Cosign.
I did talk with Mike this morning. He's doing great. By the way, Mike has a message. Tolo Chuck Taylor, you were seen, you were remembered, and you were appreciated. Mike said he ran into a Tolo named Chuck Taylor this morning. And then Mike made sure to explain how easy it was for me to remember. He goes, you can remember it because it's like the shoes. And so I was like, A, does he think I don't know what those shoes are? And B, if he says like the shoes, does he think now I'll be familiar with the shoes? I love Mikey B. But yes.
He thought that was an educational experience
absolutely.
for you.
I was like, I know the shoes. All right. But yes, Chuck Taylor, Tolo, was listening to Sean and RJ this morning when he bumped into Mike Bassick. Wanted to make sure we gave a shout out. Thank you for Toloing very much. And no, that's the reason we're not going to bring Mike back, because we will never hear the ghost of Tom Landry again. If I can help it, that will never be on our airwaves again.
I think about that a lot.
Me too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Oklahoma City wins the NBA title, but would it have been different with Halliburton? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Look at the Oklahoma City benches have to say timeout.
Gilgeous-Alexander, Holmgren with the flush.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, along with today and all week long. We got Eric. We've got Jacob. I think I kind of said your name just then, like the end of Jacob.
Yep.
So I said like
Arab.
Eric and Jacob. Look, we just started the week. I'll figure this out as we go along.
We're still doing calisthenics, getting warmed up for the big portion of the program.
You know damn well I'm not doing any calisthenics. All right, so let's talk about the NBA Finals. We can talk, of course, about Oklahoma City winning, and I know that's the big story. We'll get to the Kevin Durant trade, but do you guys think everything would have gone differently if not for this? Go ahead and give me cut number 13. Obviously, Game 7, you're going to be hyped up. Even like Game 7 is something that it feels like transcends sports, that even if you're not that big of a fan or like a fan of that particular sport, you're like, yeah, no, I'll probably tune in for a little bit of this. And Tyrese Halliburton, he hit 3 3-pointers early, but then this.
Kicks it out, Toppin. Good contest from Dort. Halliburton falls down. He looks hurt. Here comes SGA the other way. Inside, and Williams throws it down. Halliburton's hurt right away when he fell.
All right, go back to the beginning of that and play that one more time. It feels like you can hear also in the background the, oh. So play the beginning.
Kicks it out. Toppin. Good contest from Dort. Halliburton falls down.
I don't know if you can hear it, but it's really quick. And that's the concern. And so, obviously, Halliburton did not come back for the game. It looks like an Achilles tear, probably.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's going to pretty much wipe out all of next season. But so my question for y'all to start today, do you think this outcome would have been different with Halliburton? Do you think maybe it just would have been closer? Because one of the things, I think especially in the third quarter, I do not think that Indiana would have gotten in so much trouble in points off of turnovers. Because that's something Halliburton is excellent at. Like we started to call the 15 assist, no turnover game, the Halliburton. That's one of the things that he's excellent at. But Oklahoma City also hit a lull right after the Halliburton injury. It felt like everyone on the court was kind of in shock for a few minutes.
Absolutely.
And the play suffered because of that.
Yeah. And the way that Halliburton was playing, I mean, he was about to, feels like he was going off.
Yeah.
And he still had I'm pretty sure he had the most 3-pointers in the game. I don't think anybody had more than him. He had 3.
Wow.
No one hit more threes in the game than Halliburton, despite obviously going down pretty early in the game. I think the point that you make about the turnover aspect, like the floodgates just open. Once you get into halftime and everything's starting to set in, like, oh my gosh, this just happened to our guy. This is catastrophic. And then now we go back out into the second half, and that's where it really opened up for the Thunder. They just started going. They went berserko mode and did the thing that they do, which is get hands on basketballs and then go get easy baskets. And that was it. This would have been a much closer game. I'm not going to be like, oh, the Pacers would have won, but this would have been not the 12-point win that Oklahoma City got.
And like even at that, it didn't really feel that close. Like, you know, there were times where Oklahoma City, I think, paced it out to like 17, 18.
Yes.
And so, but then again, you look back at game 1 and you're like, hey, Pacers got them just where they want them. Like they're down by this many points with 8 minutes to go. Let's go.
But with Halliburton, you feel like you have a chance late.
Yeah. And that's where I kind of wonder how it would have played out, because you look at the turnover difference. It's astonishing from yesterday's game. First of all, props to Oklahoma City. They only turned the ball over 7 times in that game as opposed to 21 for Indiana. You're going to run into that when Halliburton is not handling the ball. They went a lot to TJ McConnell. He had his own struggles, even though offensively he was doing really well. And I really wonder if it would have been different. And somebody sent this in. I genuinely think from the 945, I genuinely think Carlisle has a game plan ready to win. And if he would have won that game, he would have become a top 5 coach last night. He would have had multiple titles. And not only this was the biggest betting spread in an NBA Finals in 7 years. And to come out on top and to win Game 7 on the road without like your stud do-it-all player, that would have been unfreaking believable.
Yeah, from a legacy standpoint, I mean, Carlisle just winning this series in general, with or without Halliburton, was going to be huge for him.
Yes.
But especially adding on no Halliburton, if they would have found a way to do that, you'd have to have real conversations about where does Rick Carlisle become clearly the most underrated coach of our generation.
Yes. And look, he's probably already... He might already be in that category. Because
agreed.
I will admit, there have been times where I've kind of rubber stamped Rick Carlisle into the top 5 of NBA coaches, but not examined it to the point where I should have been like, top 5 is disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like top 3, top 2, like, you know, depending on what you think about Pop, especially now that he's out of the game, if you think Pop was number 1 or at least number 1 for most of his career. So I feel like now I've been disrespectful by saying top 5 instead of like minimum of top 3. This is an interesting question. And we didn't even talk about this before the show. From the 214, if you're a player, why even try to mess around with that injury? The training team and doctors are 100% responsible for that injury. So I know we'll dive into this a little bit more later in the show, but go back to the Game 6 post-game. Tyrese Halliburton is talking about Game 7, and he goes, this is where legacies are made. This is where legacies can be broken. I'm like kind of paraphrasing, but that's essentially, and he goes, maybe some of it's overblown, but it all gets written in the playoffs and in Game 7. So Tyrese Halliburton was going into that game. And I hear you, and that could be a great question. We always talk to Bochy on Wednesday. I know G-Bag's going to have CY coming up today. That's a great question. Can you stop a player who is your star when he's like, I'm playing? Because I hear what that person's saying about the trainers and everything like that, but don't you think Halliburton was like, no, I don't care, I'm playing in this game?
100%, especially Game 7. If we're talking regular season or maybe even early round of postseason, you make different decisions. But when it's a Game 7 situation like that, there's no way you're going to keep the guy off the floor. And you also have to understand, too, and now maybe with calf injuries specifically, we'll be a little bit more forgiving when a guy decides maybe to sit. But the narrative of Tyrese Halliburton, if he just sat because of a calf strain, the internet would have flamed him.
Man,
he would have never lived that down.
I didn't even think about that.
You'd be labeled as soft and terrible teammate. Like, bro, this is Game 7 of the NBA Finals. You have a calf strain.
Yeah. And then you'd hear about Willis Reed and Jordan and all these other stuff. That's a great point. And then the other thing I want to add into that, if we can, is how do you think Tyrese Halliburton would have felt about his coach and the organization? I'm being totally serious here. If, let's say, they lost by 5-6 points and he didn't get to play at all, like, how would he feel about that organization? Do you think he would have immediately been like, thank you for looking out for what's best for me in the long term? Maybe eventually he would have gotten there, but I bet at least in the short term and maybe longer than that, he would have been like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah. No, he would have been...
cost us the NBA title. You cost me the NBA title.
Yeah, and every player in that locker room. All those guys would be like, dude, are you kidding me?
Yes.
This is we came up this short, and he had the strain in the previous game.
Yeah.
And you played in that game.
He was incredible in that other game,
He was wonderful. And he only had to play like 23 minutes because Oklahoma City just decided they didn't want to show up.
Yeah.
But it was like he's already played, so there was that's a non-starter conversation for Game 7 for a guy like that to sit.
And so that's where I have complicated thoughts about this. And I really like this explanation. The player is the gas pedal. The staff is supposed to be the brake. And I do get that. But now you're saying not only are we throwing on the brakes, we're putting in the park, give me the keys and get out of the car. Like, I hear you how you could manage him. And you pointed out they managed him in Game 6. I just don't know the damage that would have come out of specifically telling him you can't play if he's like, no, I can. I'm healthy. I'm ready to go. And then, of course, now, unfortunately, we see the worst case scenario of the counter argument of what's the damage now? He's going to miss next season.
Unless you have a doctor in there that can foresee the future and tell me unequivocally, hey, dude, you are one jump away from this thing exploding on you.
Yeah.
And you can absolutely guarantee me that. Otherwise, we're not even having this conversation. If I'm Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah. It's tough, and it just sucks for him too, because it feels like he had started to turn the narrative around. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying he can't, but who the hell knows what kind of player you'll come back after an Achilles injury like that.
Totally.
People had kind of dunked on him for getting the gold medal, although I will still say to this day, I thought his tweet was freaking brilliant when he's like, when you don't do any of the work and still get an A in that group project. I thought that was amazing.
Yeah, that was endearing.
Then earlier this season, The Athletic, his peers voted him the most overrated player in all of the NBA. And then he goes on a clutch playoff run that has never been seen in the history of basketball. And I'm not saying that like in hyperbole. In the history of basketball, you've never seen anybody have more game-winning, game-tying clutch shots than Tyrese Halliburton. And I feel like he turned it around, and they were on the cusp of winning the NBA title, and now he's probably going to miss all of next season.
Yeah, and especially with the way he started the game, like he was about to go and potentially have an all-time Game 7 performance.
Yes.
With the way that he
That's a
started
great
off
point.
the game. It's like, dude, this is all setting up to where you have not only erased what the narrative was, you have completely dunked on it in an all-time way.
Like, can you imagine? And he was 3 for 4 from 3. Can you imagine if he would have finished like 9 for 12? Like, he would have kept that pace. 9 for 12. He ended up having like 35 points. He's going to be Finals MVP, and they win it, and everyone's like, holy crap. He's the most clutch, and he's the most badass because he fought all the way through this injury. You'd never see him on the overrated list again.
Nope.
But instead, they lost. He got hurt. He's going to miss the rest of, I would assume, he's going to miss all of next season. And what happens to the Pacers now? Like, I know Rick Carlisle's a hell of a coach. Got to remember now, at least top 3 at worst.
That's right.
He's a hell of a coach, but that's your dude.
Yeah, it's hard. It's going to be hard to overcome that. One, just going on a run like that, having the disappointment of losing and having just a little bit more wear and tear than everybody else, the deeper playoff run that you went on. But the Eastern Conference is wide open.
Yeah,
the Pacers still
Tatum's out too.
Yeah, I mean, this has happened. It's crazy. All the jersey number 0s that got popped off. Damian Lillard, Achilles, Halliburton, and Tatum all wearing the jersey number 0 for whatever reason. That jersey number might be cursed.
And off the court, Gilbert Arenas. I get what you're saying.
See, it's all adding up.
From the 254, I agree with this so much. We need to stop calling injuries things like strain when they're actually muscle tears, partial or otherwise. The worst thing I think you can do in sports is when an executive or the coach or whatever goes, yeah, it'll kind of depend on his pain tolerance. It really makes it seem like, yeah, no, Chio can go unless he is soft.
Yeah.
Like, I every time somebody says that, I'm like, man, kind of feels like you're passive aggressively getting bullied into playing.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I do think there are some though that you're just like, hey, you can't make it any worse. There are certain injuries that are that way. Clearly, the calf strain is not one of those, though.
Sure.
But again, when it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals, dude, you're not keeping anybody off the floor. Now, maybe moving forward with just the rampant nature of these particular injuries, especially in this sport, maybe those decisions will change now because everybody's going to be a lot more perked up and on edge when they find out their favorite player has a calf strain.
Or maybe we're all just glad that Nico taught Luka a lesson that you need to come back from your calf strain or else I'll trade you.
Well, we're getting a lot of that Luka stuff on the text right now. He did have the calf strain. I mean, Nico is probably thinking calf strain equals Achilles tear at some point. None of us can be surprised if that ever happens to Luka.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets. Now that's how you make some history. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
He goes after the first pitch. A high riser, center field. Cal Raleigh bombs away again. Straight away center field. It's his 4th home run in 3 games on the north side.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, which is the better version of this song? Is it the original? Or is it the updated version of Smooth Criminal? Is it the Michael Jackson version or the Alien Ant Farm version?
Ooh.
I want you guys to consider, ponder, and give me your answer. And if there's an original before Michael Jackson, I'm sorry, I don't know it. So maybe you want to yell at me and argue about that.
I think it says something that Michael Jackson was pretty okay with these guys running with this song.
Yeah.
Because he was like, you know what? This is actually quality enough for me to say, go ahead and do you on this song.
Were you surprised that he was so supportive of people that were over 18?
I knew you were going to say that, and yes, I'm shocked and appalled.
Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. All right, let's start with Cal Raleigh. Just played that home run, by the way. Hit another home run yesterday, so now he's up to 31. He had 4 home runs in the series at Wrigley against the Cubs. So let's look at some of the records that he's already broken. Or some of these aren't really records, but they're feats he's reached. Cal Raleigh already has set the record for home runs by a catcher before the All-Star break. He is also the first player this season to reach 30 home runs, ahead of Aaron Judge, ahead of Shohei Ohtani, and really ahead of all the baseball players.
Ahead of Josh Smith.
True.
Ahead of guys like Ezekiel Durant, Jock Peterson.
Justin Foscue.
Yeah.
Yeah. He got there faster.
Got there faster than all those guys.
Than all of those guys. And this is Cal Raleigh's 3rd 30 home run season. Joining Mike Piazza, Johnny Bench, and Roy Campanella. Those are the only catchers who have ever had 330 home run seasons or more.
Dang.
Now, Bench and Campanella did it 4 times. Mike Piazza did it 9 times because he wasn't there to catch the ball behind the plate. He was there for offense. But they let him play catcher too, which I thought was nice.
That is kind.
And he is also the first ever switch hitter to reach 30 home runs before the All-Star break. And he's the first player to reach 30 home runs in 75 games since 2001 when Barry Bonds and Luis Gonzalez did it. Look, I probably wouldn't have guessed that Luis Gonzalez was on the other side of that equation.
That would have taken me all day.
Yeah.
That would have been a hell of a trivia question.
But good for him for making it happen. All right. So I just told you all of these amazing things that Cal Raleigh did. All right. Are you impressed?
I am. I am
Mostly
impressed. I love that he's got 21 homers from the lefty and 10 from the righty.
And his nickname is about his giant behind.
Yes, and that thing speaks for itself.
Okay.
It jumps off the screen. And I think Kumar Rocker would be my vote for the Rangers.
Okay.
If we were just doing
I had not thought about that, but I could see that.
donk power rankings.
Yeah.
And one guy for each team. I think Rocker would be our representative. If anybody has any pushback, please text in, let me know.
Kind of feels inevitable that we'll do that segment this week now, right?
Yeah, I think that feels good.
All right.
Langford, maybe. I don't know.
Oh.
Spitballing.
Okay, so what are you more impressed by? The nickname? The things that Cal Raleigh has accomplished? Or Jazz Chisholm Jr. scoring a run without any shoes?
Okay, I was like, what is this shoeless Jazz situation?
Yes.
That is pretty dang cool. That's probably the more impressive one to me.
Now, he rounded second, shoe flew off, other shoe flew off, and people in the postgame, which got me to thinking, I was like, I don't know the answer to this either. Somebody was asking if he wants to be called Shoeless Jazz. And Chisholm said, wow, is that how Shoeless Joe got his name? Did he run out of his shoes? And then he was told that he got the nickname in the 1910s, and Chisholm was like, oh, so he probably just didn't even have any shoes. All right. So, look, I started to think about it. I don't know, like, how he got that. Did he grow up without shoes? And I honestly realized in that moment, I did not know how Shoeless Joe Jackson got his nickname either. All right. So you're more impressed by Jazz Chisholm scoring a run and still going really fast without shoes than the big dumper.
Yeah, I am, because you see big dumpers all the time. If we're being real,
sure,
you don't see shoeless base running.
Yes,
every day.
True.
So I'm just going to go with the one that's more rarefied.
Okay, I like that.
But I have respect for both.
Okay. But what about this? Because I got one more comparison for you.
Here we go.
Are you ready? Jacob Mizorowski. He broke a 125-year-old record by having 6 more perfect innings against the Minnesota Twins. You'll remember in his first start, he also had given up no hits before he got some people thought it was an ankle injury. They said it was a cramp. And so he ran his streak of no-hit innings to start his career to 11. That's more than any starter had managed since the modern era began in 1900. So 2 things. How impressed are you by that? And does 1900 feel too late to be the modern era?
It
feels like we need to move that date up a little bit, right?
Couldn't agree more on that. That feels like way too long ago for that to be considered modern in any type of conversation.
Yes.
But this is insane. This dude had... How many pitches did he have? 29 pitches, 100 miles per hour or faster on Friday night.
And I know in the first start, he topped out at 102.
He made one batter for the Twins literally crumble on a swing. I don't know if you've seen this, but you need to watch
like
this,
Bugs
dude.
Bunny
like
stuff.
That
guy did just fall down.
It was inside, and it was coming in hot, and this dude swings, and literally his legs give out, and he completely falls and crumbles over the plate. That is an all-time baseball blooper right there. But it's credit to the pitcher.
You'd have rather just pop the ball up like 4 times in the game, right?
Without question.
Than just fall down on a strikeout.
You can't do that.
Is the fall down on the strikeout more devastating than the ankle breaker in basketball?
That is a great question. It's hard, like on the punch out too is really tough.
Yeah.
You get the ankle break and then maybe they miss the shot and it's less cool.
Ooh, okay, hold on. Wait. Quick addendum to this. Is it more devastating if it was like strike 2? So then you have to stand back up there and stay in the box, and you're like, did you see what I just did to you? Like, at least in the strikeout, you just go back to the dugout, and everyone's going to be mean or dunk on you or whatever. And if you had to keep standing up there after that strike 2, and that catcher's like, hey, good job.
Yeah, that's a great question. You're not swinging at that third pitch.
Yeah.
That's just going to be a swinging punch out or a looking punch out.
You're like, look. Throw the pitch. If it's a ball, it's a ball. If it's a strike, I'm out. I'm not swinging anymore.
Getting crossed up though, like I don't know. I need to hear the sounds of a ballpark when that happens. Are people aware that it's happening? Because in an NBA arena or just a basketball arena in general, when that ankle breaker happens, you can audibly hear it. Everyone collectively being like, "Oh my gosh,
yeah,
we just watched that."
Yeah, no, that's fair. A couple of quick hits for you. Rafael Devers, he went deep in his second game against the Red Sox after going 0 for 5 in his first game against the Red Sox with the Giants. The Braves put Chris Sale on the injured list with a fractured rib cage, and then there's Shohei Ohtani. Look, you know I'm going to tell you something amazing, right? Even when he kind of struggles, it still looks really good. All right, so he had a scoreless first inning as the pitcher. Got his first 2 strikeouts as a Dodger, which felt wrong, but true. 18 pitches, 12 strikes, gets a pair of strikeouts, and then offensively, he went out there and had 5 RBIs with 2 triples and a home run.
Incredible. 26 homer of the year for him.
Not as good as Cal Raleigh, but still pretty good.
It's still one shy, I believe, of Aaron Judge, who's at 27 right now.
So they're really struggling.
Second time Ohtani has had at least a homer and a triple in a game he pitched in.
Like that, that feels like it can't be real stat.
He's the only player with multiple such games in at least the last 125 seasons.
All right,
Thank
so
you,
in the
Sarah
modern
Lance.
era.
Yeah, modern
in
era.
the modern era. But what if Luis Gonzalez would have been able to pitch?
See,
He'd crushed all those records.
That's the real question right there. The
All
best that never was.
Yes. Let's go from that to, did you see what happened to Ellie De La Cruz?
No, I actually didn't.
He vomited on the field, and Trent Thornton had to be taken out of the game because of extreme heat. Now, we're in the midst right now of, I believe they're calling it the heat bubble, which, I mean, it feels like it's always hot here. Like, I saw a meme that said, do you remember that part in, I think it's Mario 3, where the sun is trying to come down on you and kill you? That's what it feels like.
Okay.
Pretty much every day in the summer here in Texas. But yeah, that extreme heat. So the temperature at first pitch was 92 degrees. But you have to remember, down on the field, it's probably like 15, 20 degrees hotter than that. And you're playing and everything like that. And so Terry Francona had the best breakdown ever of what happened with Ellie De La Cruz. I actually watched him. He drank a whole bunch of water. I mean, a bunch. And then he went right out and got rid of it. And so that was Terry Francona's breakdown of Ellie De La Cruz.
I thought that was his breakdown of Alec Medford.
No. So, man, what time is that segment? We need to talk about that. We need to call him, ask him how drunk he was this weekend. And if he doesn't say a lot or more, then he's not really being accurate. And so Ellie De La Cruz, he vomited, came back, still was able to impact the game. And Trent Thornton, it looks like he's going to be okay as well. But something that I think sometimes we take for granted is it's like 1,000,000 degrees outside and you have to go run around for hours and hours and hours.
Not an easy thing to do. Not an easy thing to do at all. He still ended up hitting a home run?
Yes.
Yeah. 2-run. 435 feet.
That's what he does.
Sometimes these guys, man, they can take one of those pukes, can be like, that's their moment. That
was that a boot and rally?
Yeah, I think exactly.
Okay.
He's that kind of guy. He's built different.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, at the suggestion of Carter, coming up at 1 o'clock, it will be the Chi Block starring Eric Chiafalo. So well done by Mr. Freeman right there. Coming up next, who got the better of the KD deal, the Rockets or the Suns? Plus, we got a couple of Mavs updates next on The Fan.
States has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Eric Chiafalo and Jacob Ray rocking with you all week long. We've got a pair of giveaways. And you know what, Eric, I think we should do one of the giveaways in the noon o'clock hour, but I will leave to your discretion when we do the other giveaway.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You just shout like a crazy person to give something away, and I bet we can make it happen.
Deal.
All right. Right now, who got the better of the KD deal, the Rockets or the Suns? Plus, I got a couple of Mavs updates for you. Are you guys excited about the NBA draft on Wednesday? And the reason why I ask is, like, I'm excited because we're going to get Cooper Flagg, but everybody knows that. It's not like the Mavericks have the number 1 pick and the number 8 pick yet. And so it's not like there's a lot of mystery and intrigue. So I'm excited, but I've already processed Cooper Flagg and where he fits in the team and all this other stuff, like for, I don't know, well, how long ago? It was like a month and a half ago, however long ago it was. So are you excited for the NBA draft, or are you like, no, I already know the guy that we're getting?
I am excited just because we are getting Cooper Flagg, but yeah, there's not the anticipation of like what's going to happen,
right?
The unknown excitement. You already know what's there, and that's still the ultimate excitement. So I'm still super fired up, and I am hopeful that maybe you get an opportunity to trade back into the first round and snag somebody else.
Are you going to be sad when that costs you Daniel Gafford?
Well,
or
if
PJ Washington,
yeah, I would be pretty sad if that was the case. But I do have
Does it help that I
affinity.
just prepared you for that just now?
Yeah, it will.
Okay.
It will. But it's still going to hurt.
Okay.
Unless the guy that we take is Walter Clayton Jr. from Florida.
Oh, it might be.
He's Mr. Clutch.
It might be. That is a great name to look out for in the NBA draft besides Cooper Flagg. All right. Were you surprised at the KD deal? Did you think he really found out on the set of Fanatics Fest, or do you think that was all a lie and they already told him, hey, you're getting traded to the Rockets? And he's like, okay, what's the package? And then went over through it and he's like, okay, but act surprised on the stage. Because I have to admit, I saw so many stories like KD found out on the stage, and I don't believe that.
We found out while he was on the stage.
Yes.
He already had a very good understanding about he was ending up in Houston, but maybe it's going to be announced today, maybe tomorrow, whatever.
I mean,
I think that's pretty much how it landed.
I think that's a fair way to put it, because I also was like, okay, seriously. All right. So the trade is the Phoenix Suns are sending Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets. In return, they get Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks, which I love. I would love to hear that negotiation. And we'll give you 4 second-round picks. 4? Why can't it be 5? And they're like, what? You're not going to use those picks. And he's like, we want 5. 5? All right, hold on. All right, we'll give you 5 second-round picks. Like, I love the idea that maybe 4 or 5 could have been the sticking point. Like, if you only give us 4 second-round picks, you can go to hell.
That's a no deal.
Yeah, I'm a pass on that. But 5, okay, I'm in. So at first, and I have to admit, I think I might like Jalen Green more than like the average NBA fan. And I was like, ooh, that's a lot to give up. But I also kind of forgot that Reed Shepherd is just sitting there, the number 3 pick from last year, like ready to play. And for the Rockets, I'm sure they're stoked. They get to keep Amen Thompson, Sengun, Jabari. Like, they get to keep a ton of their young players. And I don't know where pick number 10 was going to play for them this year anyway.
Right.
Who do you like this deal better for? Do you see it as it immediately puts the Rockets up into that number 2 spot?
I don't know that is just as it is right now for the Rockets, that they're immediately going to be the ultimate contender in the West, and they should be some sort of favorite. It obviously helps them. It helps what was their biggest problem this year, and it came to came to head in the postseason, where they just couldn't score.
Yeah,
couldn't get the
they
ball
didn't
in
have
the
the
hoop.
alpha scorer.
They did not have that.
Who I thought Jalen Green was, but he struggled in the playoffs. Obviously, Jabari struggled in the playoffs as well.
And so you have this win now opportunity where the landscape is wide open for the whole league right now. And you're the Rockets going, man, without any real thoroughbred offensive players, we were still able to be the number 2 team in the Western Conference in the regular season. So why not go ahead and try and make this move? Plus, the Rockets have like stocked up on these picks.
Yeah.
So there's still, it wasn't like they really went all in and it's like, man, if we don't do it with KD, like we're going to be toast moving forward. They still have the Suns pick for 2027. They have the Nets pick for 2027. They have their own picks moving forward. They got a bunch of picks from now until 2032. So they still have, like, I don't know that they're done. They could be packaging other draft assets that they have for the future to go get somebody else to really like fortify, like, okay, we are for sure one of the favorites here in the Western Conference.
Okay. Ooh, I like that. Spicy. Now, Reggie earlier, he didn't come on our show, but he went on with Sean and RJ. Now,
I thought that was a little disrespectful.
I did too. Do you think one could argue that it's because our shows are at the exact same time, and that would probably be pretty difficult?
I think the one that would argue that would be Reggie himself, but everybody else was looking around going, like, figure it out.
Yeah. All right. I'm with you on that. He said, and it depends on where you look for betting odds right now. Like you can find some variations out there, of course, but he thinks perhaps that moves the Rockets up to the second team in all of the NBA. The betting odds I've been looking at have them at 4th right now, but really close to 2nd and 3rd. Oklahoma City, as you can probably guess, is a ginormous favorite to repeat next year, followed by Cleveland, then New York, then Houston. I am to the point now where I do not take Cleveland seriously in the playoffs.
No, I'm with you. I'm totally with you. And then you get the Darius Garland injury situation.
Yep.
You have Donovan Mitchell. Like, what's the status of all that? So, no, that wouldn't be something that I would be buying into either. And that's sort of what's fun right now to some extent is just like Orlando with the move that they made.
Yes.
And what else could they be out there to maybe try and do here to fortify their roster?
Do you think Orlando originally thought that deal was for 4 second-round picks, kind of like this deal? And they're like, okay, deal. And then they didn't look, and they're like, it's 4 first-round picks. And you're like, what?
Yeah. I love the idea of that actually being the case there. I'm happy for Desmond Bane, and I do think Orlando will be fun. But,
yes, I do too.
But yeah, I'm with you on Cleveland.
Now, this is kind of where I fall, because I've seen a couple of people text this in, and I think this is why I kind of like what Phoenix did with this trade, because they got the 5th second-round pick.
That's right.
From the 214, I don't know how much an aging Kevin Durant is going to help the Rockets. And from the 214, I'm not sure why everybody all of a sudden thinks Kevin Durant is a savior for a team. He just came from a team that had a better player besides him than what Houston has, and they couldn't do anything as a team. What do you think about the idea that Kevin Durant, for all of his post OKC career, has jumped from what he thought was super team to super team to super team, now to super team number 4? It worked great with Golden State. Unbelievable. And then
it's almost impossible not to work in that scenario.
That is a good point. And then were they a toe away from working in Brooklyn? I guess. But eventually it didn't work. It definitely didn't work in Phoenix. What makes people think it's going to be any different in Houston? And I think that's where I fall. I think this is going to help, but I think whether it's injuries or whatever, I just don't think this move is going to work out the way Houston thinks it's going to work out.
Well, and that's a totally fair perspective to have. This is you're buying on a guy right now who has the injury history, has the age factor to where,
and he's still really good.
He is. Just as a pure scorer, I don't know that you were going to be able to do much better if you're the Rockets,
right?
Who are like, hey, we are a team that can clearly compete right now for a title, and we can't score. So this was the best option for them.
Yeah.
And again, I think the fact that they didn't have to punt on a ton of their future draft capital because they have so much of it, but they're still set up to, hey, we're win now, but we're not mortgaging everything to do that. We're not throwing everything into Kevin Durant better stay healthy and he better be the best version of himself because we have to win it this year. This is just like, hey, can this help us get a little bit closer? And then maybe at the trade deadline, can we have a cherry on top move? Because we play great defense. We have a great system here. Udoka's one of the best coaches in the league.
I agree.
Like, we got a lot of this stuff figured out. Do we want to just wait for Green to pop off and be the type of guy offensively that we can lean on consistently?
Plus, he only had a year left on his contract. I know that scared him.
It's a great point, too. Great point.
I know that scared him because he was like, hey, I want all of the money. And they're like, what about some of the money? He's like, pass. And they're like, I don't know.
That would have been scary.
Because he's not the most efficient shooter. I think Jalen Green, and I think he took a big step. And he could be a great player in the league, but he is going to have to shoot better. All right. Question about Kevin Durant, and maybe this is an old-timey question. And no, I'm not going to count Seattle and Oklahoma City as two different teams. It's not his fault they moved, allegedly. Does it impact your thoughts about him at all that this is now team number 5? Or do you look at some players like LeBron or maybe even Shaq going back and you're like, that's just the way it is now? Like our romantic dreams of, oh, Kobe played the whole time with the one team and Jordan, are those just outdated ideas of what an athlete is going to do, especially in the NBA?
Yes, at this point. I think the biggest thing for me is not that he ended up hopping around. It's just that he was never able to get the title with OKC. If he was able to get a title with OKC, then it's like, hey, you've cemented that. You were that guy, and now you're kind of doing your thing elsewhere as you age. But none of the titles that he has with Golden State, it's like we all know what that was. And he was awesome, but that team was going to win with or without him for the most part.
Does it fascinate you at all that all of the big three on Oklahoma City eventually went to Houston?
It does. I love that. Okay. They all just need to finish it off in Oklahoma City together.
That would be amazing.
That's how you close the book on this.
Man, golly, I would really love that. Sorry, I'm starting to think about all of them taking vet minimum deals to jump on with the Thunder right now.
One last ride, go get that title.
All right, I'm going to ask a basketball and other life question. I'm going to see if this makes sense. So Kevin Durant is moving to his 5th team. Is what LeBron did better? Because technically he's only on his 3rd team because he went back and joined Cleveland again, but he had already been there. It's kind of like a body count sort of thing here. You go back to that one person, but you don't add another tally to the mark because you've already been with that person.
So you hack the system.
Does it help LeBron's case that he can be like, no, we just retread, we backslid, whatever you want to call the second run with Cleveland. So he's only been on 3 teams as opposed to KD's 5.
It definitely helps his cause. It totally does. Because, I mean, just the resume will show Cavs, Heat, Lakers.
Double follow-up question. Do you think everybody backslides at some point or another in their life?
I don't want to say everybody, but I think more often than not, Hagee.
Okay.
There's some backsliding that takes place.
Give me a percentage.
I would say
85, 90%?
I would go about 93.
Okay. Jacob, what percentage of people do you think backslide? It's like, hey, maybe just for a second, you broke up, but you're like, that person's there. I know how that works.
I'm more in like the probably 89 to 95 range.
Okay.
So like right with Chief, yeah.
Okay.
I love that.
Being somebody who has done that for a small period of their life, yeah. So kind of in there.
You've backslid?
Yeah, I'm not proud of it. Yeah, I was a young lad, so.
What are you now?
22. A younger lad.
Old wise gentleman.
Yes.
A guy who is seasoned.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try to find out if there's any research on this. How often does that work? Because you hear the stories about like the people who were married and then they got a divorce and then they got married again, like to each other. And I really want to see the success rate because maybe it's like 95% because they're like, no, I knew going in their problems, my problems, how those problems don't mesh and what to stay away from. So maybe some people have had success with the backslide and you're like, no, we figured it out.
The divorce remarry is interesting. I mean, me and my wife, we dated. We moved on and then circled back.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess I am a product of that to some extent.
Why did you guys move on?
I was not the greatest.
Okay.
You know. But hey, to be fair, She wasn't either.
Were you as old and seasoned of a veteran as Jacob
Yes,
was?
I was
at 22.
I was right at about that age where I was not as wise as Jacob, because at 22 I was still doing the young, immature.
Yes.
Living in it's college.
Sure.
We experiment with science and biology and anatomy.
Oh my God. You know what I've learned really quickly about you is you like to take any illusion of what you could be talking to and just shatter it with a sledgehammer. You're like, I'm not even going to pretend.
Still working on that.
Well, you know what? I'm not really one to talk, because coming up next, I believe Chiafalo is going to give our audience an erection.
That's true, via broadcaster flubs from around the world of sport. Next on The Fan.
This is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I am so sorry. I said I was going to have some Mavericks movings and shakings. There is word out there that the Mavericks decided against inviting Dylan Harper, the presumptive number 2 pick, for a workout out of loyalty to Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg's been their guy for months. I really like that. And then something I do not like.
Well, loyalty never fades.
That's right. Oh, see, that's right. You know. And then the thing I don't like is Sean Sweeney, the Mavericks top assistant. He is departing to join the new staff in San Antonio. I know there are a lot of people who are upset about this. Sean Sweeney is the person that we talked about if the Jason Kidd to the Knicks thing actually ever had come true, that we kind of thought Sean Sweeney would be the guy that you'd plug and play there. So to lose him, that is very unfortunate, and I'm upset as a Mavs fan, and I know a lot of Mavs fans are bummed about this as well.
Yeah, count me on that as well. I was hoping the Spurs had made a couple of assistant coaching moves over the course of the last week or so, and so I was thinking, okay, maybe that ends the idea that Sweeney could go there, because Broadus and his sources around the league were saying like Sweeney to the Spurs is something that we need to be watching out for. So for the last couple of weeks, we're just like waiting for it. And then unfortunately, I think a lot of this came down to just the Mavericks not wanting to pay up a little bit.
I could see that.
I think a lot of this was the Spurs are giving him more money and perhaps a touch more responsibility. And so he was like, all right, let's go. And that is a huge bummer. I didn't even realize, because I think of him as a defensive coach. Tim McMahon says, hey, big loss for the Mavs. Sweeney, Jason Kidd's right-hand man at each stop of his head coaching career, coordinated offense and defense in Dallas.
Yes.
Like, oh my goodness, bro. And we're not going to pay this guy? We're not going to keep him here? That is a frustrating move.
We couldn't cough up that extra money, I guess.
As if our ownership group doesn't have enough money.
Yes, they have lots of money. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to try something a little bit different. And I will admit, it's possible that the name of this segment will change. But we're going to turn things over to Chiafalo, and I believe it's time for the Eriction.
Let's do it. Jacob, are you comfortable with this?
I'm totally comfortable.
Do you think this segment's going to be hard?
I mean, the harder the better, right? I mean,
you just got to push the buttons, Jacob.
I got you.
Push the right ones. All right, actually, let's do a choose your own destiny here.
Ooh.
Hagee, I have a handful of sports broadcast flubs.
Oh, dear.
And it's pretty phenomenal that these are all like, this isn't, I went back and
these are all just happened.
I wasn't accumulating these for weeks and weeks and weeks. These just lapped upon my shores over the last 3 days.
That's a fair question to ask, though, because your show prep email included one link that was 3 years old.
I do like to.
It was 3 years old.
No, you got to bank some stuff.
That's right when you started on G-Bag. That feels like the first thing you sent to them, oh man, this album review is brutal.
The Jack Harlow album review from 2022 is worth your time. Anyone right now who has 5 minutes to kill. Now, it is not as good or as just generally violent and eviscerating as Carter Freeman's album review of Katy Perry's, I believe, most recent album.
Yeah.
That particular review, that we read that one on the air a few weeks back in the G-Bag Nation, because that one was just, he really cut right through the BS that is Katy Perry and her latest album. But the Jack Harlow one, I do still have floating around in the email, and these out, he got a 2.9 on it. And when you get a really good writer, who's hates something,
man, he did.
It's a beautiful recipe for entertainment. So here we go. Choose your own destiny. Sports broadcast flubs. We have a St. Louis Cardinals pride moment that went awry.
Okay, I know that one.
We have the Sacramento A's of formerly Oakland having just a little bit of slip up, little flub when they were trying to have a friendly wager about some Dippin' Dots.
Okay, I want that one because I have not heard this one.
Okay, well, here we go. Sacramento A's broadcast.
I'm sorry, I really changed it up.
No, it's fine. This is beautiful. This is the lady broadcaster that Bobby was sort of making fun of a little while back.
I recall.
I think Jared might have been pretty offended by it, and a handful of others in the community. But this is her trying to set up a wager with her broadcast partner. Dippin' Dots are on the line. She short-circuited for a brief moment.
Want to make a friendly wager that Brent Rooker reaches base here?
Hey, I'm into that. You want to Dippin' Dots?
Ooh, okay.
All right.
I'll take some Dippin' Dots on that. And Brent Rooker to right field. It'll bounce in front of Cam Smith, and I am getting Dippin' Dots, baby.
Oh.
Let's go. Yes.
How about that? All right. I'm not sure of the flavors here, but we're going to need two because I'm not letting you just crush those Dippin' Dots right in front of me. How about Rook?
The P in Dippin' Dots is very, very important to pronounce. And I don't know if you guys caught it or not. It was so ever so slightly.
Okay. So obviously now I know what my next adventure is going to be. It's going to be the Cardinals. Because you see two distinctly different styles. You see the, oh crap, talk, let's keep talking. And then for the other one, they're like, I'm going to finish what I have to say as part of this sentence, and then we're done.
We're just
not going to talk.
We're going to bail. Okay, here it is. St. Louis Cardinals. What is it? Carey?
Chip Carey.
Chip Carey doing his duties as a lead man broadcaster, reading the ads. It is Pride Month, and it got away from him.
Disability Pride Night is Thursday, July 10th. And with
Stop
a theme ticket.
This is actually a very specific Pride Night. This isn't just your run-of-the-mill Pride Night.
It's disability.
This
Pride
is a
Night.
disability Pride Night.
Okay.
Similar to the Naked and Afraid season that was Naked and Afraid and Disabled, where you have a naked chick running through the woods simply on her knuckles. Because
Is that a real show?
Because she doesn't have legs.
Are you serious?
I don't know if they titled it that, but it should have been, because they did have a legless woman, naked and afraid, walking on her knuckles into the woods to go survive.
Holy moly.
Nonetheless, not just your run-of-the-mill Pride Night. This is a very special one.
Disability Pride Night is Thursday, July 10th, and with a theme ticket, fans take home a Cardinals cap featuring the Disability Pride flag and Cardinals in Braille. Details at cardinals.com/theme.
Stop it right there, and then back it up just a little bit when you can. So we're going to let him finish up at /theme.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, for the A's, they're like, let's chat it up. Let's just talk past the incident.
Yep.
Carey decides to go a different way, and there's going to be 31 seconds of silence. But I just want you to hear a little bit of the silence after he finished up and realized he made a mistake.
Featuring the Disability Pride flag and Cardinals in Braille. Details at cardinals.com/theme.
Just marinated that. That's another pitch.
Call that pitch. Let's just keep thinking about it.
Lead that one.
31 seconds of sheer silence as he questioned whether or not he was going to have to go on a full Tom Brenneman level apology.
Okay, but like with Tom Brenneman, he specifically constructed sentences around, I'm just going to run these people down.
No question.
Instead of, both of them clearly just misspoke.
Accidents happen.
Yeah, I know people are going to be like, why is that word in your vernacular, blah, blah, blah. But like, those both felt like mistakes, did they not? Like, honest to goodness, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. Mistakes.
Without question. Absolutely. That's why they maintain position. No one is up in arms, I would imagine. I haven't seen anybody really complaining about it. It's just a funny Freudian slip.
Yeah, word is that Chip Carey is not going to get disciplined for what happened.
And he shouldn't. That was an honest mistake. And around here in the G-Bag Nation, we have had Flagtober. And there have been moments, perhaps, where things get sped up, and it's amazing how you just, man, one letter.
Yeah.
You just forget one letter, and it can come out the wrong way. So it happens, and we're about to have Cooper Flagg coming to DFW, hopefully being here for a long time.
Yeah.
I guarantee you it's only a matter of time before Cooper Flagg becomes somebody else. Unfortunately.
Oh, that's sad.
And Freudian style. So it can happen. Now, it's what's funny though is neither one of those garnered any level of apology, right? Like the Oakland A's one, they just wanted to just talk through it.
Yes.
And St. Louis, they just wanted to just sit in it for a moment and then
my theory
hopefully
is
forget.
They both turned their mics off, and he was like, "Oh my God, what do I do? That was a mistake. I'm so sorry. Do I apologize straight away?" And they're like,
right.
"No, just I don't know. Like, let's just get to the end of the half inning, and we'll move on from there." All right. Not great.
So now we take you to the WNBA, where the broadcaster Rebecca Lobo felt the need to apologize after she said this innocuous statement.
So they disagree with you. They do, and I disagree with them, and that's fine. That's what makes America great, right, Pantmore? I should rephrase that. Yes. But yeah, I did think opinion are perfectly fine. That's a better way to say it. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. I should say it
politics.
different because I said the phrase, "That's what makes America great."
I think it's the again that makes it trademarked more to the president, right?
Yes.
Like, I think you should be okay to be like, that's why my country is great.
Yeah.
But I think it's the idea that it's not great because of a whole bunch of other stuff that we won't get into right here, and then say again that makes it more trademark. She wasn't wearing like a red hat while she did it or anything.
No, they treated the words.
That feels unfair. I don't think you need to apologize for that.
Treated it like a slur. That's what makes America great. I guess that's offensive. But she knows her league. She knows that Brittany Griner would probably have something to say about that. A handful of others might be frustrated.
You don't think there's a whole bunch of crossover those fans?
I can't imagine
hitting the voting booths for
Now
I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
Well, not just the fans, but I would just say the players.
Yeah,
that's probably like a 1%, maybe a 0.1%.
Yeah, that's tough to say.
Now, this is not a flub, but I did find this to just be really amusing on Friday as we were broadcasting in the G-Bag Nation live from the Pickler universe in Carrollton. And we had our Friday staple conversation with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. And Broadus likes to go on the way back with Nadel. Sure. And so we're playing the Pirates, and Broadus is asking Nadel what he thought about a specific era of Pirates uniforms back in the late 60s, early 70s. And Nadel, that was it struck a chord with him.
I hated the uniforms. Absolutely hated the uniforms. Those pillbox hats.
Yes.
I thought they were really stupid looking, and I think it made those guys look really unathletic. It made them all look fat. Willie Stargell looked like a blimp in those things.
I mean,
oh my gosh!
You ever hear Eric Nadel? You've never heard him get so fired up about something. Poor Willie Stargell, man. He just got totally taken out. But I feel like that's a very honest assessment there. No one paints a uniform picture quite like Eric Nadel. We all know that with the blue and red piping down the sides. That's a guy who understands uniforms, and he was firmly against whatever it was the Pirates were wearing back in the late 60s.
See, it's the people from a long time ago that you don't expect to get the drive-by on you. And you're just like, hey, what the hell? Or his family's like, damn, man. I was not expecting that. Oh, you look terrible. Look like a slob in those eyes.
Like a blimp. That's great, man. Whew. That's a Hall of Fame. That's a Hall of Fame broadcaster. All those other people need to take notes from the greatness of Eric Nadel.
Good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is it true? Does this NFL fan base suck? Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, how do the Rangers look in Pittsburgh? We'll react to that and then talk to CY about it.
got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Start with A.J. Dillon in the backfield, but it's a fake. Love protected. Love going deep. Christian Watson, the intended receiver, and he's got it. A big play up top on the first play. And what a start for these Packers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Yep.
And we start with the verbose Caleb Williams. Man, I actually really like what he said. So, Fanatics Fest happened over the weekend, and I bet Eric Chiafalo will get more into that later in the show.
I will.
Okay, thank you. In honor of Will Chambers. So, he was asked about negative experiences with the fans, and he threw out, probably Green Bay. I mean, they suck. After the game, after we won at Lambeau, 1-0 at Lambeau, I love that. We tried to do the Lambeau leap, and they tried to jump into the crowd where our fans were, and Packers fans started throwing everything at you, push you off. The Lambeau leap, it's a real leap. It's not a little baby jump. You actually have to high jump, basically, and they're pushing you, pushing your face. So, what do you think about the concept that Packers fans suck? And if you ask Cowboys fans, they'd pretty much all say Eagles fans, right?
I think that would be the most responded with answer in terms of the worst fan bases. Eagles fans are ridiculous, even though Jets fans certainly give them a run for their money, but the Jets have plenty of reason to be frustrated and just hate watch their team. So there is some level of sympathy involved there.
Sometimes for outside people, do you get why maybe they don't like Cowboys fans?
Yes, but not for the disrespectful way. I actually wish that I wish that we got a little bit more testy at AT&T Stadium. I wish we did bring a little bit more of the hostility,
like
to some
during the
extent.
game,
like respectful hostility. Yes, during the game. I don't think we necessarily have some of that. So I think you do want to have. There's a fine line between being terrible people like Eagles fans or just being, hey, I'm a good fan, I support my team, and I want you to feel like you know that you're in the road environment when you come to our house. But that's not really what we get. The Packers fans thing is interesting to me because I think of those people, I guess they're just all so hammered because beer is just like water there.
Yeah. And what else are you going to do there?
And if you Lambeau Leap as the road player, expect to get messed with. The Lambeau Leap is for Packers players.
I am with you on that. Now, this is a show where we can be honest with one another, right?
Absolutely. I love honesty.
So a couple weeks ago, I admitted that I did not know that Transylvania was a real place. I thought it was just like make-believe for the Dracula story.
Hotel Transylvania.
And I was really humbled. It felt really stupid.
Could I join you in not knowing that?
Okay.
This is actually educational.
Oh, my gosh.
This is educational for us too, Jacob. Wow, dude.
All right. So before the texts start coming in calling us stupid.
Is this the most progressive city in America?
No, not Transylvania, America.
Oh, okay.
Transylvania is a different place, not in America.
Gotcha.
You're thinking of Pennsylvania. All right, so to go along with that, did you know that there's a Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri?
I did know that.
Okay, good. So the Kansas City, Missouri mayor, Quentin Lucas, is hopeful that they can keep the Chiefs there because obviously Kansas City, Kansas was like, hey, nobody will know the difference. Still be the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Most people will have no idea. So we'll see if that happens. But I'm glad we have able to educate people today.
So, okay, like, Jacob, do you have any understanding of where Transylvania is?
I don't have a clue.
I don't have a clue either.
Yeah.
So you're just saying it's real, but
it's in Europe?
Transylvania?
It was in Europe? Look, I'll make another.
Transylvania.
You could have convinced me it was in Philly.
I'll admit another thing right now. I'm not sure if it still exists. It did exist. There's been a lot of changing, a lot of moving and shaking in the geopolitics and whatnot. I don't know if it made the cut.
Romania.
It is in Romania?
Yep.
Okay. Well.
Specifically, it occupies the central and northwestern parts of the country.
See, at least I knew it was in Europe.
Yeah. All right.
But again, 2 weeks ago, I didn't know it was real. So.
Like 2 minutes ago, I didn't.
Okay. All right. Good. We're from the 254. Thank you. I had no idea that was a real place. From the 469. I think it's in Romania from the 469. Who knew? I didn't. From the 254. Also me. Is that true? And then that Transylvania joke made me bust out laughing at work. All right. See? There you go.
That's good, man. I'm glad we're not alone, Jacob.
Yeah. We helped. All right. Let's go to Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, he's a likable fella, right?
I've always thought so myself.
Okay. So Joe Burrow had an interaction with a young fan. Again, I think it was at Fanatics Fest because pretty much everyone in the world was there. Give me cut number 3. Do you like the way Joe Burrow handled this?
I gotta tell you, there's so many fans here to see you. Asher, come here. Cincinnati fan.
You're my favorite player because he's on the Cincinnati Bengals. He's amazing.
We're going to have a great year for you.
Better make the playoffs.
Wow, calling you out, Joe.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
What did you think about Joe Burrow's response, but also, what did you think about the guts of that little kid?
I got a lot of respect for that kid.
You've got to make the playoffs.
Make the playoffs. Joe should have been like, well, give me a defense.
Man.
We played this game. Could anybody in this room name more than one or two defenders on the Cincinnati Bengals?
And it's the two that are both in the middle of contract.
Yes, it's the two that aren't even attending the training camps and everything.
Also happening at that event, did you see the Commanders owner bought a Jaden Daniels one of one Prism Black Finite trading card for $500,000? It is the most expensive Jaden Daniels card that has ever been sold.
Is he going to end up gifting that to Jaden, or is he going to drive up the number and say, Jaden, do you want this?
See, that's a good question, because I think you get Serena Williams involved in this as well. Now, you might be confused. Hear me out.
I am.
So Serena Williams' husband had put a $200,000 bounty on the card. And so that's one of the things people like to do now is like when the Lord of the Rings came out, they're like, if you get the One Ring card, we'll give you $1 million for it and everything like that. So he put a $200,000 bounty out on the card, but this dude's like, no, there it is. I'll pay $500,000 for it. Also, it came out of a box that cost $36.
Wow. That's a steal.
Look, but anybody who knows the card business knows you'll get a whole bunch of those $36 boxes and you'll be like,
with nothing
I
inside.
got $2 worth of cards.
Yeah.
Or like, whatever. All right, one more thing from that event. Did you see that Tom Brady won the inaugural Fanatics games?
Okay, I didn't actually know that. I saw he was doing some like athletic, throwing balls and punching stuff,
Exactly, and breaking phones and all that kind of stuff. So he won $1 million for winning this, and other like regular people were part of the games as well.
So he legitimately won. He earned it.
He legitimately won $1 million, and a lot of people were like, "Hey, man, like, couldn't we let one of those regular people win?"
Right.
And so he's going to give $5,000 to each of the 50 fans who competed in the event, and then he's $5,000. I don't know if I said $5. $5,000, and then he's going to donate all the rest of it to charity. So that's nice. He's not like throw it on the pile.
Right.
He's like,
I need this.
I'll give
child support ain't cheap.
Yeah. Oh, good.
And buying
point.
these expensive watches for my sons aren't cheap either. I think he got his son like a $3 million watch.
Yeah. Did he pay for that watch?
That's actually a great point. Probably
They
not.
Just gave it to him. Look, we talk about this all the time. The richer and more famous you get, the more free stuff you get, even though you don't need it.
It is amazing.
But when you're poor as hell, they're not giving you nothing.
Not getting you jack.
Yeah, exactly.
858 says Vontaze Burfict is still a Bengal, right? I mean, seriously, that's what you do. You're like, Vontaze Burfict is still a Bengal. That's the only thing that makes sense when you're trying to figure out the 11 starters for the Bengals defense. You physically can't do it. You have to go back into yesteryears.
Yes.
And then cross your fingers they're still playing.
And speaking of yesteryears, by the way, from the 469, my parents just toured one of the castles in Transylvania.
Ooh.
Would you be too scared to do that?
I would be a little frightened about what would be awaiting me in there.
Be honest.
That'd be scarier than the Beast from Beauty and the Beast.
It's nighttime. You see a bat fly into the castle that you're at in Transylvania. You get the hell out of there, right?
100%. You regret everything about the entire experience.
Even though every
you get
part
as far
of me,
away from it as possible.
Yes, as a human, I'm like, that's not Dracula. But like, there's another part that's
I'm
like,
not taking the chance.
You could just run away and you'd be fine. All right, let's talk about Travis Hunter. So Travis Hunter did go ahead and sign his contract with the Jaguars. They made two separate announcements, which is all fine and well. But I think the really important part is Travis Hunter got all of his signing bonus up front. So $30.57 million per Adam Schefter. He is the first non-quarterback who wasn't drafted first overall to get all of his signing bonus up front.
Mm-hmm.
And so pretty impressive for him.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, he's the most unique player we've seen maybe ever.
Yes.
And so I understand him getting a unique contract.
Now, are you ready for a professional broadcast tease?
Heck yes.
Travis Hunter played at Colorado alongside Shedeur Sanders. Speaking of Shedeur Sanders, did you hear Shiloh Sanders absolutely destroying his brother?
I didn't hear what he said, but I did hear that he roasted Shedeur for the speeding tickets.
So he's in camp with Tampa Bay, and he's doing a podcast or a YouTube called Tampa Bay Food Tour. And on it, he said, we out here in Tampa, we got to be careful crossing the street, especially if Shedeur is out there.
Ooh, that's good. It's just a quick jab. You know, nothing crazy.
I really like that.
That's brotherly love.
Absolutely.
That's how you do it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the NBA Finals. Narratives made, narratives broken, and that heartbreaking injury. Plus, maybe some College World Series. Next on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where people continue to give us information about Vlad the Impaler and Transylvania. Carter was very disappointed with us. That's how I learned Transylvania was a real place, because I listened to something about Vlad the Impaler. So yes, I did learn about all of that. I have one more, it's kind of football related in a way, but it's Texas related. And I'm sorry, this is politics, but it's not partisan politics.
Wait, you can't just say politics.
Politics!
Thank you.
Did you see that Greg Abbott vetoed the THC ban that had been passed by the state's legislature? You know who's in favor of that? Ricky Williams.
Yeah, buddy. He's been lobbying his balls off for weeks and months.
Yes. To the surprise of no one, he supports that. But I know that there's a lot of people in Texas that were excited about Greg Abbott's veto of that, kind of saving the THC industry or the hemp industry here in Texas. And so, again, not trying to get into your partisan politics, just wanted to mention that Ricky Williams is pumped, and I'm sure there's a lot of other people. Look, would your show even exist without that?
That's a great question. I think the answer is a hard no. And I shout out to the local businesses, right? Small businesses. How many Tolos? I know we got plenty of Tolos that own shops like this.
Yes.
Shout out to Eric Palfy and McKinney, CBD American Shaman. They get it done at a high level, serving the community. There's a lot of veterans that use this as medicinal purposes.
Yes.
And I think that was a big thing that swung with Abbott as well, because there was a huge contingent of veterans that are like, yo, we use this, and we need this.
Can I tell you that Ricky Williams is actually, I kid you not, the person who changed my mind about this?
I believe it.
Because
he was a pioneer.
Yeah, and he has a lot of really well thought out things specifically about this. And one of the ways he changed my mind is, I think it was around Brett Favre had talked about how he had issues being addicted to painkillers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that Ricky Williams threw out there is he was like, the NFL, and I know this is about society at large, but specifically the NFL. He's like, the NFL will allow you to take these painkillers that are significantly more likely to get you addicted than they will let you smoke marijuana or get involved later now with THC products. And I was like, oh man, that's a great point. Why can't you take those other pills, which have been proven medically to have a far greater opportunity to addict you to them?
They got the financial backing.
Yeah, and that kind of blew my mind, and I was like, man, I really need to kind of rethink my stance about all of this. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. It's big for the state, and Ricky Williams is part of it, and Ricky Williams helped change my mind on this issue to begin with.
Salute to one of my favorite athletes of all time.
There you go. Right now, give me cut number 8, because I want to go back to Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Narratives get made, narratives get broken. What happened in this game that might have strengthened or broken one of your narratives? Give me that highlight.
TJ McConnell pulls up, puts it in. He is dominating here in this third quarter. 14 points. He has their last 10.
Now, somebody texted in the show earlier and said they wanted Oklahoma City to lose because they hate Oklahoma City and they're one of the rivals to the Mavericks. I can get in on all of that. Did you also want Oklahoma City to lose because they already had their championship buses ready to go?
Okay, that was funny. And I love that Rick Carlisle clearly took that personal.
Yes, he did.
His team came out with a vengeance to start that game. So that worked in the Pacers' favor there, at least until Halliburton, or I guess halftime, took place, and then the floodgates opened for OKC. But yeah, I think that this is something that every team that's on the brink of a championship, you have to be buttoned up logistically. You don't just snap your fingers and have a championship parade. The problem is you can't let the Twitter account that the video came out from of the guy who was posting the buses came from Milkman72 with 300 followers. Milkman72 is not allowed in the vicinity of what is supposed to be a detail-oriented, buttoned-up, tight-lipped situation that we're trying to get going here. There was also in Indy, guess what they were doing? They were setting up porta-johns throughout the city or whatever.
Because you have to.
Setting up for the parade because you have to do that. So you just can't let schmoes in the building with cell phones. There's got to be like a no cell phone rule or something like that. You can't let that leak out because it is a bad look. It's absolutely a bad look, and it becomes bulletin board material.
Do you have any other thoughts about people who have ridiculous Twitter names and not a lot of followers?
Yeah, you just don't take them seriously.
Okay. I think that's
when they want to get in adult conversations.
All right. So one of my questions to go along with all of this, and this is a narrative question I have. Do you believe Oklahoma City has just started a dynasty? Now, we talked about this. I think a dynasty, to be fair, and I think it was Bobby, I'm sorry if I'm miscrediting this, who said 3 titles in 7 years or something along those lines to qualify as a dynasty. Do you think that could be what just started for real? Because I'm not somebody who thinks a dynasty is like, oh, you made it really far a whole lot of times. Like, I don't know if I've told you this. I hate when people say that the New England Patriots had a 20-year dynasty. That is complete and utter nonsense. It was 2 separate dynasties, which is in and of itself is incredible from Tom Brady. But they didn't win a Super Bowl for 10 years. Like, I don't care how far you get again and again and again. It doesn't matter. People don't think of the Atlanta Braves as a dynasty because they only won the title one time. And so I do think you're probably looking at that like 3 title threshold. Do you think Oklahoma City just started that?
Well, I will give you the odds I saw from John Ewing, BetMGM, plus 240 favorites to repeat as NBA champions, the shortest preseason championship odds since the 2018-2019 Warriors. So the books are looking at them as okay.
So now 7 years, just like we talked about. They were the biggest NBA final favorites in 7 years as well.
Yeah, I think that I struggle predicting dynasties because it really it doesn't account for just how freaking difficult that actually is. And there's so many ridiculous variables. But there is no question that OKC has set themselves up to have that opportunity here because they have plenty more assets. It's not like they're about to lose the guys that they have on this roster, and they have draft assets to keep restocking. So, and we're in a place now in the NBA where the CBA is trying to keep from dynasties and super teams from happening. You were seeing a new champion every single year because it's hard to keep a championship team together because they punish you so much financially with the luxury taxes and the aprons and everything. So in a league where it's hard for anybody to have this, the Thunder have set themselves up to be the one team that might be able to cut through that and go win multiple titles in a decade where we've seen a new champion every year for the last 5 years.
And I think it's actually now for the last 7 or 8 years, and it's the longest run in the history of the NBA.
Wow.
Without a repeat champion. So one of the things, and a couple of people said it was RJ who said that, and I apologize to RJ then. He's always got great sports points, and also sports points that I disagree with a lot. And so who's their competition, right? So if you look at the power rankings, this is what we do. I actually really like this. The day after the championship, you get the power rankings for the next season. Obviously, Oklahoma City is number 1. You just mentioned biggest favorites to win the title in 7 years going into next season. And then there's Minnesota. Maybe, but it feels like Anthony Edwards said the exact same thing about no one will work harder than him in the offseason that he did last year, and they got embarrassed and gave up on the court. So I don't know. Denver, Oklahoma City just beat Denver. I love Nikola Jokic, but they still don't have a lot of flexibility to get a whole lot of stuff done. Cleveland, said it earlier, I do not believe in Cleveland as a viable playoff entity as they are currently constructed. Houston, maybe, but that's a lot to ask of your new potential super team with Kevin Durant. It didn't work in Phoenix. It didn't work in Brooklyn eventually, but maybe. And then after that, the Pacers, the Celtics, well, they both lost their best players for next year. Like, Halliburton has a torn right Achilles tendon. You got to think, obviously he's going to get surgery, but you got to think his next year is done. Mm-hmm. Tatum, you got to figure most of his next season is done. And so does it come down to like the Knicks and the Rockets, or do you think the Lakers are going to get a center and that will push them back into contention? I just don't know. Like, who their primary competition is going to be. But then again, I also thought Oklahoma City was going to win this series easily, like in 5 games.
Yeah.
And so the fact that Indiana took them to the absolute limit and may well have won that game, if not for Halliburton getting hurt last night, who's to say? Maybe this is a one champion and done.
It could be. Again, it's so difficult to be that consistent, stay healthy, and be that dominant for that long. And just even repeating as champions, let alone going on.
We're literally in unprecedented NBA territory. In terms of lack of a repeat champion.
But it should actually make it easier for the Thunder, because all these teams, as you mentioned, they all have so many flaws.
Yeah.
The Nuggets, you have one of the best players, if not the best player, Nikola Jokic.
He is the best player.
You don't have the resources to build the quality team around him.
You know how many draft picks they have?
One?
They have none.
They have none. Okay.
So coming up on Wednesday, if you're thinking the draft, I mean, they could make a move, but the answer is they have none.
Yeah, and I look at a team like the Rockets, who clearly has the coach and the defense. Now they have the scorer, and they have the future picks and assets that they could wheel and deal to add to what they have now. So I look at them as a real viable option, not as it stands right this second, but by the time you get to the trade deadline of next season, that this roster could look a fair amount different, and that could be something that puts them over the top. The Lakers are certainly a team that they have some of the quality pieces there that make you feel like, okay, if they make a move or two, they could do something, but otherwise it is pretty wide open. We'll see what the Timberwolves do. They're clearly legit, but who knows what their situation from a roster standpoint looks like.
Okay, just real quick on that. I think they are legit. I don't believe they're championship legit at the moment. And I don't think I will until Anthony Edwards breaks through and the whole team breaks through. And that's probably, I mean, that's what Dirk had to go through. That's what so many people in the NBA have had to go through.
Yeah. And then you look on the other side, like the Knicks don't even have a coach right now. So how can we even, to some extent, you're like, they don't even have a coach, dude. There's so much unknown. Like, I love plus 1,800 with the Magic right now. It's probably too early for them as well.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the playoff skins on the wall. We even saw with OKC. We saw this looming. Last year they were the best regular season team, but you still got to take your lumps in the postseason. So you don't just go from like a first round knockout type team to all of a sudden you're winning a championship.
And Banchero's obviously got to prove he can be that dude. I know he's really, really good. But
I do like him.
I know, but he's got to prove that he is that dude. I wanted to throw this out real quick while we're talking about this. I feel like Caitlin Clark spoke for so many of us, including me, when she said this. She was asked about watching Game 7. Obviously, she loves Indiana quite a lot. She said, quote, "I think we're going to be in the air when the game is on. We fly Delta, and sometimes they have the screens on the back of the plane, but sometimes they don't. So I'm hoping for ones with screens on the back of the chair so I don't have to pay for Wi-Fi. I'm a little cheap." And like, I don't care how much money you have. I feel like I could be rich as hell and I would still be cheap on things like that. And I'd be like, hey, can we figure out a way to get this game going without paying for the Wi-Fi? I felt like that was a person of the people right there.
Totally.
Speaking to all of us.
I saw something, LeBron was videoed and they were asking him about his outfit, and everything that he was wearing this weekend was free.
Wow. It's kind of like you.
Yeah, I love free stuff.
Yes.
I don't know if it's free food or free t-shirts that I like more, but it's like a 1A, 1B situation. You tell me there's free food, I'm there. You tell me there's free t-shirts, I'm there.
Yeah, I get it. And as people in the media, you fall into that trap really quickly. From the 6A2, based on the criteria Kevin set up for the Patriots, would you consider the Cowboys an actual dynasty? 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. See, I would, because they hit the requisite amount of championships. Now, they did point out they're only a contender half the decade, and I do get that, but I think that's its own entity as a dynasty. Just like I feel like the Patriots were 2 separate dynasties. Like in the middle, they were obviously competing every single time, but they didn't win anything. Like whether you think it's the Bills, the Braves, even though I know the Braves did win one, I don't think just being really good counts. I mean, nobody thinks the Stars are anything close to a dynasty, and they have been rocking and rolling, in the last 5 years, they've been to four Western Conference finals, maybe the last 6 years, and a Stanley Cup final, but they haven't won any of it. So people are like, no, yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, the Dynasty stuff is one of the more interesting ones because it's so hard to nail down the specific criteria. It's sort of case by case, but I do think that number 3 rings true.
Yeah.
3 championships. Is it in 4 years? Is it in 5 years? Is it in 6 years? But what you're saying about the Patriots is actually a compliment to them.
Yeah,
you
it's
had
two different ones. Yeah.
like 2 different cores of the roster went on dynastic runs. That's otherworldly.
Absolutely. And I hate to say this because I remember when, like, if you ask somebody, like, how do you know if you're in love? And they're like, you just know when you see it. Like, part of me wonders, is the dynasty test, you're like, I just know when I see it.
I think that's I think that's the most real way to actually.
You're like, you know what? If the Thunder win 2 of the next 3 titles, I'll feel that way. But, like, I thought Boston was primed to really go on a run, but then Tatum got hurt. And so who the hell knows?
I mean, call me crazy. I thought when we were at the Rangers championship parade,
we were
starting something pretty special here.
Oh, that's
and all of a sudden we missed the dang playoffs. Now, are we under 500? Yes, we are.
That is unfortunately a perfect segue. Because coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We will have one of our ticket giveaways, plus Wanker of the Weekend, plus the Rangers are getting more hits, but they still can't get that big hit. How come? Next on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
raining. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today.
The Expressway on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Runner goes and Smith slices one weakly in a left field, a base hit. Semien scores. Garcia keeps on moving and he turns and burns for third. Stops there. RBI single for Josh Smith. He fists one the other way and the Rangers strike first here in the top of the second and take a 1-0.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Eric, and Jacob rocking the show, not only today, but for the rest of the week. And, you know, we need to get into the Rangers. I want to quick hit something about Anthony Richardson, but I feel like it's about that time for something specific.
Let's give something away, Jacob!
If you didn't do it, it was going to be Chip Carey silence happening right there. Right now, caller number 10, 877-881-1053 will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see AEW All in Texas, July 12th at Globe Life Field. You can, of course, buy tickets at AEWTix.com, or you can win them for free right now. We're going to do this giveaway all week long. 877-881-1053. 4-pack of tickets for caller number 10 to go see AEW All in Texas. A quick update for Anthony Richardson. Said his shoulder is feeling better. He expects to be ready for Colts training camp in July. I know I've talked with Corey a good deal about this before we bounce back over to the Rangers, but what is your concern level about Anthony Richardson, or what do you think Colts fans' concern level should be? Because, I mean, like, this is somebody who's been labeled as injury prone. He's been, labeled as, maybe not that great.
Extremely inaccurate.
It feels like this encompasses all of those things in one concerning potential injury.
Yeah, this is not what you want. And I was somebody that was advocating for a team like the Colts to take the flyer on Anthony Richardson in the draft. That'll go down as one of my worst sports takes of all time. And I knew the boom or bust potential of it.
Yeah.
In my mind, I'm thinking, hey, you're in the AFC. You're going up against Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. You need a super alien type guy, and his ceiling was sort of that. And
had the lowest floor too, but you're right. You're right.
Like the volatility of a guy like this is huge, and there's a real chance you crash and burn. And as the general manager and the head coach, you lose your job because of this. But if you're going to get a quarterback, get a guy who has that potential to get in that stratosphere of freak show quarterback.
Yeah,
he's got all the physical attributes, but he has proved for not 1 second that he is capable of doing anything other than a random 68-yard bomb down the field that happens to land beautifully.
Right.
But the 5-yard pass, he can't make.
Yeah.
The run-of-the-mill quarterback play that you have to be able to do, he can't do it. So I am 100% out on the idea that Anthony Richardson, I think, honestly, here's what I think. He will be fantastic for the Renegades in 3 years.
Oh, former champ. Man, even Carter's against that. I will tell you, if there's anybody who is on the cutting edge of Anthony Richardson will not be good in the NFL, it was Carter Freeman. Anybody who is people could be like, I didn't think he'd be that great. Carter Freeman, going back years, was like, nope, don't believe it. All right. Speaking of things that you might have trouble believing in right now, the Texas Rangers. Although they did win their series against the Pirates, but the Pirates are terrible. So basically, we're looking at a string right now. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. Yeah, the White Sox, the Royals, the Pirates. And then the next 3 series, Orioles, Mariners, and then the Orioles again. At the time, you were looking ahead of that stretch. None of those teams were above 500. And so my thought was, if you can win every series, you're going to go at least 12-6. And so rock on. Right now you're 5-4, which is tough because it is still a winning record. And if you were just 6-3, that would push you on pace to be 12-6. And I would be like, okay, well, you got there in a weird way with sweep, then you got swept, and then sweep again. But it's that sweep at the hands of Kansas City that's really hurting. Now you go into Baltimore, Seattle, and Baltimore again before you get to a tougher part of the schedule. And these games feel vitally important for a team that has just had to scrape and claw just to get back to 500, and they cannot get the hit when it matters. So last week, we asked the question, Chiafalo, are the Rangers' bats back? And there were a lot of positive signs. But the one thing that we highlighted that was not positive in any way, shape, or form was how they performed with runners in scoring position.
Yeah. I mean, you get a lot of 1-for-11s.
Yes. You know what? Yesterday, 2-for-12. So actually technically better. That means that last at bat, we got it done.
Progress.
Yeah. So, and it started off so well because go back to it. You had walks to Semien, walk to Adolis. You got a bloop single from Josh Smith, which extended his career-high hitting streak to 10 games. Hey, all right. We're ahead 1-0.
Really appreciate that guy.
And then you go to Josh Young. He has struggled mightily in his last 30 games. He gets a single and makes it 2-0. Another great situational hitting from the Joshes, I believe is the phrase. And you're like, hey, all right, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Then you end up finding out that you lose the game 8-3. So if you're like, I missed the rest of the game, what happened? Well,
he got away from us a little bit.
Yeah, you took a nap, whatever. You had some errands to run. By the way, you're running those errands. You can listen to these games right here on the Fan. So, no excuse.
Lock in, boys and girls. I do love taking a stroll through the grocery store with the earbuds in.
Ooh, I like that.
Accompanied by Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, and Jared Sandler.
Yeah.
There's something special about it.
I like that. Does it steer you away from any foods when Eric talks about the boxy uniforms and how they made Willie Stargell look fat, and you're like, maybe don't get those Cocoa Puffs?
Exactly. The items out of the box you end up staying away from.
Okay, that's smart. All right, so the Rangers were 2-for-12 with runners in scoring position on Sunday. They left 6 people on base. Over the weekend against the Pirates, they won 2 of 3 games. Hey, that's great, right?
Yeah.
They went 4-for-29 with runners in scoring position. Going into yesterday's game, their OPS, which remember, OPS has kind of replaced batting average as the go-to stat for baseball. The Rangers' OPS with runners in scoring position was 649. That's the third worst in baseball.
That adds up, man. Yeah. That's what this offense has been.
So, is there anything that you can pinpoint about why they've had problems? So, somebody just said they don't do all the little things. And one of the things they said with runners in scoring position. Yeah. But I know one of the arguments before was the Rangers don't do the little things to get people in scoring position. They've done a significantly better job at getting people in scoring position. When we talked with Bochy last week, we talked about that game the weekend before against the White Sox, or not the White Sox. They won it. And no, it was against the White Sox. I'm sorry. Doubting myself. Got to stay true to myself. They had 12 people left on base before they even got to the ninth inning. And Boch was like, it felt like we should have been winning that game by 10 runs. So they're getting more people in position, but they're not getting the big hit. Do you have a reason? Do you have a player? Do you have a whatever that you think is leading to this funk? Because we just talked about Josh Young has really been struggling the last 30 games. Obviously, Corey Seager's drawing walks, but not been the Corey Seager that perhaps we thought. They're getting people to second and third base, but much like we talked about at the beginning of the show, Jack Leiter, he's getting the work, getting you to 2 strikes, and then what?
And then the bottom falls out a little bit on him.
Same thing with the Rangers offense.
Yeah.
They're doing the work, getting you to second, getting you to third, and then nothing.
It's really maddening, and I do feel like if there was a great answer for this, then they would have been able to sort of solve this.
You really hope they would have put that into practice, right?
Yeah. But I also find it interesting that Jared talks about how, and we've asked some of the guys in the G-Bag Nation on Tuesdays when we do the Rangers Players Show, when we get a hitter on the air, asking them like, hey, how does your approach change when you do have guys in scoring position? And they for the most part, they say like it really doesn't change at all. I'm just getting up there with the same mindset. And apparently that's sort of the way of the sport over the last decade plus, whatever it is, where these guys are just getting up there and it doesn't matter really what the situation is in terms of runners in scoring position. They're doing what they always do. And right now what the Rangers always do for the most part is not get the hit that they need. And so the runners in scoring position, I think, is a little bit less so lately because they have gotten the guys on base and then they can't complete the mission. Yeah. But for the most part, you're just talking about a bad offense. So how do I expect a bad offense to just be good in this scenario? We can't score when we get to the red zone. Well, we don't really we don't push the ball down the field into the red zone that much either. We don't. Our offense isn't very good, so we don't score the touchdowns. But we're not very good everywhere else either.
Is this going to be another thing? And we talked about this with NBA players and like jumping teams. Is this another thing where you don't have to like it, but you need to accept that's the way baseball is now? Is like if you expect a different approach with 2 strikes or a different approach with runners in scoring position, like that part of the game has passed us by.
It's hard to really just accept it.
Yeah.
I think to some extent, I guess you just have to, but I still want to ask the questions. I still want to poke and prod as to why. Are we sure this is the best way? And everything's a bit cyclical, so perhaps it swings the other direction. But when your leader in ribbies on the team is like 75th in the entire sport, you got problems. That's where we're at right now. Adolis Garcia leads the team in ribbies, and he's like 75th in all of Major League Baseball.
Yes. Okay, from the 214, recent hitting coach change. And I think this is one of the issues, and maybe this is a question for Chris Young today. Maybe it's more of a question for Boch on Wednesday. Is there a unified message going to the hitters? And that's what I want to know, because I feel like some of the coaches, and you hear Brett Boone sometimes talk about this every Wednesday with Sean and RJ, because they essentially got him this job.
That's right.
I firmly believe that. Is he talks about some things, and some of it is like gut instinct as a coach, but then there's the analytics, and sometimes those cooperate very well, but sometimes they don't. And are the hitters getting a unified message? And then my follow-up question to that would be, or do you think that's a problem for every team across the league? Like, I don't want to paint it as though it might just be unique for the Rangers. It's like, oh, sometimes coaches and analytics say different things. Like, that's probably a problem for every team.
For sure.
To a certain extent.
Yeah, and putting this on the the coaching situation. That is, we're now like Ecker gone.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you can't really put it on Boone, and he seems to be the kind of guy that likes to go player to player. Everybody, like you said, a little bit different.
Yeah.
We're trying to, like, what works for this guy doesn't necessarily work for that guy. And that's sort of the nature of it. But right now you just got a bunch of guys that are not consistently doing what they are paid to do.
And there will be an opportunity for a spark because, unfortunately, Jake Berger went on the injured list. He has a left oblique strain, and you could see it pretty much straight away after, I think it was a strikeout, not just a swing and a miss. You could pretty much see it straight away. Like, he was in pain. He was reaching towards his side. And now Berger has said he was hopeful that it was just like a cramp. They said, no, not a cramp, 10-day IL.
I know Tony Romo thought it was just a cramp.
Yeah, oh man. Never forget that when Dak's foot was twisted backwards, Tony Romo looked at the monitor and said, hopefully it's just a cramp. That's a thing that happened.
It's an all-time moment.
We were all looking at the same image, and I was like, I got bad news for you, Tony. Probably not. I'll let you figure it out in the break, but probably not. So Berger said, my mind's already on that 11th day, and he's already focused on that. And you love that mindset. In the meantime, Ezekiel Durant probably going to get most of the reps at first base. We talked about Foscue jumping back up. Maybe Osuna sees a little bit more time here and there. But you do have a few options if you're in the camp of, I just need change for change's sake.
Yeah.
Like, I know that's not always the way to do it, but sometimes you agree. Like, sometimes you're like, I don't know. Well, we got to change it up because what we're doing right now is just the worst.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, there are no bad ideas in terms of what can you do to try to figure something out here.
It does. Like, I feel like we're not too far removed from me asking Boch a question about runners in scoring position and him asking me the question back and being like, what do you got? I'm open. Like, what kind of ideas have you guys come up with in the 105.3 The Fan Lab?
We do need to have we might need to have a team meeting, players only meeting.
Yes.
Where we try and come up with the right idea to get this offense rolling.
Yes. And Boch said this after the game, and you might be like, hold on, is that not from last week or last month or April? It was actually from yesterday, but it applies in all those situations. We just couldn't get that big hit. And I feel like we've heard that time and time and time again.
That'll be on the 2025 Texas Rangers tombstone.
We just couldn't get that. We just couldn't get that big hit.
That's it. That's what it'll be. That's the story of this season so far for these guys.
Man,
and unfortunately that takes the place of the great pitching. It's going to be couldn't get the big hit. Oh yeah, we pitched our tail off for the most part.
Yeah. Do you think we'll do that, or do you think we'll positive spin it and be like, Rangers season, start date, end date, obviously not the playoffs, heck of a pitching run.
Yeah.
And we'll just ignore the rest.
By the way, positive.
This is going to sound weird. Speaking of tombstones, I'm going to go ahead and make sure you turn your attention to the morning crosstalk, where Bobby has put forth the idea that we have eulogies, essentially, right, for RJ Choppy to see if we can make him cry.
Yes. Yeah. He's trying to concoct some tears out of RJ, and we're going to have to tug at his heartstrings.
Would you prefer the eulogy that makes people cry or makes them laugh? Because I have told Jess, if I die, or when I die, if she's still alive, I want my funeral to be crushingly sad. And so, like, I want videos playing with sad music, and I want everyone to just feel like, this is the worst.
We all
thing.
have a Hagee-sized void in our heart.
Yeah. And, like, I don't want people to be like, this is what he would have wanted, and people were yucking it up. I want people to be sad and be like, this is what he would have wanted.
I love that. I go for the laugh, though.
Okay.
I prefer the uppity excitement.
Okay. All right. See, so you got a positive attitude. I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's say we transition over into a little bit of Wanker of the weekend. You ready?
I'm ready.
877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? And was it Alec Medford? We're going to get to that in just 1 second. But actually, you know who was the best at being the worst this weekend? It was the New York Post.
Ooh, really? I thought it was the New York Times. I thought the New York Times had something that was pretty ridiculous.
This is not going to be about politics.
Oh, okay. Well, this was about parenting.
Oh.
I'm going to have to find it.
Okay, actually.
See who's worse.
Now I kind of want to know. So the New York Post has finally deleted this tweet, but it was up for more than 12 hours. Were you ever a professional wrestling fan?
There was a time. There was a time. Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock,
Attitude
NWO.
Era. Okay.
Like, absolutely.
NWO. Do you remember what the NWO stood for?
I don't believe that I do.
The wrestling group.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Definitely don't.
The wrestling group.
Tell me about a variation of that. So neither did the New York Post. It stood for the New World Order.
There you go.
And the New York Post had a story up, and the tweet was up for at least 12 hours. How the New York Order changed pro wrestling forever. And they all had NWO shirts on. Just a basic look at letters should let you know that NWO does not stand for New York Order. But yes, that is the actual headline.
Wow.
How the New York Order changed wrestling forever. Not enough for that person to be aware of who they are.
So is that printed copies out on the stands?
I believe that was on their site. I didn't see the printed copy, but I know they had the tweet up about it for all day. But luckily now somebody has come to them and be like, hey, that's stupid and wrong, and you need to delete that.
They deserve it. They
Yes.
deserve all the flack.
And so they did. So yeah, New York Post, you're on the list for Wanker of the Weekend.
Okay, perhaps maybe I could one-up you.
Oh.
I saw this headline. I didn't actually read it because I don't subscribe. But the New York Times Magazine says, headline, don't play with your kids, period. Seriously, period. That's the headline. And then
what an intriguing headline.
Yeah, I'm thinking like,
I feel like I would read that article. You're like, huh?
Well, then what is it? What's the headline? Is it the byline that goes underneath the headline?
Oh, like the subhead?
Yeah. The subhead. Subhead reads, I have 3 kids under 10 who don't expect or even want to play with me. It took some practice, but over time, we've all learned we're better off doing our own thing.
Okay. First of all, the byline is your name. Second of all, just kind of sounds like that person's a crappy parent.
I know. I didn't get into the meat of his sort of argument here, but on the surface, it seems like one of the worst parenting advice. Like I thought that was The Onion.
Yeah.
But it's the New York Times.
Jacob, did your parents play with you when you were a child?
Sort of. I mean, I may have built Legos with my dad, but
okay, that's something.
Did you ever have a catch?
Oh yeah, all the time. My dad was my baseball coach, so.
Well, wouldn't you know it?
Oh yeah.
You guys played ball together.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Is he the example we want, though, now that I think about it?
Yeah. Might not be. Give me till Friday with Jacob, and we'll make the final call.
We'll
see how he handles Masterpiece of the Week.
We'll make that determination. From the 682, I'm going to go to your funeral with a notebook full of dead dad jokes. I would love that. I really would love that if that happened. All right. So let's go from that to Fox 4. We're going to call out Fox 4 just a little bit. Again, I hope people know we're not actually talking about politics. This just happened around a political thing. So most Fox affiliates, they were all showing the Mets-Phillies game. But then President Trump gave the speech, wanted to update us about Iran and everything that was happening there. So just about every other Fox affiliate went back to the Mets-Phillies game. Not here in Dallas.
Nope.
Fox 4, baby. We stuck with it. We went right to the Fox 4 people, and they talked for about an hour, mostly about Iran, and just ignored what happened in the baseball game. They didn't go back to it. They didn't necessarily.
Just no acknowledgement.
Yeah, they're like, you missed it.
For all we know, that game never existed.
Yeah, the game's over. It was 8-4. Who knows what happened after that?
That's great.
Like, I don't know how many Dallas folks are
really care about
super
that.
Locked in on that game that also don't know how to find it another way or like see the updates or something like that.
But there was at least one.
Oh, for sure. Like I remember, speaking of the newspaper, when we worked at the newspaper, we used to run essentially the TV guide, but it was like the TV listings in the paper. And eventually we got to the point where we were like, hey, The year starts with a 2. We probably don't need to do that anymore.
We could probably save some time here.
We took it out of the paper. We got a shocking number of, I'm saying like a shocking number of phone calls.
Really?
From older people who were really mad that we took the TV listings out and then they didn't know what was going to be on TV and stuff. So,
like, no warning?
Yeah.
Just one day I open my paper and there's no TV listings?
Yeah, what kind of bull crap is that?
You expect me to use my own brain for this?
I'm here to read the crime blotter and see what's on TV, all right? That's why I subscribe to your newspaper.
Shout out to the Woolly Bully Zach Wolchuk, who was on Fox 4 Free For All last night.
Do you think he would have told them to put the baseball game back on?
I think he would have. I think they actually brought him in to give the synopsis for the one guy who was railing against the network for not showing the game.
Oh, man, this is a great example. Jacob, you're going to have to be tortured by my sense of humor and the fans' sense of humor. What do you call a dead Australian dad?
I don't know, Kevin. What do you call it?
Did. All right. That is the humor that we're going to bring to the table. I always bring
I love crapping on those jokes, but that one actually got me pretty good.
Okay,
That was nice.
All right.
I didn't know where that was going to go.
All right. Do you want soccer hooligans or the Dallas Wings for our next wanker of the weekend?
Oh, I'm a wings guy.
All right.
All flats, lemon pepper.
Okay. There you go. Ooh, all flats.
I like the flats.
Okay. I like it. So the Wings lost again. Paige and Enrique, they both showed out. Paige became the fastest guard in WNBA history since 2006 to reach 200 career points, and they lost in overtime. So Enrique 27, Paige 29 rebounds, 7 assists. They lost in overtime 91-88 yesterday. That dropped them to 3-12, the second worst record in all of the WNBA. And they're getting standout performances from especially those two. I know there's been some others, but especially those two, and they are still terrible.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the state of the team right now. It is unfortunate, but when you pick number 1 overall, there's
probably a reason. And there was a reason. They were awful last year.
That'll be different for Cooper though.
Oh yeah,
with the Mavericks.
Oh,
but that's rarefied. Most of the time, you go and you take your lumps for a while.
Yeah.
And you wonder, are these professionals that I have as teammates, or what are we doing here? Is this an expansion team?
Yeah. Now you have made kind of some allusions to this. Can you tell us, was Alec a wanker of the weekend?
Well, I think anytime you're vomiting in the back of your friend's wife's vehicle. Due to incessant vodka shots, I think there is a wanker award awaiting you when you're spending your Sunday in bed till, I believe Bobby said 4 p.m.
Wow.
Because you get hit by a vodka train and that thing just doesn't stop. It really doesn't stop. And I feel for Alec. He did the thing where he said, it's my birthday and I'm going to invite Bobby and we're going to go to a place called Filthy McNasty's.
Oh,
when you make those 3 decisions as an adult, you're going to get wankered.
Oh,
it hurts. I feel for him. I mean, dude, have you ever experienced just a nightmare, awful hangover?
I've never drank.
Okay, so I know you don't drink. But I didn't know that it was a never.
Yeah, I've always been a square.
See, that's one of those good for you things. It's one of those that you just really don't want to wish upon anyone, because when it's that bad, it really is that bad. And when you're vomiting in a moving vehicle, it's miserable.
Does Will Chambers have to be co-wanker of the weekend in this situation?
I think so, dude. When Bobby was telling the story of Will saying, "Hey, you're good, bro. Just let it out," as Will sitting in the back seat with a grocery bag to catch the vomit, and then only to find out at the end when the doors open and the lights come on that none of the puke got into the bag.
How do you not feel that the bag you're holding is not getting any heavier?
Right, that's what I was thinking. But Will also made the choice as an adult to let Bobby purchase a bunch of vodka shots and go to a place called Filthy McNasty's. And so you're not going to be yourself after that. You're going to need a Snickers.
And it was Will's last weekend
Retirement party
of radio. So
Yeah.
I get it. So you mix the retirement party with the birthday party and vodka, and it's just a recipe for disaster for Bobby's wife's car.
Yeah, dude. I mean, having to be the puke cleanup person, does it get much worse than that in terms of an unpaid volunteer job? But it's my car, so I guess I just have to do this.
Would you send those people a bill? Would you send Alec a bill and be like, you needed to clean this up? I couldn't let it stink for that long.
Yeah, I probably would.
Because he wasn't in a right mind to clean it up.
No, absolutely not. There was no way he was going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But it's your car. I mean, I guess you make the choice to say, I'm going to take Hammered Guy in my vehicle. And that's the thing, is you can think you're fine, but then all of a sudden you get in the back seat of a moving car. Now you go from thinking you're fine to all of a sudden I'm extremely queasy. Do you get car sick?
No.
My
wife does, though.
I've discovered going on, because I'm always the driver. I'm either driving myself, or if I'm with my wife and my kids, I'm always driving.
Yeah.
And so I didn't realize until when we went to Vegas for the Super Bowl, and I'm not driving the car.
Yeah.
Dawson's driving or whatever's going on. I realized, wow, I'm car sick guy. If I'm not driving or at least sitting in the front seat, I will get sick. And then if you pour on a bunch of filthy McNasty vodka shots, I'm gonna get real buck wild in there.
Guys, apparently this is not the only time folks have experienced this. From the 903, been there. After a filthy McNasty's at the Stockyards once, brother. We've been there. It sucks like hell.
Jonathan Cox, I love you, man. 903, that's our guy.
Look, there's probably a lot of people out there that are like, they've been in hangover hell. Maybe that should be a segment at some point this week. By the way, one more wanker of the weekend. The no good Knicks in Philadelphia. Well, Moroccan soccer fans, they unleashed flares during a Club World Cup game. And as you can probably guess, it caused havoc, especially in the lower bowl. There was smoke everywhere, and it was hugely problematic. Look, don't set off a flare, probably in a non-emergency situation, but especially not in a stadium because you thought it would be neat. Because it didn't work out super, super well. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, since we have Eric with us, how about we do the Chi Block?
I am here for that. Who had the most embarrassing experience at the Fanatics event party this weekend? Funniest stuff from the sports weekend next year on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, free.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got a couple of quick updates for you from the 972. I know you guys have talked about Fanatics Fest, but are you going to the Dallas Card Show next week? It's supposed to be one of the biggest in the entire nation. I have been at just about every Dallas Card Show for like the last 6 years. They come around every 2 months. It is the biggest recurring card show in the country. If you've never been, it's in Allen at the Marriott, 777 Waters Creek. It is freaking fantastic, and I think you will love it. So I would highly recommend going to check that out. But you know, I feel like there's one other piece of business we got to take care of.
Ooh, let's give something away.
Giveaway number 2 of the day. Caller number 10 right now will win a pair of tickets to go see Dermot Kennedy on October 16th at the Majestic Theater. Of course, you can go buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10. And remember, we'll be doing the AEW and the Kennedy giveaway all week long. So make sure you're tuned in for both of those. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. And since you're here in place of Corey this week, it's time for the Chi Block.
I love it. Here we go. 877-881-1053. Did Alec Medford party harder than the Oklahoma City Thunder players post-championship this weekend? Because the Athletics' Marcus Thompson described OKC's locker room celebration. That was the most tempered locker room I've ever seen after any championship.
Oh, man.
These guys just kept it chill. I feel like I just like the idea of the just the spray of the foam, the beers being sprayed everywhere, the champagne. You know, you never want to go full Chris Bosh with it.
Yeah.
But you just want to spray that thing around, and you're hyped up. I'd probably go no goggles. I respect the guys that go no goggles.
Oh.
Because I don't know when those started to really make an appearance, sometime in the last roughly decade, I guess.
Yeah.
Where they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't have championship beer in my eyeballs. Why wouldn't you want championship beer in your eyeballs? Why wouldn't you want championship champagne in your eyeballs?
It's a good question.
Not really sure. So I would go no goggles.
Okay.
Maybe I'd wear them around the neck or something, just the aesthetic of it. I'll be a teammate if my guys are doing that. But I would be encouraging them to just allow the beer and champagne experience to overtake them as it pertains to sort of the firework nature of the shake and explode. We're here to have a good time.
Would you try to keep one of those bottles for posterity and be like, hey, this is the night we won the championship? Or are you like, that's great, I'm not planning ahead, we're partying right now?
I don't know that I would have the wherewithal to think about that.
Okay.
You know, now at the end, or maybe you think about that on the heels of the locker room celebration. The cool thing about it is, and maybe we'll see how maybe they turn it up a notch during the actual parade. Because you get the initial locker room celebration, but then you get the parade celebration. And maybe for the parade, I would say, hey, this particular bottle or whatever, I will make this mine. Because the championship parade, from my only one experience doing that with the Rangers, that is an all-time unforgettable, greatest day of my life. And if I could have any piece of that just to sort of cling on to forever, I would love that. So I think maybe from the parade, I would do the saving, the memoirs.
I definitely kept my little like media placard and one of those, like a couple other things from that day. So I get you.
214 says these are weed kids these days, so they don't really get fired up for the Michelob and the champagne.
So you're just passing out the brownies or the gummies, and you're like, this is cool.
You got to wait for like 45 minutes for the.
Is that how long it takes?
Well, for the brownies,
man.
Hey, you got to be careful with the brownies because you'll think, hey, what's happening? Nothing's happening. I need more. Here's the deal.
Okay.
Hagee, you don't need more.
I don't need more.
You never need more.
Okay.
Just ride it out.
Okay.
Because 45 minutes, boom, there it is.
Does the same science work there as with alcohol? As they'll be like, if you're a bigger person, you can drink more. Is it the same with this, or they're like, no?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't know if it's a size thing as much as it's a tolerance buildup thing. I think you have to earn the right to consume more.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, I would not jump into consuming more. No. I would definitely be in the shallowest of ends.
Take your little nibble of the brownie and sit back and let nature take its course on you and your body and in your mind.
My wife has told me numerous times she thinks I would hate it because I wouldn't be in control. She's like, oh my God, you would hate it.
Yeah.
Like you would hate it so much. And I was like, okay.
I get that. Okay, let's take a look around the sports weekend. Fanatics, obviously, that was like a huge deal. And kudos to them because the Fanatics, like they are getting the superstar of superstars in the sports world out there.
They really are. And I will say props to them. And I know we're going to get to something right there. But remember, that happens about once a year. Dallas Card Show, every 2 months.
Just
saying.
Every 2 months. So I wonder, who do you think, who had the more embarrassing moment? Okay, we'll start with professional thrower of balls. Joe Burrow.
It's Joe Burrow. I know you got other things to get to, but I watched this video and like
I thought he was ball sacking. I thought he was joking.
He eventually kind of got back on track, but man, it was not good. It was really bad.
So Joe Burrow, for those of you that missed it, they have like a little baseball simulator deal where you're just throwing a baseball at a target, and it's not like regulation distance either.
Yeah.
This is pretty easy.
Yeah.
Like a childlike game of throwing a baseball, and they have professional ball thrower Joe Burrow in there, and he is throwing the ball ball with his right hand, and the ball is going left every time, as if he's doing it on purpose, as if the point of the game was to miss the target by as much as you possibly could.
And then by the time
he did it like 10 times,
he finally locked it in and like clipped the far left side.
Yes, he just barely nipped it.
It's as locked in as possible.
Dude, it was so bad.
That was bad.
It was so bad.
I'll admit it.
Thank you, Carter Freeman, for putting that on the fan cam, because if you missed it, it's worth your while. And I don't know. I mean, there is quite the difference in ball shape and size. Throwing a football is not the same as throwing a baseball, but you would think an athlete of any kind, especially one who specializes in the throwing of balls, would only take one or two before, from like 15 feet away, you just hit a pretty large target. I like making the same mistake. I was waiting for like maybe an overcorrection the other way as you try and calibrate, but it was just miss wide left, miss wide left, miss wide left. I thought he was playing a joke on us. I thought that was pretty embarrassing. Then you have the video of some random dude, I don't even know who this guy is, but you have the girlfriend of Paul Skeens, Livy Dunn, walking into the building for the Fanatics party. And this guy, it looks like she sort of knew who he was to some extent, because it was a hug embrace.
Yeah.
So these, like,
she looked like she welcomed it.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like, oh, I know you. Maybe he was like a media guy for LSU, and now he's here at the Fanatics thing. I don't know. But in the process of the hug, a drink gets dropped and spilled and explodes all over the place. And now she's having to sort of check herself. And it's in front of like 50 people. So everybody watches you go for the Livy Dunn hug, which is a pretty exclusive hug. Yeah. And then in the midst of it, you party foul. And I don't know if it was I think it was his drink. At least it wasn't her drink. But either way, carbonation explosion to where she's having to check her pants to make sure she doesn't have Sprite or whatever all over there.
Yeah, that's going to kill whatever momentum you had. I mean, I'm not saying like the guy would have been like, hey, let's go like hang out, leave Paul Skeens behind.
Yeah,
but
what do you think?
She probably doesn't want to talk to you at all after that, right?
I can't imagine that she does.
Like, no, I'm done.
Now,
I'm done.
This was the ultimate game respect game moment when it comes to Fanatics. They did a sort of like an eating competition.
Oh,
because we are looming for the July 4th.
Yes, Joe Chestnut is back.
Yes, he is a great American competitor. He's back in the saddle, and he's going to run up the numbers. You know he is. Well, he of course was there because the best athletes in the world were at the Fanatics event. So of course Joey Jaws was there.
Yeah.
And he was surrounded. They also just had run-of-the-mill celebrities. You got Drewski. You got DJ Khaled. You actually had Livy Dunn on this little eating.
I like that those are run-of-the-mill celebrities. I'd be like, wow.
Yeah.
We the best music.
That's true. So you have Joey Jaws, and I think they were doing Cane's, chicken tendies. If I'm not, I think Cane's was like sort of the big. They're actually doing, how about this? They were doing beer pong, but instead of beer in the cups, it was cane sauce in the cups. And these guys were actually, I think I saw Draymond Green actually take like a nice little chug of actual cane sauce. He had a cane sauce mustache to prove like, I did that. And it's respect to the cane sauce because the cane sauce is the best part of the entire experience.
Yeah.
When you're going to Cane's, right? I think we could all agree the chicken is just sort of throwaway chicken. When you add the sauce, all of a sudden that's when you get the experience. The bread.
Eric.Chiafalo at Odyssey.com if you want to take up opinions with him.
That could be the most controversial thing I've said in the last 24 hours.
Definitely not.
So, no, I listen, I will breach into crazy waters on Twitter. I would not breach into Cane's chicken tenders suck on Twitter because that would get me canceled.
Yes.
So nonetheless, they're doing some level of a chicken tender Cane's eating competition. Joey Jaws is in the midst.
How many, like let's say in a segment, how many Cane's chicken tenders with as much sauce, whatever sauce you want, do you think you could take down?
A segment is 15 to 16 minutes, Hagee. Yep. I think I could get 20.
Jacob,
you guys want to put that to the test?
Jacob, you're nodding your head here. What say you?
I'm 15 to 16 probably. I don't think
one per minute.
Yeah, I don't think I can do it quite like he can, but I can put down Cane's like nobody else.
Do you agree with me though? The sauce is the star of the show, and it's not the chicken.
And I would even argue that in the tier list of the star of the show, I think the toast is above the chicken as well.
Oh,
thank you.
Texas toast is delicious.
Yeah.
The chicken is the bronze medal, unless you're a coleslaw person, in which case the chicken becomes.
They're few and far between too.
Yeah, they are. They are.
So hold on, wait, before you go on.
Yeah.
So if perhaps somebody had the time and means to put together such a, we'll call it a competition, both of you would be up for said competition?
You don't ask. Tell me twice. So
it was actually a question. I wasn't telling you anything.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. Then yes.
Okay.
Then yes.
Hey, dude, I'm down for it.
I would be shocked if you back down from a food challenge.
Now, I will say, because I did this with the B-Dubs chicken wings, I tried to eat as many in 3 minutes because that was the South Carolina Gamecocks football players challenge that they did.
Yeah.
And I did, I set my PR at I think I did 15 maybe. I think it was maybe 15 Buffalo Wild Wings, chicken wings in 3 minutes.
Wow.
Okay? That's bone in. Obviously.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
The second time, I really started to get my groove in the last 90 seconds of that one. So I felt like, okay, if I did this again, I could probably beat that number. Well, then we go back to B-Dubs for a G-Bag show. I ordered the wings too soon. So the wings cooled for a while and they became more condensed and it didn't just slide off the bone.
Oh, man.
And I don't know that a chicken tender would be the same way, but I would like to think the fresher they are, the hot, ready to go, they just kind of pull apart, easier to eat.
Gotcha.
But either way, I'd put my over-under at 19.5, and I think everybody's going to slam that over. Now, nonetheless, Joey Chestnut, this dude was in his wheelhouse. He's at Fanatics. He's repping Canes. He's eating alongside Drewski and DJ Khaled and Livy Dunn, and he's just going tenders and tenders at a time. His mouth is constantly full. At no point do you feel like he can take a real full breath. And it's just more chicken. And I just love the video because you see Game Respect Game with DJ Khaled just sitting there right next to him, courtside, just marveling at the talent of Joey Jaws punishing chicken tenders at a rapid Olympic level rate.
Is that where y'all fall on this? Are you more impressed than you are disgusted? Because I know some people are like, that's gross.
The only gross thing about it to me is when he dips the dog in the water.
Yeah.
That's just fundamentally gross, but also that's strategy. This guy's competing, so you have to just appreciate what he's doing there. Some people might think the tush push is gross, but hey, man, it's a means to an end.
Yeah.
It's a means to an end.
Interesting.
No one's trying to ban the dipping of the dog.
That's true.
But that's the gross part. Otherwise, I'm fascinated by his ability.
Okay.
And so is DJ Khaled. So thank you, Carter, for putting that video up on the screen there.
By the way, I did double check. There's a Raising Cane's 1.1 miles away from our location. So
let's set this up, dude.
I think we can have them pretty hot and ready for you.
Okay, and finally here in the Chi block, actually, do we even have time?
Go ahead.
Okay, I thought maybe the worst analogy of all time came from now NBA champion Lou Dort, just ahead of last night's Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Quote, "It's like the last day of school. You go out there, give it your best, and you give it your all." End quote.
Has he ever gone to school on the last day?
It tells me no. Did he ever experience a last day? Did he just roll right into summer school, trying to maybe get ahead of things?
You're watching videos, your teachers have given up the last week or so, or you're just bringing your own project, maybe even brought your Switch or with you or something
The
like
last
that.
day of school is just a formality, a celebration.
Yeah.
The hay is in the barn.
Yeah.
The work is done. I'm wearing thong sandals and swim trunks and a tank top like Corey Majors does to go to work because I'm finding a swimming pool, the whichever one is within striking distance. This is a 100% party day. It's probably a half day.
Yeah.
We're probably getting there, and we're clock watching like, bro, we're only going to be here for like another 3 hours. Where's the pool party at after this? That's the last day of school. I think he might have just given the worst sports analogy of all time. Congratulations, NBA champion Lou Dort.
Wow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if these are the top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL, who will round out the top 5 this season? Who will be that one person? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by carsforkids.com. Donate today at carsforkids.com, and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The bottom of the screen, 2nd and goal, 10 seconds. Daniels fires, end zone, touchdown! Jamison Crowder, preposterous, 5 turnovers, and the lead with seconds remaining.
Could it be Jaden Daniels? So the premise of this to start is, do you think in a world where we can rarely agree on anything, in whatever order you want, there is an agreed upon top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL? Can we agree on that?
Maybe not the specific order, but the 4 names that are obviously the 4, like the current Mount Rushmore.
Mahomes.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Jackson.
Yes.
Burrow.
Yes.
All in the AFC. All right. So if, Jacob, you're nodding your head, do you think those are generally accepted as the top 4 quarterbacks in the league in whatever particular order you want to shuffle?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're going off of that idea. So then my question for y'all is, who do you think is most likely to round out the top 5 this season? Like, assuming those 4 stay in place, or, they all stay in the top 5. There can be only one. Who would be your top pick to break into that group? Because I saw Yahoo's list of top 10 quarterbacks, and some of it kind of made my brain hurt. So they have Mahomes at 1, Jackson at 2, Allen at 3, Burrow at 4. I don't have a particular issue with that. I know your take on Allen versus Jackson may vary, but I don't think it's an outrage particularly to put one over the other.
Agreed.
Then they said 5, Justin Herbert, 6, Matthew Stafford, 7, Dak Prescott, 8, Geno Smith, 9, Jordan Love, and 10, CJ Stroud. So,
wow. Okay.
It feels like the actual better quarterbacks from the NFC East are missing on that list just to start in terms of Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts, because I think I would give real thought to Jaden Daniels being the person that can take that number 5 spot.
I could not agree more. If you were just going based off last season, you would have Jaden Daniels guaranteed in your top 5.
So the only thing hesitant is just this 1 year.
It's just the 1 year factor. And
kind of like with CJ Stroud, because he regressed.
CJ Stroud is a great example of that. I think that a lot of that had to do with the surroundings, the offensive line, and the play caller, which they have revamped, at least with the play caller. Their offensive line is still, I don't know kind of what's going on there with the Texans, but nonetheless, I don't think that was as much on CJ Stroud. And when you look at what the Commanders have done, all they've really done, they've added a Laramie Tunsil. That should be a positive on the offensive line. They keep Cliff Kingsbury, who was a guy that I doubted plenty when they hired him. Like, really, Dan Quinn, that's what you're going to do? But he proved me wrong in year 1. They've added more weapons for him. So, and the thing that I love about the Jaden Daniels, and I feel like every quarterback in the world should be doing this, the virtual reality stuff. You go down the rabbit hole of Jaden Daniels and virtual reality and how much that's been a game changer for him, and how he can literally program without taking any physical reps. He's getting the mental reps of the exact defense he's playing that week. He can change the speed up to where, what do we always say about young quarterbacks? The speed of the game takes a while to adjust.
Yes.
His virtual reality headset is going faster than what it's actually happening on the field.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of reasons other than just him getting injured because he's slender and he likes to run. I think Jaden Daniels is an absolute cheat code, dude.
All right. And I know this will get crushed and people don't like him, but is Jalen Hurts not in this conversation? Like, I know that roster is pretty loaded, but it also seems like he figures out a way to get the job done when the game's on the line.
To me, the only reason why it would even be an argument that he would be in the mix here is just simply because his ability to run the ball. And that's a huge factor.
Yes.
That comes with playing the quarterback position these days. Him being able to run is something that grants him, in my mind, the ability to get into the top 10, but it would be 9 or 10, it wouldn't be anywhere close to top 5 for me. No, it wouldn't.
Do you have him in the top 10 now?
Yeah, if I was putting my own list together, I would probably have Jalen Hurts right at around 10.
Okay, and I'm curious to see how he evolves, because I know people like to go after Lamar Jackson. Oh, he's a running back, which I think is an idiotic opinion. But he's gotten better at throwing the football. And so I wonder if you could see the same, maturation or whatever when it comes to Jalen Hurts, if he gets better at throwing the football. All right, do you think right now, just in this exact moment, you like Jalen Hurts better, or do you think Dak is better?
I think the running is one of those attributes that actually puts Jalen Hurts above Dak right now.
Okay, so the idea of Dak Prescott being number 7 ahead of Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels per Yahoo, does that feel ridiculous to you?
It absolutely feels ridiculous to me. I think when Dak was at his in his prime, we were talking about him being the 7th best quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
So no, Dak Prescott, he hasn't done there's no playoff winning. There's no really showing up and rising to the occasion in the regular season versus playoff caliber defenses. Now you have the injury factor. Now you have the last time we saw him, even before the injury, he did not look like himself last year. That's one of those questions coming into this year. Is Dak still at least as good as he was a couple of years ago, or as something dropped off and now with the added injury it's going to be even worse? It's fair to ask the question, but to put him in the top 7 like they've done, I think is insane.
Yeah. So I'm going to go with Jaden Daniels as well as the number 5. Look, we talked about this plenty, and I know Justin Herbert is in the mix. Yahoo had him at number 5. If you go down, I think it was Pete Prisco's top 100 players. I think he's got Justin Herbert as the number 6 quarterback. It's really weird. I think Justin Herbert works the opposite of Jalen Hurts, where everybody looks at Justin Herbert and they're like, my God, you have all of the prototypical skills we want in our quarterback. I will put you high, even though your team's never won Jack S. Whereas Jalen Hurts, people are like, your game looks ugly. Your throws look wonky at times. I know you move the team down the field and you guys win games and win important games, but it looks wrong. So I'm going to slide you down. And so, that's why I think Jalen Hurts has undoubtedly been more productive as an NFL human than Justin Herbert, but he is always behind him on
I love
these
just
lists.
The QBR from last year, it's Jalen Hurts at 10, Justin Herbert at 11.
Yeah, but he'll always fall behind him. All right, Jacob, who would be your pick for that 5th quarterback? If we go off the idea, and again, going back to Prisco, just in terms of all the players in the league, he had Mahomes at 1, Allen at 4, Jackson at 6, and Burrow at 7. So even there, you feel like consensus top 4 quarterbacks, because then you go all the way to 33 until you get Jaden Daniels. So not only top 4 consensus quarterbacks, that is a giant gap of players right there. Who do you think would be the 5th quarterback most likely to break into that space?
So as a Chicago Bears fan, I had to watch Jaden Daniels turn the Bears season into a complete spiral, into a 10-game losing streak.
There's no question that was the inflection point.
Oh, absolutely. Because that made the locker room fall apart, and it made you start doubting the coaching. But I think I'd go Jaden Daniels just because of everything he did to push his team over the edge towards the end of the season and get him in the playoffs.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
We talk about just the cheat code of the tush push, and they're trying to ban it. The bigger cheat code in the sport, when it's 4th and 1, is just Jaden Daniels under center, taking the ball and running to the sideline and beating everyone to the edge for the first down.
Exactly.
That is the biggest cheat code going right now. They were the best team when it comes to 4th and short situations because he's that guy right now.
Would you like to see an overloaded defense to one side where he's like, no, I'm not going to run to the weak side. I'm still going to run to that side. Let's see if you could if you could stop me. All right, so thank you very much for engaging in the NFL quarterback conversation. Now we're going to move it to the NFL hide-and-seek conversation.
Hello.
So, Chiafalo, you brought this story into my life.
Yeah, I'm proud of that, dude. That's one of the things. I gave you a lot of garbage in that email, but that one, I think, stands above the rest as being something that you can take with you forever.
Well, as we just discussed off air, not garbage, just some of it was not the most timely thing in the world. There's an actual link for an article That's NFL draft names you need to know going into the college football season. And that's not this upcoming college football season.
Dang, I left that one in there.
That's the last college football season. All right. What is the longest game of hide and seek that you've ever played? Because supposedly hide and seek is banned in the Harbaugh family because Jim Harbaugh hid under a table for way too long. All right. I know Eric knows the answer. Jacob, how long is too long to hide in hide and seek where you're like, come on.
I would probably put it at 45 minutes is where kind of the line set.
You know, that's
and that would be, from my experience,
that's a long
that's a
time.
serious freaking game of hide and seek. You are really committed at that point.
It's been like 15 minutes. I'm going to walk out and call you an idiot, and we're going to do something
Or I'm going to think you're pulling a bit on me.
Yes.
And you're going to have a great day while I sit here like a schmo waiting for you to come find me.
See,
in some nook and cranny of my house.
I get that. It's like we've tried to play the quiet game with Noah, and he's still to the age where he'll go like this. Daddy won! And I'm like, that was like 3 seconds. Come on. And so somebody said from the 214, 2 hours. Jim Harbaugh hid under a table for 8 hours.
8 hours, bro.
Nobody could find him, and other members of the family started to worry. Did they, though? Here's my contention. How big is this palatial estate? You can't see somebody under a table, even if it's like a really low table and you're flattened out and you're laying straight. You didn't look in 8 hours. You didn't look. An NFL game is like 3 hours long.
That's right.
So it took you almost 3 NFL games and you still couldn't find him?
I mean, a Red Zone Sunday is 7 hours of commercial-free football with Scott Hansen.
So you could have watched Scott Hansen all day, taken another hour to meditate or whatever, and that's how long he was hiding.
Could have watched every touchdown from a football Sunday.
Yes.
League-wide.
You could have watched the movie Master and Commander about halfway through. Because I'm pretty sure that movie's 16 hours long. So
oh my god!
You could have made it's the worst.
You could have watched the OJ documentary, the ESPN one. That was like 8 parts.
You could have been like, I see why this won an Oscar.
Yeah.
And then still had a few minutes left over to go find Jim Harbaugh. I had to have fallen asleep, right?
I was thinking, one, he had to have fallen asleep. Yes, even though what I do know about the competitive spirit of Jim Harbaugh is he is pretty diabolical. So maybe he didn't. But the one guarantee is that they were not looking for him for 8 hours. They punted on this game. Like, in my mind, they had to have. They just said after X amount of time, we're done here. And if Dad wants to keep being and doing this and hiding, then so be it, Dad.
Okay.
Because his whole family's looking for him, allegedly, and he's under a table for 8 hours. Now, keep in mind, Jim Harbaugh is the same guy that's on record talking about how, as a parent, he would have 2 or 3 different Halloween costumes for his children so that they could make their rounds around the neighborhood in one costume, go back home real quick, change, new pillowcase, and go back around double dip, triple dip on houses with different costumes and not get caught of like, wait, you've been here before, as if the people would really even care that much anyways. But he was so committed to the bit and the competitive spirit of collecting the most candy, not only for himself, but for his kids, that they would have multiple different Halloween costumes and they would do wardrobe changes throughout the night so that they could trick or treat and get all the candy possible.
Why are we treating candy the way gas is about to be? Like, it's not that expensive. You can just go to the store.
There's something about, I guess,
you got it for free.
It.
Yeah.
You know, you earned it with your energy and your spirit and your competitive nature.
There are people disputing this story. One of Jim Harbaugh's family members said it. Are people in the Harbaugh family liars? Can't say. But
I think that this was just an honest truth bomb. It would be a weird one to just hit on. Just go to TikTok and be like, hey, my dad did something, but he didn't really do it. But I'm going to tell you that he did it.
Okay.
And this is how long he did it.
See, now you lost me because you're putting forth the idea that everything people post up on TikTok is true. See, I was with you.
Yeah.
Before
maybe that wasn't a good argument for that
was your last day of school argument right there.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
This could be 2 in the game. Dickinson, Milam, and that's it! Tiger Town is Title Town again!
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. Now, we haven't had the opportunity to talk really at all about the College World Series. Now, Broadus, I know, obviously, you were locked in. What's that feeling when, I want to go back to game one, you get the first complete game shutout in the finals in 7 years. I know it's just one, and you got to win two, but what's your vibe after that game?
Well, the whole thing that LSU had really been kind of standing on all year was their pitching.
Yeah.
And their ability to, and then once they got through game one and not used any pitchers, I felt excellent about the opportunity. That's the whole key when you get in these tournaments, especially the College World Series, the best of three. It's how many pitchers do you use? And both teams were pretty deep. And the fact that LSU was able to knock out Coastal Carolina's best pitcher in the fourth yesterday, I think that was the one thing that created doubt in the Coastal dugout, and it gave the LSU hitters a lot of confidence. But tip of the cap to Coastal Carolina. I mean, that is a gritty, tough, dirty type of team, and I mean dirty in a way of their uniforms. Every one of them are tough playing guys, but that's a big moment, and I'm really super proud of how well LSU was able to handle the elements there with the dealing with the heat and the wind and all these things, and how they played defense was huge these last couple of games.
Now, I'm not saying Coastal Carolina didn't have other things going for them, but how much do you think that dents your confidence where so much has been built around? We've got the longest winning streak in the country. We've won 26 straight. When you finally lose that game, I could see it going either way. Like now we bounce back, or oh crap, we lost.
LSU's done that a couple of times. Matter of fact, I think Oregon State had a very similar path into the College World Series. They had 20-some-odd game winning streak, and LSU beat them twice. Hey, listen, I watched LSU play Texas with my own eyes there in Austin, and I'm thinking, man, this team it's going to be a struggle to finish mid-pack. And, they got in the tournament. They started hitting. They caught a really good break when the regional, Little Rock gave them all they could handle in the regional game. And then they had West Virginia. They caught West Virginia at a really good time. Clemson got knocked out of that bracket, and that was going to be Clemson and LSU, but then West Virginia gets through. And so they caught a good run, and to be able to beat Arkansas twice too, I think was really, really big. Arkansas has had their struggles, as their fan base knows, in the College World Series, and so this is just kind of magnifies and adds on to those struggles that they
that not top 10 out in left field.
They're a little snake bitten.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. How did you guys think the NBA Finals was over yesterday when Halliburton went down? Now, I know it didn't immediately go now it's a 15-point game, because actually both teams kind of fell into a lull, which I didn't expect from both sides. Did you think, though, it was over once Halliburton went out?
Yeah, I thought it was over when OKC went up 3-2. I see your point that the chances went down significantly early in yesterday's game of the Pacers winning, and I thought there's still a slight chance that you could elevate your play, and let's do it for Halliburton. Sometimes you get inspired efforts from role players in those situations, and heroic things happen, but I'm surprised it went 7. I'm just salute to Rick Carlisle and those Pacers players for matching up the way they did.
I so agree with you on that. Going into the series, I picked OKC in 5. I thought they were going to throttle them. And when they lost game 1 and then beat them down in game 2, and I was like, all right, so they realized they can't screw around, and they're just going to thump them from here on out. And that did not happen whatsoever.
No, man. I mean, the Pacers are a hell of a team. I went Pacers in 7 because of the Rick Carlisle effect. And as when Halliburton came out, nailed that 3, I'm thinking this is going to be money. But when he goes down...
And then another one before he got hurt.
Yeah, you definitely started to think, oh, crap, this is probably not going to happen. Now, Indiana, I mean, what was it, a 1-point game at halftime?
Yes.
I mean, they were trading, but you could tell in that third quarter they didn't have another run left in them. And the turnovers were overwhelming, the missed shots. I mean, really, the shooting was pretty poor throughout the series at times for both teams. They went on some stretches where it was just ugly. But Indiana just didn't have enough, and it's just heartbreaking. I mean... Now you've had this happen for so many stars, but for Tyrese Halliburton, oh my gosh, the pop, like anytime you just see the pop of that Achilles,
it is pretty gruesome.
Oh, do you guys think like people will be sure to remember the amazing clutchness of Halliburton throughout this playoffs, or do you think it'll come down to, man, that Game 7 injury, and like that's what everyone's going to think?
People just might forget about this in general because not a lot of people seem to watch.
Which is a shame.
Like the ratings were so down, and we kind of expected it, right? Because that's how it is. Like that's why
this
smaller
was the
markets
Rangers
are smaller
Diamondbacks.
market. Yes,
yeah.
But I hope they don't forget about it.
The NBA hasn't been like this since the 70s, Heggie, where each year's champion is kind of up in the air.
Yeah.
And I think it's tough because there's no season-to-season storylines. And, you know, the teams in the finals last year are now outside of the top 10 for power rankings going into next year.
Yeah, and the Celtics' best player is going to miss probably all, if not most of next year. First time in NBA history, 7 different champions in 7 seasons. That
First time in history.
Yeah,
history. That is freaking wild.
Well, the owners got what they wanted. You know,
Yes,
less super teams, less player empowerment, and now we get to see if the business plan can work out or if they're going to want to pivot back to that.
Okay, so do you think then, because I know you love the NBA, do you see the potential for a long run from OKC, or are you like, they're no different than Boston, where sure, unless they get that major injury, and then they're done like everybody else?
I mean, next year it's Williams and Holmgren, so I think they'll get one more. And then Shea hits Supermax in the summer of 27. So I would say they got one more championship, and then we'll see if Presti can continue to draft players similar to a level that he has.
Yeah.
And maybe they have enough ammunition to do that, but I mean, you can't keep all those guys together and put that supporting cast on the team.
You know, it's interesting though. I read an article this morning about with Presti. He's got a group of guys that just sits down and forecasts future trends for the NBA.
Oh, I love it.
And he's just trying to stay ahead of all the things. So with him moving on from picks, moving on from players, but they've got kind of a think tank in their organization of these guys and gals, I'm sure, that just put ideas out there, and they're and he trusts it. You know, it's like, listen, okay, they're telling him to move on from this guy or move on from that or pivot this way. And I think this is what we're going to start to see more people try and create these opportunities.
Were you on the injury report coming into today?
Don't feel great, but I sound worse than I feel.
Is this allergies, you think?
No.
Little late spring, early summer?
This is
real sickness.
Yeah, it happens. It usually happens before we go to training camp, and then just a little earlier than normal. And then the other one is after the combine. So it's twice a year I get like this. Yeah.
Just a little body reset.
Yeah.
Well, kudos to you, man. Like,
yeah,
feels like questionable, maybe doubtful coming in.
We're playing shorthanded today, man.
Goodness gracious, dude. Well, you look great.
Yeah,
and you're a champion once again.
Hell yeah.
College World Series.
What you push on?
No, I'm just being honest, dude. You sound good. You look better.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, the only thing better than Mardi Gras Broadus is slightly medicated Broadus.
Yeah, a lot.
Gummied up. Heavily medicated Broadus.
Gummied up.
So, Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will have CY at 420.
Okay, great. Roll home with the. I was actually going to say I might have a question or two.
What's your question?
That sounds like an off-air
question?
Conversation.
What's your problem?
Is Alejandro Osuna getting better as a player if he's only going to play like once every 3 days or whatever?
Did you talk to Bassick on the phone then?
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Come back tomorrow, 10 to 2.
Thanks for D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome into the show here. It is it's a back-to-work Monday for the Rangers as they take 2 of 3 from the Pirates, and we do have CY coming up at 4:20. Looking forward to CY. Sands is going to join us at 4 o'clock just to get updated on all your news and notes. Then we'll go deep there with the president of baseball operations for your baseball team coming up at 4:20. But I needed that. General at your service. There's Broadus celebrating in his LSU purple and gold. And he's very proud of that baseball team again. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, well deserved.
You proud?
I am proud.
As you should be.
I'm proud.
Lucius Alexander's in the Pin Cup Master Control, fixing to go 3 hours flawless. Speaking of going flawless, salute to Chief filling in with KNC Masterpiece today. Did a nice job filling in for Majors. That was a nice listen. Wolchuk's in the house, of course. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. So, yeah, congrats to the Thunder on being champs. Well earned. Best team is champion. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Maybe they felt even a little down last night as they were celebrating with the injury to Halliburton and maybe the inevitability of it. Maybe it was a disappointment to go 7. But, I guess some people might call them corny. I think it's just a hell of a team and a group of guys that anybody would love to play with. Maybe their defensive tactics were heavy-handed. Maybe they're the basketball's version of the Legion of Boom with the Seahawks. You can't call pass interference every time downfield. But really, I want to say salute to Halliburton. Devastating injury, Game 7. Salute to him for trying to do whatever it took.
Yeah.
And he's going to pay the ultimate price in sports and probably sacrifice an entire season next year to give it a shot.
Yep. Yeah.
But, he really went for it, got low, and like in a sprinter stance, and it was just like, oh boy, you knew it immediately. He had suffered the Kevin Durant fate.
Yep.
I can't turn down this opportunity to play in this moment.
No, and I don't blame him. I mean, it's so tough. I know Kendrick Perkins was saying, hey, at that time he told Kevin Durant not to play. And he would have told the same thing to Halliburton. I don't know how in a Game 7, and he played in Game 6, and he played well, and he looked good, and he made it out of that one. You're not going to play in Game 7. So it's absolutely heart-wrenching. I'm gutted for him. It sucks for Indiana. I was pulling for them. They had such a great ride to get there, and also a tremendous team. But, yeah, shout out to OKC. They deserve it. And Sam Presti, this has been a long time in the making. For him to be able to build a finals team, then totally rebuild it, and this time be able to win the championship, he might be very well the best general manager going in the NBA. He's got a case possibly in all of sports if he can turn this thing into multiple championships, and they still have a lot of future assets to build upon. So this thing, if they do get into, hey, pick and choose who they want to play, they've still got a lot of ammunition to be able to draft and develop and keep this thing humming for a long time. So Chet Holmgren's a guy that I've thrown a lot of shade on. I'm not a Chet Holmgren fan. There's just something about him, but he was freaking badass last night. Defensively, he was brilliant. And SGA, man, certainly one of the best runs that we've seen in recent memory.
Yeah. You see what good defense will do, too, with guys like Caruso. And you go out and you identify those guys that can play that slap the floor kind of defense there.
Yeah, and Hartenstein, to get him along with Caruso, but those are the kind of players you won't be able to add if you sign Holmgren and Williams to extensions next summer. But I think they're heavy favorites to win the next championship. And then after that, it's going to be really interesting. But because of the core that they've drafted already, they have a chance to be a part of the championship picture here for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Well, you don't screw it up and trade the best player.
Yeah, what we were talking about in the crosstalk was that with Presti and
SGA for 80,
his ability to be able to look into the future, and that think tank that they have there, I think that's a fascinating thing. I was like, okay, man, that's a little bit different than normal. We kind of we always hear the Cowboys talk about spreadsheets and things like that, but trying to project contracts into 2-3 years from now. But man, they've got it clearly where they're understanding it at Oklahoma City, where the trends are, when they need to move, when they need to go and get players, what type of players. That's really that's a team that's very good at their front office being able to get what the coaches need, and then the coaches taking that and making it outstanding. So that's a well-run organization that way.
When this new CBA started rolling in 7 or 8 years ago, they got with that plan before anybody and recognized, hey, it's not going to be about having 3 superstars anymore. So, boom, you can have Paul George. We'll take Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and 3 other first-round draft picks.
They're identifying players.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And, it's less about trying to money whip the league into a dynasty like the Warriors did, and more about who can outthink, who can, it's like almost tanking strategy, but the next level of tanking strategy, because we need as many good young players as possible. Yeah. And we're not going to be able to keep filling our coffers with new players unless we set this thing up in the future like they so brilliantly did.
Yeah, there's I remember this, Mike Lombardi and I were talking about this one time, and this is something came from Bill Walsh when he worked for Bill Walsh. He says, Mike, we're only competing against 6 teams. Everybody else does not get it.
Mm-hmm.
So what you do is you take advantage of everybody else that's not getting it.
Yeah.
You find a way to make deals, go and get their best players, offer them things that they feel like at that time will be the right thing for their organization. But Coach Walsh is right. There's 6 teams that get it, and everybody else is kind of just trying to figure it out. And
that was the definition of the great train robbery.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are the things that you have to be able to do when you're one of these smart general managers, and be able to identify the teams that you can take advantage of.
Yeah,
we'll see if an example of, did Rob Pelinka take advantage of Nico?
Yeah.
Did he take advantage of him on that deal because he is not a seasoned general manager?
The interesting thing with OKC is they don't have the big city, the big population, the corporate sponsors in their area. Well, they'll be able to go deep into luxury tax territory like a Boston or Golden State. So, without having that kind of financial resources, the only other way to go all in is to trade players for draft picks. Yeah. And they saw that strategy before anybody else did.
Yeah, they do not have, we've talked about this, the ability for ownership to go and have outside business to fund. Like if you're a Walmart member or you're a hedge fund guy, you have billions of dollars this way. Oklahoma City, not that kind of a ownership group. So what you're looking at right now is like, we've got to draft our ass off, coach these guys up, and then make it run as far as we can with that kind of play.
And they're sitting there with 3 1s next year. They got 2 1s in 2027. Like, they've still got tremendous value and all these assets for the future to just go ahead and retool and reload to try and keep building with this strategy. Draft young guys, keep them for cheap. We've got SGA. Maybe you pick between one of Holmgren and Williams. The other one, maybe you trade one of them, right? So it is amazing. And another wrinkle was the story that came out about Sam Presti talking with Brian Windhorst before he got to ESPN, trying to hire him because he wanted an insider to basically be able to feed them inside knowledge of what was going on around the league, which is something I had never heard of for a team to be looking into.
See, that's next level, and that's the kind of tireless looking for advantages that maybe other teams aren't looking for that I definitely think separates the greats. And it's hard sometimes for a sports organization, to Brian's point. A lot of these guys are busy enjoying the lifestyle and don't know the pressure they need to put on a front office or finding the right front office guy to give them the advantage like Presti gives OKC right now.
He does. He's built a really good organization around him of probably not guys and gals that don't always agree with him either. He probably fights that a lot. He's hired friends and stuff. He's got people that are say, listen, if you don't do this, I'm just telling you, you're probably it's not gonna work out for you. I'm sure he's got a lot of people that aren't yes men in their organization.
Do you guys think Nico gets any love out of this deal? Like Luka with the 3 strained calves over the course of 18 months? the KD, Halliburton. Like, is that what they were worried about, was a strained calf? And they're like, we're about to do a deal with this guy, and then he's going to be hurt for that year and all the next year.
That's interesting. They could have had some, because now I am worried. Like, the second you strain a calf, it's just, we've seen it with too many stars now, to where it's like, it seems as though that's inevitable. That Achilles is going to pop. So maybe that was in the back of his mind. I mean, it was health, weight. We heard all the stuff as they kicked dirt on Luka on the way out of here. But to me, as we're talking about who are the organizations that you're competing with, it does not seem the way that the Mavericks organizations run right now that they are. They've got a lot of issues.
Yeah. Would you like to expand on that?
Well, now you're losing coaches, right? Sean Sweeney's gone. He's left. He's going to the Spurs. That's a huge loss. Jared Dudley might be going to Memphis. You've got Shammgod might be going and leaving as well. And it all really comes down to, it seems like, a power struggle between Jason Kidd and Nico. And now there's a theme here, right? Nico wanted to get rid of everybody that was a guy that backed Luka because he didn't want people to tell him what he didn't want to hear.
Everybody's leaving that can. Is what this is.
And Nico's the lone man standing. So it's like, dude, if you really are the smartest man in the room, I guess we'll find out. We'll see how this plays. But if you're the Dumont family, who really hasn't known any better and also seems like they walk around like they don't know what the hell's going on, you've got to fire this guy. You've got to move on.
And I would love to believe that, hey, Nico is bringing this team into the present because Mark Cuban ran it like such a mom-and-pop operation. There was obviously a lot of dysfunction there, which is why St. Marshall had to come in. But we've seen so much with Nico now that it's hard to believe, especially the training staff move, right? Like getting rid of Casey Smith and bringing in what you did, that should decimate his credibility with Patrick Dumont. Like, no, we're not getting rid of people. No, we're not going your way. You've ruined it. You ruined the brand. You ruined the connection with the fan base, and you chased off the best trainer. He should have zero credibility in front of Patrick Dumont right now.
Yeah, I think they're in a situation too where, there's clearly these coaches are leaving for other opportunities. The dysfunction is evident. I think a lot of these coaches were probably confused about what Jason Kidd was going to do. He was making it seem like that he was very interested in the Knicks job. He was trying to talk himself into believing that if hey, if I take this job, imagine winning a championship in New York and how great that would be and all that, with that organization and what you could do. And so, yeah, there's a lot of things going on. I was kind of getting the vibe, too, that with the power struggles, if Nico were to be moved on, DeMont was looking, I think we talked about this with Bob Myers.
Yeah.
Bob Myers as a consultant. Not as a general manager.
Okay.
But hired this guy. Bob Myers was not going to take the job, but Bob Myers was going to recommend somebody. So, yeah, if it was Bob Myers, I would be like, okay, well, yeah, I like what we're doing here. But it sounded like to me that it was Bob Myers recommending somebody to Patrick Dumont if, in fact, that Nico was shown the door.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a great development if we could hear about that. But, so far it appears that while
I think Nico's worried about Jason getting more years in an extension and more money,
which is a massive problem because it's a power of egos, it's because there was so much that Nico did right outside of the Luka trade, and this team still is very talented, but something just keeps coming back to the ego and the narcissism here with Nico. And that sounds like a cancer that you need to remove from your organization.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, what we've seen here would be enough, I think, to get anybody fired. But what you're dealing with is the struggles of a new ownership group, that is trying to get to the lay of the land and, still believes, as of a few months ago, that Shaq is one of the hardest working players in the history of the league. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. Rangers back at it tonight. Visit the Orioles with the pregame at 5 o'clock. CY is coming up at 4:20. As I predicted Friday, Rangers took 2 of 3 from the Pirates. Scored 12 runs over the weekend. You'll take that. I guess you could bring up Leiter, although I wouldn't. 4 innings, 88 pitches, 7 base runners, 3 runs given up for Leiter. His ERA now at 4.5. So, I think we'll get some real good updates on Evaldi coming up with CY as this pitching staff, starts to head towards health. I think we can look forward to that. And I guess we can look forward to the next U.S. soccer match here with Mauricio Pochettino and the guys getting a win last night against Haiti 2-1 in the CONCACAF Gold Cup out there in Arlington. Particularly Malik Tillman, who scored in the first half. Poach saying it's difficult to define him because what a player. What a player that is showing this, all the talent capacity. He says he can appear like a number 10 in training between the lines or number 6 or a number 8. And, he's talking about the players that decided that they weren't going to play for CONCACAF Gold Cup for the U.S. this summer because they wanted to rest because they'd had a long year and they just wanted to prioritize the World Cup. Yeah. So now he's putting a spotlight on a 23-year-old Tillman who, might take this opportunity to Wally Pipp somebody, if that's how you want to do it. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation. Next game is the quarterfinal Sunday against Costa Rica, by the way. I believe that's in Charlotte at U.S. Bank Stadium. All right, we'll come back with the G-Bag of the Day champion, and then Woolchuck's Top 10. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Well, we had a big Kevin Durant trade, and I stumbled upon a list, the top 10 pure scorers in NBA history. This one's going to be highly debated. That's next in the Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag.
Here we go, Nation. This segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Yeah. Here we go on a Monday, getting back at it, baby. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30 and replay the champ at 2:30. This is what you hear right here. Mm-hmm. Well, not 2:30, 2:20-ish. Excuse me. Shoot, man.
Ish.
That's weed. That's not even really ish. That's a whole 10 minutes later.
That is.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? All right, yeah. You see anything, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Our winner right here is a church combo pack. Exactly what you need right here, you heathens. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes. Brothers, you know what that Freddie D means?
Frederick Douglass Haynes.
Oh!
He got it.
Man was made for a time like this.
Made to stand up in front of people.
Hey, yes, sir. Why are they trolling a prayer request at the church like this?
Praying this morning for Sister Mary Flanagan and also Brother Harry Dick Jones.
Brother Harry Dick Jones.
That reminds me of my buddy's mom, Carol Lee. She'd be driving the old Ford Econoline 150 with like 9 of us in the back. And she'd be talking about random drivers as every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Yeah.
You know? Remember that? Remember that for the old school?
That's old school.
I got every Tom, Dick, and Harry trying to merge in here.
Yeah, every Tom, Dick, and Harry is just like everybody and their mama.
Yep,
Same
that's right.
thing, yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, I get it. Brother Harry Dick Jones sounds like a investigator for some 1970s exploitation film or something.
Shaft.
Yeah. Brother Harry Dick Jones. He knows karate and everything.
Yeah.
Is there anything I need to investigate, ma'am?
Yeah, we got this one right here. Reverend got carried away. Pause.
Good. Come on, do me a favor.
Hold on. He didn't realize he said, good. Then said this. Wow.
Good. Come on, do me a favor. Look at a neighbor and say, neighbor, have you tasted him this week?
What?
Come on. That was the wrong neighbor.
That was the wrong neighbor.
That was the wrong neighbor. Look to the other side.
Good. Have you tasted him this week?
Yes.
His microphone privileges have been taken away, I'm pretty sure.
We're doing bits.
Ladies?
Reverend, can we see what you're saying this week, please?
Thank you, Lucius. Tune in every day there at 5:30 for the G-Bag of the Day Championship, where the champion faces challengers. And every day here, 225, give or take 5, somewhere in there. You get to hear the champion every day. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10.
All right, we'll get into the top 10 most pure scores in NBA history. 877-881-1053. Who do you think's the most pure scorer to ever play in the association? Big congratulations, though, as we've already mentioned, to Brian Broaddus' LSU Tigers. And this did lead is Brian's, he's fighting sick today. He is, and we love him for it. He's fighting through this. He's powering through. But we got a great version of Clapback Broaddus.
Is that good ideas? To fight through being sick at work?
It's really
still?
not. It's really not.
Probably not.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not, and I feel bad because I'm always telling people to go home when they get sick.
You sound like you've had to run through it, brother, this weekend.
Yeah, I feel
about
fine,
a 50 box of cigars.
You do sound bad.
Do I sound bad?
You sound rough. Like you're not feeling well.
Yeah, I'm okay. Seriously, I feel fine. Just carry on.
I think he needs about 4 fingers of Glenlivet.
I got this gummy thing.
Yeah.
I got
gargle with it.
that might help. Yeah, I've got this purple gummy thing in my pocket that's supposed to be good.
Okay,
supposed to help me. So I'm going to try.
Oh, you're just saving it?
I'm saving it. Yeah, I'm saving it to make me feel better here in about an hour.
Okay, we're just trying to make it a little bit deeper into the show.
Yeah, I figured we only got 3 hours today.
Okay.
If we had a full show, man, I would call in and said, no.
But just because it's a threesome, you're like,
I felt like you guys were playing a little short-handed today.
I appreciate you.
I'm the watcher like Diddy, by the way. He said a threesome. I'm the watcher like Diddy. Oil you boys up before you broadcast.
More.
You always pick up what I say.
Oh, man. So Brian had his clap back on the social medias. We had Chris Xmas, Rodri.
Yeah.
reply and say, wow, what a shocker. A school whose baseball budget is 5 times the entire athletic budget of Coastal Carolina barely won. Hey, congrats. Brian, Clapback Broadus, quote, tweets, life got you a little down. The news overseas is a little unsettling, I have to admit. Tremendous, Brian.
Well, I don't know, man. The guy was a USC baseball fan. Like, if USC would have made it in one, I would have been like, hey, congratulations. USC's baseball budget's probably just as much as LSU's.
Coastal Carolina probably beat a lot of teams.
Yeah.
I mean, had a really big budget.
Yeah, that's what they do. But, yeah, I clap back a little bit.
I liked it.
To me, I do that a little bit too much, though.
No, it's, I should probably be looking at these tweets a little bit more because you've got some others here that are pretty damn outstanding. So you keep up the great work over there.
Well, I appreciate that, but like I said, sometimes people piss me off, you know, when it's like, listen, just say congrats and move on. Don't make it like, hey, your team won because you had more of a budget. No, their pitching was just as good as our pitching. Their hitting was not as good as our hitting. I mean, they left a ton of runners on base. I mean, they just did not get it done. So, I mean, just say congrats and move on. Don't make it about money or anything like that.
Yeah, don't make it about the money. Don't make excuses.
Nah, don't make
Take your L and move on.
Yep.
Shout out to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's joined Magic as the only point guards ever to win regular season MVP and finals MVP in the same season, as he's building quite the resume. And then, how about this? This is just bizarre. Pascal Siakam. He was in games where Kevin Durant tore his Achilles, Dame tore his Achilles, Klay Thompson tore his Achilles, and now Halliburton tearing his last night. Like, that's just bizarre.
Dawson, I didn't know
what are the odds?
Kobe Bryant tore his, 2013?
Yeah.
I think, there was like 5 of them. And I was kind of worried about, is there something that I'm missing with basketball players because of the length of how their size? Is there something with the Achilles and the number of games that they play? Is this a trend? Is it because there's and it's been happening like at the end of seasons.
I think it's kind of a baseball player thing where they've gotten so good at throwing it hard that the Tommy Johns are happening.
Right.
Now we're getting so good at exploding and changing direction.
That's
the shoes
right.
are better.
Yeah.
It's just
sticky to the floor.
I think so.
Yeah.
And that's the toughest one to watch, other than the compound fracture.
No doubt. I mean, it's just awful to just see the extension, and then boom, it just pops. KD did finally get traded. Same day as Game 7 of the Finals. I mean, this was a little bit weird. The NFL, this would be a massive no-no. Maybe the NBA just doesn't give a damn. But the Rockets are acquiring the 15-time All-Star, 4-time Olympic gold medalist. They give up Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green. Jalen Green, a good, young, promising player. 6 future picks. The number 10 pick on Wednesday night, and then 5 seconds. So pretty good return here for Phoenix, who ultimately just got no from a lot of teams. And I think they wanted Jabari Smith Jr. from Houston. They ended up settling for Jalen Green, who averaged over 20 points a game this year. Just really disappeared against Golden State in the playoffs. But, hey, KD going to Houston, they needed offense, they get him. But it made me kind of just look through, hey, what's a fun NBA list I could do today? And I found the top 10 most pure scorers in NBA history. And it's not just, okay, who are the top 10 all-time scorers? Because that can kind of be a
so
compiling
not like Oscar
stat.
Robertson's not on this list?
That could be a compiler over time. No, Oscar Robertson wouldn't be on here.
Yeah.
I don't think LeBron should be on this list.
Okay.
Certified bucket getters. He was a great scorer for sure for his era, but top 10 ever. If I have an ISO play into the game, I got to get a hoop. I'm not picking LeBron.
All right.
I'm deep into my selections.
Well, we'll see if LeBron ended up making this top 10. We already got a vote.
I think he is probably going to make this list.
Agent Zero, Gilbert Arenas from the 817 would be their most pure scorer of all time. I mean, shoot. Carmelo got some love.
Curry's got to be on this list, right?
Yeah, Curry will be on here. James Harden got some love on the Twitters. Kobe, MJ.
Dawson, Lucius, give me this one. Allen Iverson?
Oh, yeah.
On this list?
AI.
Absolutely.
Should he be on this list?
100%, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe his field goal percentage wasn't the best because he had to be a high-volume shooter. He played on such offensively inept teams.
I think he was a 3 or 4 time scorer.
Scored a lot.
Yeah. Led the league.
But it's not like if you look at KD or Jordan, they're over 50% field goal shooters, and that's what puts them in this category of, hey, you're a perimeter guy and you still make 50% of your shots. That's incredible. And it's rare that you find that.
Yeah, we got love for Pistol Pete. ISO Joe Johnson from the 469 just got texted in.
Wow.
We also got a vote for Reggie Miller and Larry Bird from the 214. Some feedback about, hey, two-person radio used to be the norm. That's from our guy Zach in Frisco.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, we've grown.
To me, it gets no better than Jordan. It gets no better than Kobe.
Sure.
How retro do you go with this? Because at a time, like, doesn't Wilt Chamberlain still have the record for most points per game throughout a season?
Yeah, Wilt's going to be here in the top 10. So at number 10, we've got Tracy McGrady.
Nice.
My old guy thing I would throw is George Gerwin out there from the Spurs. Not on that list.
See, I couldn't tell you who the hell George Gerwin was.
George Gervin? Spurs Iceman?
Yeah.
He was great.
Yeah.
Him and David Thompson from that era.
Yeah.
Just crushing it.
Yeah.
Pre-Jordan, along with Dr. J, like the guy.
Okay. Steph comes in at number 9 on this list. And
yeah, I see that.
Because he's one of the greatest three-point shooters ever.
Yeah.
But in terms of, hey, what else do you have in your repertoire? Size limitations, that's another reason why he got docked to number 9 on the list. 8 is where we've got Wilt Chamberlain.
Nice.
He comes in at number 8. And, he just seemed like an absolute cheat code for that time. Only 2 players ever averaged over 30 points per game for their career. It was him and it was Michael Jordan. So he was a guy that just was a walking bucket, literally.
The awareness, the long arms, the skill at that size, he would be unguardable in today's game, too.
He was hard.
Did you have anyone you wanted to throw out there, Lucius?
Dame Lillard.
Ooh.
Game time.
Yeah,
Dude,
he was amazing to watch, bro.
Yeah, in his prime.
The height of his powers against the Clippers and the Thunder in those playoff series. Yeah. Where he's getting mobbed and he looks up at the camera and hits the watch. It's just crazy.
Yeah. God, that shot is one of the all-timers. Who did you?
Dominic Wilkins?
Yes.
Yeah, that's absolutely a guy that would be in the conversation. He did not make this top 10.
Right. Oh.
Number 7 is going to be a problem here for the General.
I think Dominic did something crazy where he averaged 30 and then he was out of the NBA. Like, he got
really?
mellowed before Melo for some mysterious reason.
Oh. So, yeah.
Still the height of his powers.
Maybe there's something going on there. Danny Granger's getting texted in. Elgin Baylor.
What were you going to say I'm not going to like?
Number 7 on the list is LeBron.
Oh, yeah. These lists can be wrong.
7, yeah. Truly one of a kind. He's more known for being an all-around player than a pure scorer, but he's the NBA's all-time scoring leader for a reason. If you can think of a way a player could score, LeBron could do it.
But the reason his finals record is so poor is because, hey, I'm LeBron. It's time to take over in the final 5 minutes, and he wasn't there enough.
Is that the clutch factor here? The
remember that narrative? He's always passing out of situations. When he did make a lot of threes in the fourth quarter, it was an event. Like, wow, LeBron was on fire in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It just didn't happen.
Dirk got texted in from the 214, Walt Frazier, Jerry West. Number 6 is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
Dirk's 1-foot turnaround jumper, one of the most unstoppable moves of all time. But what's the most unstoppable? The skyhook. From Kareem.
Yeah, if you play anybody that's ever played basketball in the 70s, they're going to hit you with a sky hook at some point.
Yeah.
I play one-on-one with all my uncles, and they have a sky hook in their game.
Oh, yeah. I have a sky hook in my game.
Yeah. You can't block it.
Yeah.
It's a foul.
It's crazy. Unstoppable.
That's all I had playing against an older brother, And as I'm coming up starting to learn basketball, Jabbar still, in his early 30s, crushing.
Got 817 said Hakeem Olajuwon, and Hakeem is not in the top 10 here.
Wow, that's criminal.
Number 5 is Dirk. Dirk coming in at 5, revolutionizing the power forward position with his fantastic scoring and shooting ability. His unorthodox high release made blocking his shot impossible, and the 1-foot turnaround jumper, also one of the most unguardable shots in NBA history. Dirk would have even been better in this era with the spacing. And really, he kept usher in this era that we're seeing now with all these bigs that can handle the way they can and be able to shoot the three. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, him and Pau Gasol and Rasheed Wallace. I guess Big Smooth kind of started to bring that in as well, the bigs that could shoot. But Dirk took it to another level because he could put on the floor and pass so well.
Number 4 is Melo. Carmelo Anthony is one of the most prolific ISO scorers of all time, was a fantastic pull-up player that could use his strength to get in the lane or hit the step back. There wasn't a spot on the floor that Melo could not score from.
Yeah, he was an absolute freight train in transition, too. Like, just crazy, crazy good there for, I'd say, 6 or 7 years, probably.
Number 3, Kobe.
Kyrie! Oh.
Yep.
Have we ever heard Kyrie's name? No disrespect to Kobe.
Yeah,
we heard Kyrie's. Come on, man.
Kyrie not on here.
Okay.
Nope.
I mean, what he did in the
James Harden.
finals, his prime.
And James Harden wasn't on here either. And him and Russ for a while. I mean, those dudes, the ability to score. I mean, you talk about the original free throw merchant. Like Harden always will come to mind to me. His ability to just kind of draw contact. And they changed the rules because of some of the crap he was doing.
He was hooking. He was hooking as he went by.
He was hooking.
He had it. Yeah, but he couldn't do it in the playoffs.
No, he couldn't. I mean, in Russ to an extent, neither. But Kobe coming in at number 3. I mean, in so many ways, cross between what we're going to get to 1 and 2 on this list, but earlier in his career relying on the athleticism and then the mid-range, one of the best. I mean, 3-point range got really, really good. He was a guy that could just fill up the stat sheet. Number 2 is the Slim Reaper himself, Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that dude can do it all. He really can. The dribbling ability, the pull-up game, he is a walking bucket. But number 1.
He did a lot of the Kobe stuff, and I don't think he gets enough credit for it because of his length.
And his size.
Yeah, but I mean, he's the only guy that lied about being shorter than he actually is. He's a flipping 6'11" and a half guy saying he's only 6'9".
Yeah.
It's amazing. No, Jeremy Lin, not number 1. That's an upside 6'2". We've got MJ at number 1. Most pure scorer of all time. Nobody could score like MJ. 30.12 points per game, most in NBA history. Could do it in every way imaginable. Transition, spot up 3, late in the career. I mean, you talk about a guy that could take over a game. That was him.
Is the root.
Damn right. So there you have it. And some names that you guys mentioned that were outstanding, but they didn't make it here in this top 10.
Jordan was so fantastic that even when he was beating your team, you could appreciate it and respect it. Like everybody else that's ever whooped my team, I was like, I hate that guy forever.
You couldn't hate MJ?
Couldn't hate Jordan. I actually couldn't hate Shaq either. Shaq was just so much fun.
Yeah, he's likable.
Right on. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on The Fan. We'll hit some NFL sounds of the day coming up next. What's in store, buddy?
All right. Who is trying to poach Micah Parsons? Why don't you bleep off? We'll hear that next. But
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll take a look at Rangers stuff here coming up at 3 o'clock. Review the top sports stories coming out of the weekend. And heading into Rangers baseball coming up at 5 o'clock. They'll visit the Orioles first at 3. CY's coming up at 4:20. Here's Wolchuk.
Man, FanFest was buzzing over the weekend. It was a who's who that was out there for Fanatics. And we had Kevin Durant on stage, supposedly found out that he was traded while he was doing an interview. I don't believe that. I think he informed everybody else that he was traded. He had to know. He had to know behind the scenes. But he's being interviewed by Kay Adams, and he does, I think, is on there every week. Like, him and Kay have a great relationship together. So Kay's chopping it up with KD, and then all of a sudden, here's Micah Parsons, who's kind of hovering in the background. And this is the exchange with Kay Adams, Kevin Durant, and our guy Micah.
Micah Parsons was just here. Do you want to recruit him to the Commanders? Yeah. Micah, get on in here. He's not signed to the Cowboys. Let's do this.
I think he will be a Commander at some point in his career.
When?
I would say 2 years from now.
Ooh.
Yo, I only rock with Dan Quinn, you know what I mean? Anybody else? Exactly. That's all he need to rock with.
My neck hurts. You guys are too tall. I can't handle this. Micah, I love you. This is the Houston Rocket.
I know. Hey, he know I'm finna come and support. Hey.
All right.
That's my dog. Slim Reaper.
Slim Reaper for life.
Okay, so I don't know how to take that one there. I mean, Micah is in a contract negotiation.
Sure.
So it's like, you kind of want to keep all things open. You don't want to just completely shut it down. Like, I understand that perspective of it. Also a divisional rival. Maybe kind of would have loved to get a little bit more heat and backlash on the Commanders' possibility there. Acknowledges the Dan Quinn connection.
Yeah.
Rocks with DQ. The 2 years thing fits the, hey, let's go ahead and tag you timeline that Brian Broaddus was throwing out there.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is what Jerry and Micah were talking about at minicamp. Like, let's make this dish really hot. Let's serve it up. It just seems like such a work from Micah's perspective, to get it out there. I don't think there's anything to worry about or be concerned with. It's minorly annoying that Micah is a Philadelphia guy and he's now flirting with the Commanders. He's a Dan Quinn guy, but he proved last year he's also a Mike Zimmer guy. Had a great relationship with him.
Yeah. And then possibly now a Houston Rockets guy. He's a fan of KD. Maybe it's just a KD. We're going to support KD. We're not going to support Houston.
This is just, so we're going to this event as athletes. Let's powwow with our media teams and our agents and say, how do we get the most engagement out of this weekend? And they did a great job.
They did.
CD was bombing threes.
Yeah, he was.
There was a lot of cool Cowboy stuff happening. And that's all I think of when I hear that clip.
Well, all right. Well, keeping the engagement going. Let's go to Caleb Williams. We had, the report that Eric gave us last week about how he didn't date any women. I don't know. Saw him partying with Madeline Klein this weekend. I don't. Maybe now he is interested in the ladies. But here's Caleb, and he is endearing himself once again to the Bears fan base. After the Vikings stuff that happened with that Wickersham article, well, you know who they hate the most? That'd be the Green Bay Packers, and so does Caleb Williams.
Probably Green Bay. I mean, they suck, but... It was after the game, after we won at Lambeau, 1-0 at Lambeau right now. So obviously trying to do the Lambeau leap, and we actually tried to jump in the crowd where our fans were. And they start throwing everything at you, they push you off, and the Lambeau leap, it's a real leap. It's not a little baby jump. You actually have to high jump basically, and then they're pushing you, mushing your face. I mean, that was probably that. And then I had one today. I was actually in a car, and I got ran down for 6 blocks in the car. Yeah, that was fun.
It was fun. They're mushing face. You ever do the Lambeau leap, Brian?
It's difficult for a guy like me. It would be very
tough to get up there.
Yeah, it is not easy. That is that's a good. You have to get a running start, and what makes it even harder is if you're wearing cleats, that it's kind of a concrete surface to get to the stands.
Okay.
So you have to be able to navigate your cleats sliding and then being able to jump at the same time. So there's no way in hell I could do it. I've seen it done a bunch, but man, I was there the first time it ever happened with Leroy Butler.
Yeah, that's right.
Against the Raiders, yeah.
And I've seen some people miss. Williams doesn't. I mean, I can understand it. You're an opposing player. Obviously, they'll
push you back in.
Yeah,
they will absolutely push you back in.
And yeah, they're going to throw stuff on you. I did think it was fun that he's out there in New York and he's got like a Packer fan that's just trailing him right now.
Did he say the Packers fans suck butt?
Did he say that?
That's what I think he said, man.
Let's listen to that again.
That's a choice of words from this guy.
Probably at Green Bay. I mean, they suck butt.
Yeah, they suck butt.
They suck butt.
Maybe there is something to that report there, Lucius. Maybe there is. That was a hell of a catch right there. My gosh, Caleb, come on, dude. Potty mouth. Woo. Sticking with Bears-Packers rivalry, we go to Brian Urlacher. So they're playing against Aaron Rodgers, and this defense was legendary. Then they go to the Super Bowl there in 2006, but Rodgers picks up on all their tendencies. Here's Brian Urlacher telling the story of kind of they got to change audibles here.
Aaron knew our checks. You play a team enough times, you're going to know their checks. So we had a pirate check. So we changed it for that week, and this is going to be great for people listening, but it was big we changed it. So it was pirate. So we could say anything that had a P on it would be our pirate check, so they wouldn't know our pirate. So the tight end gets up and moves and lands, goes, big. Aaron starts laughing before the ball gets snapped. He looked at me, started shaking his head, started laughing. But we had to change our stuff up because he knew our defense so well. And Aaron, you weren't going to trick any of those guys pre-snap, but just the words, the buzzwords we throw out there were always fun.
Just a big grown linebacker going up there in the heat of battle, playing against the Green Bay Packers. You're just yelling the P word out at everybody. Big P, big P.
I love those.
Mike Singletary was that kind of guy too,
and he doesn't blink, and he's just staring at you with those eyes.
What P word was it?
Oh man,
pineapple.
Kitty cat. Call me
Pusillanimous.
Yeah,
Pusillanimous.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Travis Hunter. 4-year contract.
Kingfish.
Oh yeah, I know. We've been watching this stuff. Lucius popped this up. Brian gave a breakdown of just like how you can tell this dude is an excellent fisherman.
Oh yeah, when you have like 10 rod and reels on the deck, all with different baits, and you're just picking them up and just tossing them in different spots, you know what you're doing.
So he is the first non-quarterback to get his signing bonus fully up front. He got himself $30.5 million in a signing bonus. How amazing would that be? You wake up in the morning and it's like
hits the account,
just direct deposit right to the account. Yeah, look at this, huh? $30 million. What do? You go buy fishing equipment. Yeah. It's incredible. Congratulations to him, and well deserved. I am fascinated to see how he ends up being
wife
utilized.
Probably went right into her account.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, she's probably got that on lock.
You think they got a joint account? He does seem like he might with the way that he loves her.
I think he probably really trusts her with all his money.
Maybe. Look,
that is wild. That's a wild statement.
No,
that's a wild statement. First of all,
yeah,
the way he talks about her though, Lucius, like,
I believe he really does. I think he is afraid to do something wrong in her eyes.
He might.
So she has access to it. What? You think so too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God!
I think he's really in love, maybe being manipulated, but I mean,
I'm
he's
not saying that
wide
it's
open.
smart, but the way that he talks about her, he does seem
all
like,
those shrooms, all those retreats, all that getting my mind right just to be a simp at the end of the day is crazy.
Yeah. This is.
You're a quarterback, man. Act like it.
I don't know. He's a unique individual there. Let's go to Terry McLaurin and that contract update. Now, here's why I'm interested in this. Because I think this is going to directly impact George Pickens in the offseason. So Albert Breer goes on 106.7 The Fan in Washington, gives us an update of kind of where we're at here with the Commanders and Scary Terry.
Hold on, I can't find your Albert Breer.
Albert, Terry McLaurin update from Breer, 106.7 The Fan. If you can't, I can read it.
I got it.
You got it? Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think it's in a great place right now. If you ask me, like where this is, and I think it's just sort of the, I hate to say normal course of things, but I do think to some degree these things do get bumpy, and I think they've gotten bumpier as the market's exploded for the last couple of years with the cap going up as fast as it has, and so. If you're Terry McLaurin, I think you look at it and you're saying, like, you don't even come to me with anything that doesn't start with a 3. You know what I mean, per year. And I think it's fair of him to ask for something in that range just based on where the market's gone. Obviously last year Justin Jefferson gets 35 and CeeDee Lamb gets 34. But like I'd say the real comp is probably DK Metcalf, who he gets traded to Pittsburgh and he gets 33 per year on a 4-year deal. So, I think those comps are out there, and I think they will eventually get something done. Terry, and you guys know this, you don't need me to tell you, Terry's too important to what they've built there. But sometimes these things can get a little messy along the way, and that's sort of where we are right now.
And I hope it is. I hope it's messy as hell because screw the Commanders, and I hope he holds out all year and doesn't play because that takes away a good player for them, and I hope that they end up being terrible. But this is something where if he ends up getting, and he should make more money than Deebo Samuel, who is making more money on the team. But you've got now A.J. Brown at 32, and Breer says DK Metcalf got 32.99. So I think you're looking anywhere between 32 to 34 million for this re-signing for Terry McLaurin. George Pickens, if he goes out there and has the type of year that we think that he could, the report I got from talking with some people in Pittsburgh was he wanted north of 25 million.
There you go.
All of a sudden you start to see, hey, Terry McLaurin, do I think I'm as good as Terry McLaurin? I should get over 30. Sure. So the price is going to go up on George Pickens, and I think that's something that obviously the Cowboys, that's a risk they were willing to take. We'd love to get that production this year and hopefully have a great season. But if I don't know how the Cowboys are going to be able to financially commit to CeeDee Lamb, who's making 34, and then possibly a George Pickens making north of 30. That's going to be tough to budget.
Yeah, you'd have to pick to move on from something, or you just have to pick it as, hey, we're going all in big time financially, and we're going to push money into the future, but Dak's deal is running out, and we need to have Pickens and Lamb. Like, I think this combination and what he can do as far as taking the top off the defense puts us back in the conversation of trying to average between 29 and 31 points, which Dak has done twice in his career.
He has.
I think if this offensive line and this running game comes together, that should be your target, and it's special. But the moment Pickens is off the field, now your defense is predictable, and now what are you at, 23, 22? I think Pickens opens up everything as far as what's possible.
More important than being able to run the football successfully or just having a dynamic receiving duo and having George Pickens go off.
Brian?
Run the ball. I really do. I think that, if you can, we saw when Dak's first year, and how successful it was, and it opened up so much stuff for him. But you do have a weapon. The thing about Dak is, and we've kind of learned this about him, throwing the ball over 35 times a game gets a little dangerous. When Dak is 28 of 32, it's a pretty good day for them. They're probably going to win that game. So give me the running game right now. Even though I've talked to people over there, they think that this might be, and I'm not trying to sell Kool-Aid here, guys, but talking to people, they think of Dak coming off a major injury like he's had in the past, this might be the best shape he's been in as far as being ready to go, as far as that, the season and stuff, and no setbacks that way.
That's great news because history shows that he's had pretty good performances years following injuries. So that fall in line with, hey, George Pickens maybe getting a massive payday, and I'm sure he's keeping an eye on what's going on with Terry McLaurin there in D.C. There's your sounds of the day.
Hey, I hate to jump in. Were you guys talking about Aaron Rodgers or Travis Hunter when it comes to giving up the money to their girlfriend?
Travis Hunter.
Oh!
Yeah. When you said quarterback,
I'm 100% with that. Okay. Matter of fact, she probably dominates over the whole situation. She gives him a little piece like Josh Hamilton.
Yeah, he gets an allowance.
I don't want you to mess it up here, honey. Absolutely.
Gets an allowance.
The text that came in was like it probably goes into her account.
Oh my God, I was in here going crazy. I was like, wait a minute, what?
I don't believe that Rodgers actually has the wife.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I don't know that's there's no way Rodgers would let his wife.
I thought I was on Mars, bro.
No chance.
We got one down, two more to go. G-Bag Nation Rangers pregame coming up at 5, CY at 4:20. We'll get you the top stories of the day coming up next, The Nation.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. What a great So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Cowboys fans, how you feeling as training camp approaches? I was just saying there at the end of that segment that I think George Pickens, gives this team an opportunity to be exciting on offense. I think the second half of last year, showed that their defense does have a lot of potential, even though it finished horribly well. But, some of the reactions on text, I'm not hype, LMAO, LOL, Dawson. What do you guys think? Is that being Homer to think that this offense could score 30 points per game, and you have this incredible group of pass rushers that have a chance to give you a defensive identity? I know
that would be great.
They have problems with defensive backfield a lot, right? And I know they're not going to be a good tackling team, but I think they could have one of these years like they did in 21, 22, and 23, where maybe we're like cynical about their chances of winning in the playoffs, but they're piling up wins.
Yes, I think that regardless of how we feel about Dak is a good quarterback, and he's proven he can win in the regular season. We can have a different conversation once you get into the postseason, but this team's had a lot of regular season success. I think they are going to be a good team this year in the regular season. I expect them to win 10 wins, compete for the division. If they don't win the division, they'll be a wild card team, in my opinion. I think they'll be in the playoffs. But it is one of those things where it's like I've gotten super geeked out and excited about the offense and what they're saying this time of year and watching them do some red zone drills out in Oxnard, and then none of that's shown up when the game matters and the bullets are flying. So for me, it's like I got to wait and see before I fully go ahead and drink that Jerry Kool-Aid.
Well, the thing about it is that I don't think the quarterback's going to be the problem here. I really don't. I think the quarterback's going to have a good year, and I'm not selling it. I'm really not. But I think people are conditioning themselves like, it's every damn year. Every year we talk about this. But you know what? It's my opinion. I think the quarterback's going to be fine. To me, this is going to hinge on how well these coaches adapt. The new coaches, how well the play caller adapts, and how well that he is a head coach. It's all feeling great right now with all the ability in the locker room. Everybody's feeling good. Love football again. But let's see when the adversity happens. I think, to me, I do believe that the quarterback is going to be fine. But I do have my concerns. It's not about so much about the players. I have concerns about the coaching staff because I don't know. I haven't seen this coaching staff operate. I don't know what I'm going to get with Brian Schottenheimer. My hope is that I get a guy that's able to take what the quarterback is really good at and be able to advance that. I think that Mike McCarthy was able to get good play out of Dak. I don't think he was willing to advance it to make it go even further.
Yeah.
And that's why my biggest problem with Mike McCarthy, you had a guy that was a MVP type of a quarterback, and you just sat there and said, we're good. We're just going to kind of continue. You did nothing to advance him. Yeah. You did nothing. And that's where I think this is going to fall on the shoulders of this group.
And the space that Ferguson should have to operate in the passing game just a little bit more because
we don't know, man. Yeah. I'm just saying this, Dawson.
You can't double both, though. These guys have gravity to them. No, absolutely. We know Ferguson's going to have more room to operate.
That's the key. I personally do not know how this offense is going to look.
No clue.
I have no clue. Now, I do trust the quarterback, and this is where people you're a homer, Broadus, shut the hell up. No, this is where I think a guy who is a veteran quarterback is getting himself ready to do whatever they ask him to do. They just need to make sure that they get him to that level.
Here's why I'm confident the floor is significantly higher than last year, because he has a lot of things as a veteran quarterback that is going to work. We're trying to add to it. If it's not working, you have things that this passing game could go to. And now that he has multiple receivers and a better offensive line, to me it comes down to how good are your tackles and how good is your secondary defensively.
Sure. I absolutely think the tackle play is one of my bigger questions. How does Tyler Guyton look? I think that's something we're all going to be keeping a massive eye on once we get to Oxnard. And the thing is, they have a little bit of...
They can do things to kind of help him, though.
They can.
They can absolutely do things to try and help him scheme-wise.
Yes, and they have a little bit of a fail-safe. They don't want to do it, but they do have the ability to move Tyler Smith to left tackle, and he's going to be a good player there. And they've got plenty of options of players that can move in and play left guard. Maybe it's Awesome Richards. Maybe it's Robert Jones. Maybe it's Brock Hoffman. Maybe it's TJ Bass. Maybe it's Nate Thomas, who they took. Like, they got a lot of interior
Nate Thomas has been the backup at right tackle.
So
he's been the number 2. But you're right. You're not right. He could
just bodies.
Yeah,
absolutely. Let the cream rise to the crop, right? The whatever the hell I just tried to say there.
I think you nailed it. Yeah,
to the top.
It rises
not
to
the crop, but the top.
Yeah, the cream of the crop, buddy. No, I get it, and you mean the text is on fire. I think there's a lot of passionate opinions, but Brian, I think you nailed on something that I think this fan base has become so cynical.
They have, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They do not want to hear Brian Broaddus tell them that their quarterback's going to be fine. They don't want to hear that. They want to see their quarterback be fine. They actually want to see him go out and be one of the top 6-7 quarterbacks in the league.
I mean,
That's what they want to see.
It was a pick a game last year. I think this year they face all 3 of the top defenses from last year. I mean, it is a murderer's row of defenses if they're as good as they were last year. And if they are good, they're going to have to earn it, starting with the Eagles week 1. That's just... It's going to be really interesting once this gets going, because of what Pickens is going to present as far as a deep threat is going to open up a ton of stuff underneath in the passing game, and then it's going to give you such favorable looks running the ball. They're going to look back on a Sunday night or a Monday morning, think, how did we not run it more? We have to double down on running, and then you will get to the balance that this organization has needed since 2014. When Romo had that great year in 2014, 29 passing attempts per game. On average.
Yeah, it wasn't until Murray broke his hand late that they didn't throw the ball, right?
Yeah.
In that game, remember it was like they leaned on Murray, he broke his hand, and then all of a sudden they went into pass mode to try and help and Romo was ready. They're going to need Blue not to be behind on this offense.
Yeah.
They're going to need Blue to be ready to go, whether it's routes, pickups, whatever, handing him the ball. They can't afford to have him behind and then trying to catch up.
I think he was talking with K. Adams or somebody as well, this Fanatics thing over the weekend, and I really like what I saw as far as his attention to detail and everything. He's saying he is going to be ready in the passing game, but you're right, and I think it's got to start with, do you have better running backs than you did last year?
Do you understand your assignment?
Oh yeah,
that's the number one thing. You cannot go in there and bust as a running back. Not in this offense, you can.
Okay, Des Bryant predicting an NFC East team will win the Super Bowl. Now that's something I need a lot of great answers to. But I think health is huge here with Diggs and Overshown. If they were playing at their peak coming into this year, I could see the Cowboys being there. But right now, that's just that's too much of a leap. And I think missing Diggs and Overshown and some of the injuries they've had, even going back to Tony Pollard against the Niners in the playoffs, and I don't want to be, like Brian right now, people thinking that I'm a homer or anything, but I want to be objectively honest about what this team is capable of. And their injuries to Pro Bowlers and All Pros during the Mike McCarthy era was horrible. Yeah. And if they had just had regular, what happened to San Francisco and Detroit last year was bad, and in any one year that's worse than what the Cowboys have been dealing with, but they didn't win the championship either. And the amount of injuries they had, like Zach Martin getting old at 34, Tyron Smith not being able to play on the other side of 30 consistently, Zeke getting old while Derrick Henry is still putting up all-pro years. They did a hell of a job putting a lot of great players on this team, and I think we would fault them for not doing more, but I think they did enough. I think they did enough. The biggest thing that held back the McCarthy era was those injuries. Okay.
I think the coach held them back, though, too, a little bit.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, and I say that with the situation of the coach. I wish he would have stepped up and said, "Listen, we need to try and advance this thing." Yeah. And they really didn't. They really didn't advance it.
No, but I think Kellen Moore, didn't he just show that we don't have to have a tricky offense?
Well, if you've got the best offensive line and the best running back in the game, that's certainly going to help you a lot.
Yeah, I think the thing with Kellen Moore is, I'm not talking about tricking you. I'm talking about a better understanding of like how to create opportunities, how to, whether it's scheme guys open, whether it's the light box, where, however you have to do things, zig when you need to zag, those types of things. There was nothing with Mike McCarthy that just led me to believe that, like, okay, the players you're playing with right now are going to get better the next year. Dak coming off that year, you're thinking, okay, hey, we have something to build on here. Let's build on that. And they really didn't. Yeah, and I'm taking a lot of shots at Mike, but I do believe that this team, this offense is only going to be as good as its coaches. They've got players. They have got players to handle this. They've got players to move the football. They need the coaches to be able to step up and be a part of that. And if they're not, then we're going to be talking about a whole nother thing this time next year.
And that was part of Dez's quote. He said, Shotty's got to get in there and figure out the best scheme to score points, and if we score points, we're good. I think they can be good, but in order to be great, like Kansas City and Philadelphia, top 5 defense last year. Where I need to see it would be, I'd say to Dez, how could you believe this Cowboys defense that was 28th in the NFL last year could take that big of a step forward?
They were in such a hole right off the jump. Those bad games against Baltimore. I mean, I know they almost came back in that game, but the New Orleans game was awful.
It was
the
Detroit game, bad.
Yeah, it was a historically bad. The first 6-7 weeks of the season, this defense was bad, and the offense wasn't much better.
The Thunder are champions thanks to a historically good defense, and now we turn our attention to what this Mavs offseason is going to look like other than drafting Cooper Flagg next week. Here's Kyrie Irving, who has a big player option coming up. What's he think of these Mavs situation?
It's an exciting time to be a Dallas Maverick. It's an exciting time to be a Dallas Maverick fan. Shout out to MFFL, all the supporters that have been rocking with us. Getting this number 1 pick, we had a 1.8% chance. So I loved it. I enjoyed seeing all of the excitement, not only from the city, but from our executive leadership, from our ownership group, from my teammates. This is one of those times in not only my career, but just in the legacy play of being a Dallas Maverick, where we have a chance to do something special. So I know Nico's going to do a great job. I know Patrick's going to do a great job. I know Mark's going to do a great job. And it's been an exciting journey thus far, even just being in Dallas. It's been up and down, sort of say, just in terms of the circumstances and situations, but we've been doing our best. I've been doing my best, and I'm one of the leaders on the team. So I got to stay stoic, stay poised, ready for the moment, ready to articulate what's going on, and be ready to move forward.
It's awesome. Kyrie has evolved into the perfect team leader and team spokesman. Obviously coming off a disappointing year, 39-43. ESPN's power rankings for this group right now, putting the Mavs outside the top 10. They got them at 14th, up just 3 spots since winning the draft lottery there with Cooper Flagg. So I think the Cooper Flagg acquisition is just tremendous for this organization long term. But what sort of an impact is it going to have year one? And, do you think 14 is low? I guess without Kyrie Irving, 14 feels fair to me.
Yeah, because you don't know how they're going to replace him. I mean, there's reports out that they're trying to figure out how to convince Chris Paul to come in. Maybe that's their number 1 target right now for a guy to kind of run the show until Kyrie's able to come back. I don't know how that works between that dynamic when Kyrie does. Maybe it's just Chris Paul comes off the bench and he's okay with that at this point in his career. I do like the option of talking to Boston, maybe to try and get Derek White or Drew Holiday. I know that contract's a bummer of one, but I think the roster's good. It's just counting on old bones and Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving. But you still have Lively and Cooper Flagg that really should kind of be the focus moving forward. Like, that is your future right there with those two.
Yeah, I'm trying to win a championship now like David Robinson and Sean Elliott did with Tim Duncan. and then see how we can go from that point forward into the future. And I feel great about the long-term future because of those two guys that you mentioned. But in year one, it is it's tough to know. I would think if you're going to go get Chris Paul, I would say can we get a Malcolm Brogdon? Because even when Kyrie comes back, I feel like their backcourt is way overmatched when it comes to ball handling and creativity, and that's why they were talking about getting Max Christie, minutes in the backcourt and Cooper Flagg minutes in the backcourt. I'd be looking to get that solved with a trade, and that's part of what makes this so exciting. Like a lot of Mavs off seasons, we've hoped, but I guarantee this thing is going to be explosive, and because Nico's got to feel the pressure. Oh, yeah. I have to get this thing right, and we better be good early. Or, the calls for that job are going to be loud and should be. Okay, we'll hit the C note. Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation. Rangers pregame coming up at 5, and we're back in the fan.
Let's talk stress-free auto. They are Tolos, big-time Tolos, my guy George.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
them for as low as $89 a month and enjoy a 5-day, 4-night stay in Cancun on us. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time for the C-Note every afternoon at this time, Cowboys fans. And, I just want to ask you this, guys on the text and YouTube chat. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. We really appreciate you and engaging like you do. Your feedback is great. I just want to know, if you're so sure, what happens if they go beat the Eagles on Thursday night? How would that change your perspective? Week 1, NFL opener, Cowboys at Philadelphia. They win that game. Well, Chuck, what do you think of that next Friday here on The Fan?
Oh, I'd be coming in crotch first. It's a victory over the Eagles. You're ruining their dropping of the banner, their Super Bowl celebration. There would be nothing sweeter. I think that there will be Cowboy fans that now are thinking, hell yeah, Super Bowl, like we always will have. There will be others that it really nothing matters what they do in the regular season until they get to the playoffs. And I think I am probably leaning more the latter, but I can't not enjoy the ride that is the regular season, right? I mean, that's there's something about like why you love sports, why you love the game, why you love that team. And going through it week to week and riding the emotions of the wins and losses, like, yeah, I'm going to get hyped and be super pumped up if they beat the Eagles. Does it change my opinion that they're going to win the Super Bowl? It'd probably be a little bit prisoner of the moment to have that knee-jerk reaction.
What if they're running the ball, though, against that defense?
Yeah.
What if they're executing on both sides of the ball? Maybe our thought would be Philadelphia's taking a big step back.
It could be. They could be, because last year, and granted, this would be a much better level of competition, but they looked unbelievable against Cleveland, specifically on defense. And Cleveland was a playoff team the year before, and then came back and just got absolutely obliterated by the Saints and the Ravens, etc. But yeah, I think that there would be a lot of Cowboy fans that do end up saying, okay, maybe this is different. New head coach, new offensive system, George Pickens, offense with Tyler Booker. Like, is the line now actually? Are we clicking? There's definitely reasons for optimism if that were to happen.
Yeah, I'd say you get off to a great start, and there's going to be times in the schedule where you're probably going to win one you're not supposed to win, and then you're going to lose one you shouldn't lose. And so but to get off to that kind of start for the Schottenheimer administration, he needs to stack as many great games as he can in order to get the buy-in. That's where these coaches, especially the first-year head coaches, it's the buy-in. Everybody's happy. We've talked about that. Everybody's like, hey, it's good to play football again. But here's where it really is. Are you a difference-making head coach? And you go out and you beat Philadelphia, and Philadelphia's probably got better talent than you, and their staff might even be better than yours. But you go out and beat that. That goes a long way of building that trust in that locker room towards that coaching staff.
Then you get the Giants, and then you go to Chicago, and that's a really good defense too. And then you're going to host the Packers, who had a really good defense last year. I imagine that'll be the same. So 3 out of your first 4 games, I think, are against like top 8 defenses if you go by points per game. And, I'll have plenty of appetite for being cynical. If they're 1-3, we'll already be there. But I could see 3-1. And if that 3-1 or God forbid 4-0 includes a win over Philadelphia, then you get the Jets and the Panthers and Washington before you got to get ready for another really great defense in Denver the week of Halloween. And then you can maybe look at trying to get your guys back.
0-4 would be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That would be there's that one is, that's hard to dig out of right there.
Yeah. And if that's the case, it's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. You'll start talking about 2026, and can you keep Bland and Tyler Smith happy and keep George Pickens if you want him? At that point, I'd already be there. But here, as we sit late June, a month before we get to training camp, I like to think about what is possible, and I'm often reminded of that 2013 into 2014 offseason where everything had gone wrong and you ended up 500 again, and it looked like this Cowboys team was toast, and then they drafted Zach Martin, and we showed up, and all of a sudden they had a major shift in offensive identity because of what that right guard did for their outlook. Chris Young in 1 hour, G-Bag Nation. Chris Young in 1 hour here on your home of the Rangers. Let's reset. Wolchuk did this about 45 minutes ago. Kevin Durant boldly predicting Micah Parsons will be on the Commanders in a couple of years, and Micah Parsons following him up with "I only rock with Dan Quinn." I've seen in the sports headlines, the tabloids, an attempt to make something out of there, but there's no traction on this, is there, guys?
I don't believe so. I don't expect Micah Parsons to be playing anywhere but Dallas. Now, if they decided, as we've talked about, like if they actually wanted to try and change how agents look at them, like there are other factors that could come into this, but Jerry's not going to let Micah Parsons play anywhere else. And I think that he was saying the Dan Quinn thing, and like that's the only person I rock with Washington. Otherwise, I would have no interest in being a Commander. But yeah, when I first heard it, I was like, I'd kind of like you to crap on the Commanders, Micah. Like, they're a divisional rival, but at the same time, I get it. He's going through a contract dispute right now. So you got to keep all your options open and dangle a carrot out there.
Yeah,
dangling.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that.
You're right, buddy.
Let's get rough. Okay, I kind of feel like that they're in a situation right now.
Can I get you some tea?
No, I'm good. I'm trying to get good. They're in a situation right now where they've got to figure out this agent is not going to deal with them. I mean, he is going to take them all the way to the very end, and they're in that situation where I think you have to look. And I know some people are reaching out to me on Twitter, like saying, "Well, your tag thing is flawed." And then I ask people in the organization about it, and I'm like, do you potentially think about tagging this guy? And it's kind of like, well, it saves you money on the contract, because people are arguing like, oh, if you get a contract done, well, you have the cap numbers low and all that stuff like that.
Yeah, if they want to backload it.
Yeah, but maybe it buys you, yeah, it's all guaranteed, but it's not paying $40 million. Mm-hmm. And it gives them the ability to kind of figure out, okay, maybe we need to do a couple other things. Maybe to me, the Parsons one seems like it's going to be the hard one to get done. That I'm looking at, Bland's kind of a situation, depending on how he looks at Diggs' contract. I think that's something that you have to look at. But the Pickens one, you know what? If Pickens starts the year really well, I'd go with it. I'd go and try and see if I can get that one done during the season. If I could find a way to maybe,
hey, here's 4 for 100, take it or leave it.
Exactly. Well, maybe it's not that, but it's a little bit more. It's 27, it's 28,
yeah, okay,
something like that.
Try to come under 28.
Yeah, I would do that with the consideration with Micah. And if you really, really want to pay Micah Parsons $40 million a year, that's the question you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, and I'd be up for that. I think it's the price of a great edge in today's game, and I think Micah changes a lot of stuff for you. But I think you should be open-minded as any front office. Like, what's the best use of our 20% of the cap or 15% of the cap or whatever that comes out to be? But I think the bigger thing here is your negotiating position at the bargaining table is wrecked, and everybody knows they can just wait.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So they don't buy it. So over the weekend, I think the president made a big step towards making the world buy his threats. Like, hey, when we say we might bomb you, we might actually bomb you in a way that you think is not likely. And I think the Cowboys are in a very similar situation now, where everything they say across the bargaining table is like, whatever, we'll just wait you out.
I think what I would do? I would wait Micah out then, because I don't think Micah wants to give up money. I think he's that type of guy.
Agreed.
I don't. I think he's anxious about doing this and making sure it gets done. But if in fact, if his strategy, and it'll be interesting because David Mulugeta is saying, okay, if we're going to wait this thing out, Dallas will cave. If I'm Dallas, I don't cave.
Yeah.
I just say, okay, Micah is not going to sit out, and Micah is not going to miss game checks when this comes down.
That would be a strong move. Now, I want to ask you guys this with the Pickens-Micah thing. If there is any choice in the organization, just in a hypothetical world, what's 2 wide receivers worth? Does Joe Burrow make a run at making the playoffs last year with the Bengals without 2? Does Philadelphia without Smith and Brown create those kind of holes? Like, I think who you are with one receiver is drastically different if you can basically copy that dude and put him on the other side.
I think if you had a really, really good running back like Saquon Barkley, I think you could get away with playing with one wide receiver.
Yeah,
I don't think that you can get with this group the way it currently is. I think we'll see how it plays, but me personally, I'm going to need 2 wide receivers if I have this running game the way it is.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
If I had Barkley or if I had that guy with the Ravens, if I had somebody that I knew that I could just hand the ball to a bunch and then play around it, I wouldn't worry about having Pickens. I probably wouldn't have made the Pickens deal, But I think that they're trying their best to give Dak as many weapons as they can. But they don't have these backs are not anything to make me not think about Simon Pickens.
But we're going to find out who we are, not only on offense with Pickens and Lamb, but also on defense. Now we have all these second-round guys who have been in the league for a while. Can we get to the quarterback with Ezra Raku,
sure.
and Sam Williams and Dante Fowler? Micah, over the course of these games in September, if you do want to sit out, we might be, trying some stuff that might be a better configuration. And heck, trading a guy and getting multiple draft picks. You just look at what happened for Houston, right? Oh, we don't have Deshaun Watson. We're going to trade a guy, get multiple draft picks, and then in Stroud's rookie year, he was they were one of the best teams in the AFC. So I think that's just an opportunity I wouldn't want to turn down. Okay, at 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line is open for you. What do you think about how Tyler Booker is moving and competing out there? You see him at his football camp over the weekend, turf that kid. Wasn't that something?
Incredible.
It was amazing to see him going back and forth and changing directions and keeping up with a kid that's like 170 pounds, probably a sophomore or something in high school. Yeah. And at some point when they're going to the final thing, I think the kid was a half step ahead or maybe on his side, and Booker just reached out and slapped him. It was a lot of fun watching the Cowboys summer content over the weekend, both of this Fanatics thing where there was tons of content, and then Booker. I think that was up in Connecticut at his old high school up there at Parr Football Field. CeeDee Lamb at Fanatics Fest was amazing. I don't know how far that was. Was that like a 25 or 30-foot three? And he made 4 in a row. Yeah. Guys surrounded by fans. They're all calling his name. He goes red hot. He goes unconscious, just starts knocking him down like he's Steph Curry.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is fun to watch. A lot of these wide receivers can hoop. I know T.O. and Dez. Yeah, the hand-eye coordination.
Really good.
A lot of stuff going on with your Cowboys, though. All quarter century team is out. Shame. I thought a shame that Tyron Smith wasn't on it and Mailata was. I thought you could have made a case for Jason Witten.
Sure.
Antonio gets Tony Gonzalez. Sorry, am I eating up some of your content here?
No, not at all. I didn't know if you guys maybe did that on Friday.
No, didn't. Priest Holmes at running back was odd. I thought it should clearly be LaDainian Tomlinson and Adrian Peterson. Yeah. But did you feel snubbed on Tyron Smith's behalf? Like Mailata sitting there on the all-century practice squad and no Tyron Smith? That's crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely, when we were going through, it was like, man, the tackle would probably be the one that you could get somebody on. Like wide receiver was really tough. T.O. was able to make it, so that gives you some representation. I would have loved to try and see, could we get Dez there? But none of the guys, like I wouldn't advocate for Dez to be over any of the other ones that they represented. I do think Jason Witten would have been in the conversation. They could have at least mentioned him on the practice squad. But yeah, Joe Thomas, obviously. Trent Williams has been fantastic. Yeah. But you're telling me Tyron, I don't think anybody's taking Jordan Mailata over Tyron Smith. I'm sorry. And Mailata's a good player.
Health-wise, they would.
Yeah, but Mailata's only been playing for like 2 years.
That's just...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the problem. What's the first thing you say when you start to talk about Tyron Smith?
Yeah, the injuries.
Injuries. That's the first thing you say.
But he had so many All-Pros in a row, and then Pro Bowls, and then he comes back and makes All-Pro in 23.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's one of those things where, we understand that, but the people who are voting on this, the first thing think of is
you're right.
him being injured.
The injuries, yeah.
That narrative.
Like the first 5 years of his career, he was fine. He didn't deal with them.
I thought they looked at it like, okay, we got D. Ware in there. We got Zach Martin in there. We got T.O.
They covered it.
Like, who else are we going to get in this thing so we can take advantage of the Philadelphia engagement right now? Like, Philadelphia is on fire. You guys know that from the podcast world.
Oh, yeah.
Like, in the NFL,
birds fly, yeah.
3 out of every 10 Google searches right now are about the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah. So let's get that going for our click-through and everything. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian's playing ill today. He's absolutely on fire. I think this is his flu game, actually. Where are you going next, buddy?
Yeah,
you gotta give him that
Talk to it.
Right about that. All right, hey, we're going to talk about Warren Sharp has got some thoughts about your quarterback that are pretty interesting. We'll talk about those next.
Ooh, I cannot wait for that. You know what else is phenomenal is Collars & Co. I've been talking about Collars & Co.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Training camp coverage like no other in Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this one.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, Chuck, can I ask you a question?
Please do.
This is something I did this weekend. I was working on, the LSU game was going on. I went with my slow cooker yesterday.
Ooh.
Okay? I tried to do a Jewish brisket.
Okay.
And I was going to ask you the question that I have about the Jewish brisket.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have much taste to it?
Yes.
Okay. How do you get the taste?
The marinade.
Okay. I used that. I was thinking about people talk about with the red wine.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard pomegranate juice could also be.
Yes, pomegranate juice is very popular.
I used the Mariqual, which is the carrots, onions, celeries. I did all that, chopped it up, used beef broth in it as well. Had a little bit of a smaller brisket, kind of a little bit of a flat that I put in there. And I cooked it slow for 8 hours and broke it down pretty good. That thing had I used some Meat Church product on it before, let it sit, let it adhere. That thing had zero taste to it.
Really? So no sweetness at all?
No, and it bothered me because, with a traditional brisket,
you're
gonna put smoke on it, Dawson, right?
Yeah,
you're gonna probably heavily pepper the thing, to get that bark on it that you want.
Maybe some salt and garlic.
Salt and garlic, yeah. But I'm just curious, are most in it? And I'm not being silly here. It's called actually a Jewish brisket.
Yeah.
It's used for the holidays.
Absolutely.
See, I was trying to come up with something like a little something extra in the repertoire, like when you're cooking, we're going to do something for the holidays. And my son and my ex-wife, they're Jewish, so I was trying to kind of think, let me help you out. I'll do a brisket for you and all that. I walked out of there thinking, man, did I just do a brisket that had absolutely no taste to it at all?
Yeah, and I've had some bad ones, trust me. And usually
they can get dry,
very dry, and
mine
chewy,
wasn't
overcooked.
Mine wasn't dry.
Here's what I think my mom has started to do, because it's got a sweetness to it, and I'll double check with her, but I believe she's using it's either Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola.
Okay,
there you go. Yeah, get that sugar in there.
Yeah, you need something with a little sugar.
She's breaking that down. Then she's breaking all the fibers down with the acid and the Dr. Pepper.
I've heard people putting a soda in a smoke brisket with the foil.
Yeah,
that's their
fluid.
Boat.
Foil boat. Okay,
so maybe give that a shot.
Okay, I'm not discouraged. I'm not gonna lie. I was discouraged.
No, it stinks
because it was 8 hours.
Yeah,
and then I tasted it, and then you know what I did with it?
Chopped it up, put it in a stew.
Yeah. Chopped it up and chopped it up and put a little barbecue sauce in it. Tried to doll it up a little bit, and I could trick I tricked my 86-year-old dad with it. Here, Dad, here's a chopped brisket sandwich for you.
Good job, boy.
Yeah. Then you look at me like, what the hell are you doing? This is awful.
We did get back-to-back texts about Lipton's onion soup mix.
Okay, there we go.
That could also be a good call.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like the brisket, there's so much meat on the inside that when smoking it, you got to overdo it.
Yeah.
See,
this brisket was trimmed pretty well. I've watched so many brisket videos now that I'm trying to take the hard pieces out, the fat that won't render down. And you're kind of like, okay, please don't let me take too much of this fat off this thing.
Yeah.
And make it that way because it needs a little of that. But
that's the advantage of the point, as opposed to flat.
Man, I just
That's awesome you tried it out though.
Well,
we'll fix this.
No, I just didn't know, is it supposed to not have, it just didn't have flavor. But of course you're not putting it in you're not putting it, getting the bark, and you're not putting smoke on it and stuff.
It's a different deal. Yeah. I wonder if the flavor comes from the fluid. getting in there over time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The thing is, you could use the red wine and then the beef stock, and then I actually threw in tomato paste too, like out of that tube. Give it a little more flavor to it. It just didn't penetrate. It cooked it down, but it just didn't get into the brisket like I thought it would. So sorry about that. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for.
Of course.
I just didn't know with you are resident.
You know what I'd like to do is
American Joe.
smoke the hell out of one for 4 hours and then put it in there.
You got the right idea. Hot
the
and
Texas
fast.
Jewish smoked brisket.
Yeah, just go hot and fast, and then put it in there.
Hot and fast.
I just wanted to try it because I was like, I'm gonna throw my slow cooker. I love using the crock pot thing.
I do too.
I mean, some seriously good meals come out of those big old crock pots.
Very much.
The 817 has a question. Well, Chuck, would a small Jewish brisket be a bris?
There you go.
Well done, 817.
Very good.
Barbaric.
Very good. All right, let me get you some football stuff. Thank you, folks, for hanging with me on that. I just had that question. All right, this is coming from our buddy Warren Sharp. By the way, we need to get Warren Sharp on. I need to ask him about coming on.
Legendary stash.
He's coming. He's doing a lot of work now. He's getting his preseason stuff out. He's kind of going after your quarterback a little bit here, Dak Prescott.
What the hell?
And what he's trying to say is that he's really kind of painting a picture of there's a couple different ways people are looking at Dak Prescott. You could have this way or that way, and I'm going to walk through them with you for a little bit here. Sharp says there's only 7 elder statesman-type quarterbacks in the NFL who are age 28 and plus in years. They're being paid at least $40 million a year, and it's starting in 2025. Matthew Stafford at 37, Prescott at 32, Jared Goff at 30, Mahomes at 29, Joe Burrow at 28, Josh Allen at 28, and Lamar Jackson at 28. But despite being the second oldest in this group, Prescott is tied for the fewest playoff games and the worst playoff success of any of these quarterbacks. We understand that, right? Warren's not Warren.
Got ugly.
That's reality right there.
It's surreal sometimes looking back on 21, 22, 23 and how bad they went.
Yeah. And Sharp says, you surely heard, to whom much is given, much is required. Well, that's how it's starting to feel in relation to Prescott. While quarterback wins aren't the best way to isolate quarterback's production, and at the end of the day, the goal is to win games, make the playoffs, and win the Super Bowl. This is Prescott's 10th season. He's clearly an elder statesman at this point. He has led the Cowboys to just 2 playoff wins in those prior 9 seasons. He's playing in NFC, which means he's not battling year in and year out with the likes of Mahomes, Josh Allen, Burrow, and Lamar Jackson, 4 absolute studs who are under the age of 30 and have all led their teams to the AFC Championship games with varying degrees of postseason success. We're saying here that Dak is playing in NFC, and in 9 seasons, he has never been out of the divisional round.
Brutal.
We say we can blame things like this on the rest of the roster and the coaching staff, which I love to do. I feel like sometimes I'm an apologist here.
But, I mean, the point Warren's making is you've paid him like he's the best, and maybe he's the 11th best.
Yeah. He said, like I said, we could blame the rest of the roster and the coaching staff. I do have a certain amount of Mike McCarthy in me that I am like, man, you could have done more with this guy. Maybe that's who Dak is. Maybe I'm asking too much. But at the end of the day, quarterbacks are remembered for playoff runs or lack thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Prescott's being paid like, Dawson, this is your point, he's capable of leading the team on a playoff run. We can nitpick his offensive line, running backs, and defense all we want.
Paid like an MVP, plays more like a bus driver.
But for the guys like Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, no one uses those things as excuses for the lack of the run to the Super Bowl. If the Ravens lose in the AFC Championship game, it's because Jackson wasn't good enough. People don't rush to defend Jackson in the moment by saying the general manager should have had better wide receivers on the roster. If the Bills lose in the AFC Championship game, it's because Allen wasn't good enough. People don't rush to defend Allen in the moment by saying the GM should have had a better running back on the roster. Is he making sense so far, by the way?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think I throw Dak more bail than Warren.
I think I throw Dak a lot of bail, too.
I'm all out of bail.
Yeah. Me, you're saying that I am throwing a lot of bail?
No, I mean, if
you call me out for it, I accept.
have no more bail to give him.
I accept. And I was with you that post-game show when you quit. I didn't say quit. You just said, I've had enough.
Yeah.
Somehow Prescott's avoided being blamed like Jackson or Allen or Burrow, even though he has more experience and being paid more.
Yeah, because I think we've seen the common factors, the organization. I think that goes to it.
Yeah. Somehow, well, here we go. The 2025 Cowboys are forecast to win just 7.5 games and are favored in only 6 of them.
It's a tough schedule. They're going to have to earn it.
But why? Because they play a tough schedule. No matter how tough the schedule is the Chiefs play, they're given a 10.5 plus win total each year. 11.5, 11.5, 10.5, 12.5, 11.5 since 2020 with Mahomes. No matter how tough the schedule is the Bills play, they're given 9.5 plus win totals each year. 10.5, 10.5, 11.5, 11.5, 9.5 since 2020 with Allen. They're saying the same thing with Jackson. We know these quarterbacks are better than Dak, but it's wild and extremely disrespectful to have Dak's team favored in just 6 games with a 7.5 win total. If those odds are accurate, then that speaks more about Dak than anything else I could write.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to win regular season games, but we don't know that. Like, I think a lot of Dak's resume was built playing in a horrible division. Like, Tony had to play against a really tough division. Yeah. Now, Dak has built this. So, in this regular season now, I would say if he has similar production like last year, the end is near.
Sharp finishes up by saying there's only 2 options here. You must either believe one or the other. Dak Prescott is a franchise quarterback making $60 million per year. Most teams would die to find a franchise quarterback that they're willing to pay that much money, and almost no matter what you're going to have around him. He should never be expected to go 6-11, favored in 6 games, underdogs in 11, or 7-10, or 8-9 when healthy. That's number one. Number two is Dak is not worth $60 million per year and is not a franchise quarterback capable of willing his team to a deep playoff run. Certainly not like a team like the 2025 Cowboys that's not stacked with talent and is playing a tough schedule. There's nothing wrong with projecting his team will struggle immensely and lose 10 games this year with him at the helm.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, you have given Dak a contract, and we talked about it last week. It's the second worst contract in the entire NFL. I think what it makes me think about it is that this organization should look at that as, hey, we got to do more around Dak. We can't give Dak 60 and then not give him, because, I'll come back to this. Like, Burrow didn't even make the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
We're talking about Burrow like he's the best quarterback, maybe even better than Mahomes. Couldn't even get to the playoffs. Why? His team sucked.
Yeah.
Dak's defense last year, 28th in the NFL, played horribly the first 2 months of the season. His defense sucked. I just don't know how we focus on Dak when the Cowboys organization can't even make a team that can run the ball and stop the run, and then say, "Hey, Dak, how dare you not be able to win like this? That's on you, buddy." I have a hard time with that. Because I think Dak has played well and has done well, but this front office, and then I would add to it also, and I know you think I'm making excuses for them, but the injuries to the guys, and guys getting old early just sunk the McCarthy era.
Yeah.
They should have had a lot more. Like, since 2021, Pro Bowlers and All Pros.
Yeah.
Nobody's missing more starts than the Cowboys.
Yeah, last year was brutal, but I remember going into those 2022-23 seasons, and the whole thing about Mike McCarthy was this team's healthy.
Yeah.
Our team's healthy.
Oh, no, he was
So they lose Tony Pollard in that game against San Francisco. Fact. But I don't recall looking back at those teams and being like, damn, they're hurt right now.
Well, maybe you should have. Maybe that's reflection, and hindsight's 2020.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Durant Bland, broken foot. Trayvon Diggs out. Overshown out.
That was last year. That was one season in 2024.
Yeah, and
the playoff seasons, they were not impacted by injuries. They weren't.
You're
Michael Gallup was a Pro Bowl wide receiver. Ezekiel Elliott was an All-Pro running back. Got old. 2021,
they made the
Tony
mistake
Pollard
by paying him.
The only chance you had in that Niners game was Tony Pollard healthy. What did he do? Broke his foot, tore his ACL.
Well, CD was pretty damn good.
Yeah. You had CD, right? But what just won it? What you got to have, like, the Cowboys were inept offensively last year, and a lot of that I think was because Michael Gallup in the middle of his ascension had just gotten paid, shows up and gets hurt in camp and then tears his ACL.
Yeah, his career was definitely ruined.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
We are 22 minutes from CY. Chris Young joining us, the Rangers president of baseball operations. Jared Sandler jumps in with us next to preview this Rangers series in Baltimore coming up next in the Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing before we get there, though, because,
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball is coming up at 5 o'clock. They're in Baltimore. And CY's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll talk with the CY here about these Rangers and what they might do next. We already have some movement. Let's catch up with Jared Sandler here, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing on your home of the Rangers. Jared, how the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing good, thank you. So we get Dane Dunning back, huh? What's he been up to?
Yeah, pitching, with Round Rock, he was, I think it was reported last week during the homestand, he was around just in case the Rangers needed him. They ultimately decided not to activate him, so he went back to Round Rock. But, here for some level of insurance gives them some options with a little bit of unknown, especially until Nathan Eovaldi's added back to the rotation this weekend. So Evo's throwing a bullpen session today, and I think the plan is for him to start on Friday against the Mariners. But Dane Dunning's here with Caleb Bosley going 4 innings yesterday. He wouldn't be available this entire series. And so, I think they just want to make sure they have some protection given the fact that, they got a quasi-bullpen game for one of these games with Jacob Latz, the intended starter or bulk pitcher. And, in case things don't go as planned, they just want to make sure that they got what they need.
So Dane Dunning, the Rangers' 2023 pitcher of the year, then things got away from him a little bit. And, I thought we'd seen the last of him there when he got designated or whatever that was a couple of months back. How's things been going for him? Has he figured out what the Rangers want him to get done?
Yeah, so he's actually been designated for assignment twice, Gavin, which, it's interesting. The reason he's stuck with the organization, no one's claimed him because, obviously, everyone is valuable at a certain price, but teams have determined that, they don't want to pay what Dane Dunning's making, and if they claimed him, that's what they would be on the hook for. At the same time, Dane doesn't have the service time, and he's making about a little more than $2.6 million this year. He doesn't have the service time to refuse an assignment without losing that salary. So, procedurally speaking, when he gets DFA'd and goes unclaimed, he can refuse an assignment and elect free agency, but then he would lose his salary. And so, ultimately he would be losing money unless someone signed him for at least $2.66 million, prorated the rest of the year, which, obviously the calculation, I'm not saying this is the only reason he's chose not to do that, but I'm sure it's a part of it, right? So he stuck around twice after getting DFA. Now, as far as what he's done, you look at the numbers in AAA, he's striking out a batter per inning a little bit more. It's not like the numbers are dominant by any means. I think that the big thing for the Rangers and the thing that really, helped him in 2023, he started to really limit the walks. He was a strikeout pitcher last year before he got hurt, more so than we had ever previously seen. I think he struck out around a batter per inning last season, and before he had his first dose of shoulder injury, he was at, more than a batter per inning, but the walks were also up. He was almost walking a batter every other inning. And, in 2023, the walks were down considerably from where they had been in previous years. I think that ultimately with the role the Rangers have designed for him, which is, right now is a long man, someone who can eat innings and maybe pitch situationally in a middle relief role, they're not looking for him to be a high leverage reliever. They're not looking for him right now to stay in the rotation. Maybe he gets a spot start here or there. That's possible. They want a guy who's going to give them a good chance by not giving up freebies. And, you can look at his numbers in the minor leagues so far this year. He's walked, 18, and I'm looking at right now, 46 in the third innings. But it's tough to know how those numbers translate, when you're in a big league setting for a variety of reasons. So that to me, when he's on the mound, he's got to limit the walks. And when he was at his best, that's what he was doing, as simple as that sounds.
Justin Foscue gets the call-up for Jake Berger. He's playing first, and, of course, he'll be at the bottom of the lineup tonight. But how's Justin been doing this year and the expectation for him coming up? You're looking for any kind of spark you can get right now.
Yeah, he's done well, and he's kind of in that phase where it's like, are you a 4A player or are you a major league player? Yeah. Because I don't want to say he's proven all he can prove in AAA, but, I don't think that there's any question whether or not he can hit AAA pitching, right? The things working against him are that defensively he's very limited. He I guess technically can play a few different positions, but he's not really an asset defensively you can play him at first or DH. It's not like he's great on the bases, so he's not a guy that's going to provide that sort of asset on the bench, right? So he's kind of got to be in a situation where he's going to have a defined role as a hitter. And right now it might be facing lefties. Maybe he can earn his way into being a more regular contributor in the meantime, because I don't think people look at Justin Foscue and think, well, yeah, I mean, his best bet is just to be a platoon hitter. I think, listen, when you make a guy a first-round pick, the hope is that he can be an everyday hitter. And I think there's some teams out there who maybe would view him as that, but you got to have a very specific opening in your roster for it to make sense to have him. And so he's up here now. He's riding an 0 for 39 dating back to last year. His last hit was against the Orioles in July of 2024. And he even admitted that weighed on him through the offseason. I mean, think about that. That'd be really tough to go into an offseason with an 0 for 39 when you haven't yet established yourself as a big league player. If Mike Trout goes into an offseason 0 for his last 39, probably stinks, but probably isn't going to impact a guy as much as it would impact someone like Justin Foscue. So he's getting the start today. I think he could earn at bats, but he's got to really earn them, right? This isn't like a Alejandro Osuna situation where when he came up, he was getting at bats. They were going to give him a little bit of a runway. I think with Justin Foscue, he's got to really show that, that he's got an ability to help out this team. And obviously, that bar is not incredibly high right now because this is not a lineup that's rocking and rolling. And, any sign of life, I think, would give a guy like Justin Foscue an opportunity to get some at bats.
Jared, what has been more of a problem with the Orioles? Is it been their pitching or their hitting?
It's a good question, Broadus. I think ultimately I'll say this. The biggest problem for me with the Orioles, I think about when we were here in 2023, and I remember when the Rangers and Orioles played in the postseason, I certainly had this thought, and I probably voiced it at some point, hey, this could be a cool rivalry over the next several years, because it looked like the Rangers, were going to be in the playoffs regularly, and certainly looked like maybe the Rangers. I thought the Orioles were the 2011 Oklahoma City Thunder. I thought the Orioles were the team that the Rangers caught at the right time, just like the Mavericks did, a year before they really were going to take off, because I think the thought was, well, they're going to invest in pitching. And David Rubenstein took over ownership last year. Everyone thought, they're going to finally start to spend in ways that the Angelos family didn't, and that just hasn't been the case. I thought their off season was malpractice, to be honest with you. To have as talented of a lineup as they have, for them to not do nearly enough to try and aid their pitching staff, to me was criminal. So I think that's the biggest problem, Broadus. Now, beyond that, I think, you'd have to look at it similarly to the Rangers, where, in spring training, when you're talking about the Orioles, much like with the Rangers, you're talking about, hey, this is a team that's going to be able to score a lot of runs. And so, the pitching has not been very good, and their bullpen has been really inconsistent. Felix Bautista coming back from Tommy John hasn't been the same guy he was pre-Tommy John. Yennier Cano hasn't been great, but ultimately, I think that the slow start that the lineup got off to really amplified some of the struggles in the rotation, because I think the thought was, they'd be winning games 8-6 and 9-5 and 8-7 and stuff like that, and they just weren't doing that at all. So I still think that ultimately their lineup is going to come around. Gunnar Henderson's been hitting better here of late, and Jordan Westberg missed some time. He's not in the lineup today. He's healthy. So I think long term the pitching's the bigger concern, but I think Brandon Hyde sitting on a couch right now more because the lineup just didn't do its thing as opposed to the pitching. But I think it really all dates back to the offseason. I don't think they did nearly enough to try and help support a team that had legitimate World Series chops.
Rangers pregame coming up here at 5. CY is going to join us in about 5 minutes. Now, I wanted to ask you about Corey Seager. How long do you think this slump continues for?
Good question. Gavin, I think about the lack of power we've seen, and a lot of times that's lower body, right? A guy's not. Let's say a guy's totally healthy. His body's not in sync. The lower body, the upper half, it's just not in sync. He's obviously not on time on pitches, and that's usually a mechanical thing, especially a guy like Corey Seager, who has never had an issue with pitch recognition and swing decisions and stuff like that. But now we factor in that there is a lower body thing, that he's clearly playing through. I wonder how much that has to do with it. Not that he hasn't played through pain and had a lot of success before, but maybe it's thrown out this timing. But it's not fair to say that, the Rangers' struggles are tied to him. But the guy who's got the biggest upside in terms of being able to be an aircraft carrier for this lineup is Corey. He's off today. That was always planned. He was either going to be off yesterday or today. Boch decided to pencil him yesterday, so he's off today. But, hopefully after an off day and then another one coming up on Thursday, he can be charged up and ready to go, because the Rangers need to take 2 or 3 from Baltimore. If they do, hey, good road trip. And then you go to town, you go back home with the Mariners coming to town, and you really need to start winning divisional series against the Mariners and the Astros to get back in this.
Yeah, the time's now, man, because you're looking at this division, and I mean, I don't know how much time you can wait around now. The Astros are starting to play some damn good ball. I mean, how much you kind of keeping an eye on what the Astros and Mariners are doing right now?
Yeah, still the Mariners are the team that scares me the most. I look at some of the numbers for both teams, and people might say, "Oh, it's bias or whatever." Go back, listen to the tape. From 2016 through 2023, and I was singing the Astros praises, through my despise of them, but I just don't see it. And frankly, I'll say this: I didn't see it with the Astros last year, and they won the division. Now, I would contend that there really wasn't a good team in the division last year. They just were the best of the bunch, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's no reason to make an apology for that, because it might be the case this year, right? I mean, the Rangers right now, if you were to look at it, taking a step back, they're under 500. So you can't sit here and say that they've been a good team. The Mariners, I think, have been disappointing to some degree. And the Astros have been the best of the bunch. I expect them to regress a little bit. The question for me with the Mariners, now that Logan Gilbert's healthy and George Kirby's healthy, if they can maintain some level of health with their pitching staff, then, I still think that that's the better of the two. But the Rangers obviously hope that they can be in that conversation, but they got to start scoring runs more regularly if they're going to be in that conversation.
We'll drink to that, Sands. Have a great night. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas, take care.
Jared Sandler, same to you. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here on 105 through the Fan every Rangers game day. And the president of baseball operations, Chris Young, joins us next on the Fan.
All right, but I got to talk about a place that
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Yeah, buddy, it's time for the Chris Young Show, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and PlayScore. And here he is, the Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, here on The Fan. And a good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Doing well, thank you. What'd you think of that weekend? Successful, right?
Well, anytime you win series, you feel good about it. When you win the first 2 games of a series, you obviously want to get greedy and get the third. And we got off to a good start yesterday and had a 2-0 lead and couldn't hold it and really couldn't answer. And so taking 2 of 3 was a positive, but certainly anytime you can grab 3 of 3, you want to go for it. So now we've got that opportunity in Baltimore. It's a good team that hasn't really played up to their capabilities, so we've got our work cut out for us, but hopeful we can continue the progress we made in Pittsburgh and have a good series here.
So on being unable to hold the lead, where are you guys right now looking at Jack Leiter's recent run of starts?
Well, this is part of a normal progression with a young rookie starter. Most rookie starters go through their bumps in the road like this, and really what we want to find out is how he responds. We have a pretty good idea of some corrections he needs to make and just being more competitive in the strike zone and cleaning up a couple mechanical things. But, the stuff is there. His ability to compete, we've seen at times, is very, very good. So now it's the consistency, and that's the next step for him. But this is normal for a young starter, and there are times where the offense has to pick us up as well. That, we're going to have these moments from Kamara, Jack, and other starters where we're going to give up a few runs, and there's times where we have to win a game offensively, and yesterday was one of those games, and we didn't do it.
How are you feeling right now about the lineup? As you mentioned, the issues with runners in scoring position, the timely hitting. I know that's things that it's cliche and we talk about, but certainly it's kind of hovering over the club right now.
No, you're right, and we know that, and I think that some of that's just the guys putting a little extra pressure on themselves in those situations, and we have to just relax and know that this is a team game, and if one guy doesn't get it done, the next guy certainly can pick his teammate up, and each guy doesn't have to do it every time they're up at the plate, but I think they're putting that individual pressure on themselves, and the game's hard, especially when you're pressing, and so we've got to find a way to get those big hits or have quality at bats with runners in scoring position, and start pushing across more runs. I think the difference from early in the season was that we really weren't getting opportunities with runners in scoring position. Now we are. We're putting base runners on base. We're getting opportunities with runners in scoring position, but now the next step is finding a way to get that big hit with the runner in scoring position and extending the inning.
Corey Seager is so fascinating and so great with his intensity and sort of this mystique behind his preparation. Is he one of the guys that's pressing? What's going on with Corey right now?
Yeah, I think so. I think Corey, he's such a perfectionist, and he's so dedicated to his craft, and he knows how important he is to our team. I have no doubt that he's pressing a little bit, and that's part of the issues that we're seeing in terms of his performance. But I also have complete confidence that this is Corey Seager, who's one of the best players in the game. He was an MVP candidate a couple years ago. He truly is a remarkable player and a special player, and he's going to get through this. He'll figure it out. But I think for everybody, all of our hitters, just to relax and go up there and just have quality at bats and not put too much pressure, not expand, not let the situation dictate their mentality, rather let their mentality be the same in every situation. And I think if we can do that, we'll start scoring some runs here.
Hey, CY, I was just curious about with Osuna, how do you, on the major league level, measure like the amount of at bats he's getting now as opposed to where he might be getting more appearances in the minor leagues? How do you have that balance there?
It's a great question. And, the reality is we probably had to call him up a little bit earlier than we wanted. We would have preferred a little bit more developmental time in AAA. We've tried to sprinkle in playing time for him to make sure that he doesn't sit too long, but it's a hard needle to thread when you're balancing winning and development. And the reality is that at some point we have to make a decision as a front office. If he's not getting enough playing time and it is impairing his development, we're going to need to get him back to AAA where he'll get at bats and continue his developmental progress.
It's Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so pretty cool here. There's some good things going on with this organization to keep you guys in the fight. And one of the cool things is 6 straight first-round picks on the big league club right now. How satisfied are you guys with the system producing big league talent overall?
Yeah, it's always important that you hit on your guys at the top of the draft, and to have 6 first-rounders in the big leagues right now is really awesome. I would add Evan Carter and Jake Latz to that list as well as homegrown players. Cole Winn, obviously, in the bullpen is one of those first-rounders, but I think it's a great win developmentally. I think we're doing some very good things developmentally. Our PD group has done a tremendous job, our amateur scouting group, and this is a fun time of year for me organizationally because we're about to infuse the next round of talent into the organization. And anytime you bring in new talent, it just gives everybody some life. It interjects some life into the organization, and I think it's a great thing for us, and it's a fun time of year. So, but it is important that we continue that. And I think like you said, the number of first-rounders in the big leagues right now, I think signifies in a lot of ways the success and the health of the organization.
And it was great how your scouts and you found and managed to sign some relievers, including a homegrown guy. I don't know if you've talked to you about Hobie Milner, but I mean, what a great contract to bring him in the year that he's having. Is this a guy you want to have around for a while?
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, what Hobie's done, he's kind of been a jack of all trades for our bullpen and assumed a number of roles. He's pitched length a couple times, multiple innings. He's pitched leverage. He's not afraid of any situation, and it's really important that we continue to identify players like that we can find to bring in and get the best out of. Our player development group and our pro personnel group have done a tremendous job of identifying players across the league. And Hobie was one of those players. I'd put Sean Armstrong in that bucket. We traded for Robert Garcia. Really, we had to reconstruct the entire bullpen, and a number of those guys have been significant contributors to, what is the lowest runs allowed pitching staff in the big leagues. So I'm very proud of the work our group has done, but we have to continue that. We need to continue to find ways to improve our team over the course of the season. And again, Mike Parnell, who leads our pro scouting department, he and his team have done a tremendous job, and very proud of the work they've done.
I mean, speaking of filling multiple roles, and you brought up Jacob Latz, do you view him as a starter?
We won't put limits on him. I think the most important thing for Jake is to find some success at the big league level and experience success, build that confidence. And then from there, he does have the quality of pitches to be a starting pitcher. So we won't put limits on him. Right now, we have him in a multi-inning relief role. I wouldn't rule out him being a closer at some point or pitching leverage. But I also think he could start, and he's going to start tomorrow night most likely if Sean Armstrong doesn't open for him. But he's been so good of recent, and we just want to see him continue that. But I think you're seeing a pitcher who's pitching with confidence, who knows he belongs in the big leagues, who's got extreme talent, and it's kind of all come together right now. It's really fun to watch.
If I asked Chris Young, which I am right now, what kind of drafter would you be if you could trade picks? If you could move around a board and navigate with the way you kind of think things through, you think you would be? Would that be something you would welcome?
Well, yes, I would, because I think it's just another creative way for organizations to improve their team. And probably the best way to describe my style would be just aggressive in terms of if there's a player that I feel like is right for our organization or will help our team. I'm going to do what we can to try to put ourselves in the best position to acquire that player, whether it's in the draft or trades or free agency. And so that's probably the style, but I can't say that would always be trading up or selling picks or whatever. It would just be once we identify the talent we want, we will be aggressive in trying to acquire that player.
So the annual question of the injury updates with our arms here. When are we going to get to see Evo? I know we're all fired up for that. How are Malley, Gray, and Bradford all doing?
Yeah, Evo threw a live BP in Pittsburgh. He looked great. It was fun to see him out there. Ball was really jumping out of his hand. Our expectation, assuming the next couple days go well, is that he is going to jump back in the rotation this weekend. Most likely Friday. It could be Saturday, but most likely Friday night at home. So it'll be great to have Evo back. Cody Bradford and John Gray continue to make progress. Cody dealt with a little bit of a sickness last week that we had to kind of delay his schedule. So we're kind of getting him back to full health here, but he's doing wonderfully. And John Gray continues to make progress as well. He threw an up-and-down bullpen in Pittsburgh, kind of in between innings of Evo's live BP. So we're getting close to a live BP for Gray, and at which point he'll be ready for a rehab assignment as well. So we're making good progress there.
How were you doing last week on the other side of that Royals series? That took you off?
Well, yeah, we had a good weekend against the White Sox in sweeping them, and then obviously had a chance to make it a pretty good homestand by just winning 1 of 3 games against Kansas City, much less, 2 of 3 and making it a great homestand going 5-1. And instead we got swept and went 3-3. And, by a team that kind of came into the series struggling. It wasn't the best showing by our group offensively. We really struggled. We pitched okay. We really struggled offensively. And so it was important that we went into Pittsburgh and at least won the series. But yes, anytime you get swept and swept at home and swept by a team that, really hasn't been playing well, it's frustrating. And so part of that is baseball, and part of that is just the story of our season thus far, is that we've had a lack of consistency, especially offensively. So I am excited about getting our group healthy and together. I hope that, like we said earlier, that the runners in scoring position opportunities are going to start leading to more runs. And when this team gets hot, if we pitch the way we've pitched and the offense improves, even just a little bit, a marginal improvement, it doesn't have to be a drastic improvement. I think we're going to win a lot more games.
Look at this OPS for Adolis Garcia, 871 in the month of June. I'd say we got that to head in the right direction, right?
There's no doubt. And the credit goes to Adolis, what he's done in terms of kind of a swing mechanic change and a mental change in terms of the approach. He's really executed very well. It's been fun to see. And I think it's a great example of the coaching staff being very proactive and making changes, identifying that what he was doing was not working. We had to make some changes, and that the player bought in and he was willing to commit to those changes. And the results have been very, very solid. So the hope is that he continues to do that in terms of the performance, but the commitment that he made is tremendous, and he deserves all the credit for the success he's having.
See why we all love the home run, but you're so right with how well this pitching staff has been this year. Would you like to see a little bit more small ball? I've always had an appreciation for that. Maybe lay down some bunts, just anything you can to scrape away a couple runs.
Yeah, it's not necessarily small ball versus trying to play, I guess, big boy baseball and hit for power. I think what it is just adjusting to the need of the team. And the reality is that we have not slugged the way we expected to, and we're not scoring, the 5 runs a game that maybe we had hoped to score coming into the season. The bright side is that we don't need 5 runs a game to win. I think, most people have probably identified the 4 number as the number we need, the magic number for us to score to win most games or have a very good chance of winning. And so I guess really what I'd say to answer your question is that I'm in favor of whatever style we need to play to get those 4 runs. And at times that is a small ball style of play. That is just executing with runners in scoring position. And it may be we get first and second and no outs, and we play for 1 run instead of a crooked number in those innings. And so, yes, I do support that. It's something Boch and I have talked about. It's not something Boch has done historically a lot over the course of his career from a managerial standpoint, but we both agree that there are moments now where perhaps we're better off just putting 1 runner on third base with less than 2 outs and trying to score 1 versus trying to play for 3 or 4 in a big inning.
I love it. First pitch in an hour, sir. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Have a great week, and we'll see you at the ballpark soon here.
Sounds good. Yeah, there he goes. CY would love to see him on an upcoming Friday during a homestand. Mariners in town this weekend. Are we out there again? Are we out there Friday?
Monday next week.
Monday next week we're out there. Okay, that's great. Okay, so we will see him a week from today out there at the Globe. That's going to be a big series, man. They got to take 2 or 3 here and then really grapple with the Mariners. Okay, speaking of big boy baseball, Jake Berger's oblique. We're hoping for the best on that. But around the bases coming up next, Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Well, we had a broadcaster flub, an epic manager rant, and what we learned about our Rangers. That is next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius, and thanks to Chris Young, who just joined us. If you have the Odyssey app or Twitch, YouTube, however you're listening, other than terrestrial radio, you can go back with instant rewind functionality, get that whole CY interview. Man, he was good again. He's amazing. It's brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. And here's Wolchuk with a proper round tripper.
All right, so the Rangers don't have to see the Mets until September. But for that, just previous months now, we just need to be ready for Mets reliever Richard Lovelady. The beat there in New York has requested that Richard go by his nickname Dickie. So he wants to go by Dickie Lovelady from here on out. So whenever that series circles around.
Are we getting bud cracked here, Wolchuk?
This is 100% Anthony DeComo, who is a Mets beat writer, has informed all of us that Dickie Lovelady is how he will be called from here on out instead of Richard Lovelady.
Dickie is a 1940s name. Like that's like if I watched the show. You guys probably never did. The Crown.
Never heard of it.
I know exactly the show you're talking about. I did not watch it.
The Crown is about the Queen Elizabeth, her story, and so what happens, like her rise to a young lady, and then through her life, and like her family members were always called like Dickie.
Yeah.
Like if you're like the brother was, oh, Dickie, he was, such a, and everybody was like,
very posh.
Yeah, very much so.
Very posh. So
I don't know why I brought that up.
No,
Might be the
I
Mets.
appreciate that. Dickie Lovelady,
Yeah.
big time reliever there for the Mets. Yeah. You got a big time dub yesterday. The LSU Tigers winning their second College World Series in 3 years, man.
Yeah, number 8. We're on quite a roll for our athletic program, except for football right now. We've got our women's basketball, our women's gymnastics.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of men's baseball. We got a track and field one we were a part of. Yeah.
Hey, maybe football with nuts.
But if you go back to, I take this back. If you go back to 2019, and then come this way with it,
hell of a run.
We're having a decent run. Yes.
Dickey fell out of the top 1,000 for new boys' names by 1969, and by 2014, fewer than 5 U.S. babies were given that name.
That's amazing.
That's what I'm saying. Like I was 6 years old when like somebody was calling their kid Dickey.
It's an old name. It really is, and I guess that's his nickname. His real name is Richard. He just likes to be called.
I used the word. Don't be a ham. I called Vosh a ham. I go, you're such a ham. He goes, what's a ham? And I go, oh, that's just like an old man term.
Showed your age a little bit.
Well, yeah, like your show off. You're a ham.
Okay.
You're a ham. So
he's good at hamming it up.
He can ham it up.
Don't be a ham.
Yeah, don't be a ham.
Was Kevin Schnall being a ham yesterday? Coastal Carolina's head coach gets ejected, but then gives us this epic post-game reaction.
If you guys watched the video, there was a guy that came in extremely aggressively, tripped over Campos's foot, embarrassed in front of 25,000, immediately goes 2-game suspension, and said, bumping the umpire. Immediately does that. There was no bump. He was embarrassed. I shouldn't be held accountable for a grown man's athleticism.
That is he's such a great lie.
He's not lying, though. That umpire tripped on his own feet.
He so did.
Now, the 2-game suspension, like, if they would have played...
It would have been tonight.
It would have been tonight, right.
And he wouldn't have been able to
He wouldn't have been able
coach.
to manage, but now that carries at the start of next season, from what I understand. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, the ejection, fine. But the 2-game suspension was totally because this guy was embarrassed. He tripped and tried to say that it was his fault, Schnall's fault, as to why he fell, when there was no contact.
There was no contact at all. I could say. I'll tell you what, and he had a problem with being shushed. Or that was the problem he had with the umpire, like waving him off. He's like, hey, listen, I'm not getting waved off by you. I'm a grown man. He gave it the Mike, our guy, that Mike Gundy speech. I'm a grown man.
Yeah.
He gave it that speech.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Don't be waving me off, kind of a thing.
We now go to St. Louis, and their broadcast team, Chip Carey, the St. Louis Cardinals announcer, and they were celebrating on FanDuel Sports Network in the Midwest Disability Pride Night. And he had a read that he had to do, and Chip Carey, he had a little bit of a fumble.
Disability Pride Night is Thursday, July 10th, and with the theme ticket, fans take home a Cardinals cap featuring the Disability Pride flag and Cardinals in Braille. Details at cardinals.com/theme.
I didn't keep it in, but there were 31 seconds of just awkward silence.
Yeah, I heard that earlier on KNC.
Yeah,
Chief had a brilliant segment.
That was bad.
Recapping some of the audio over the weekend.
That was rough.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. You know, I luckily
I've been there.
I haven't had one quite that bad, Wolchuk.
Yeah, that can happen to the best of us. With Flagtober, just make sure you enunciate the flag.
Yeah.
Part of it. And
by the way, Dawson and the boss are working on really cool flags.
I can't wait. I mean, every year it seems like we've been one up in the previous year's flag.
Brilliant design.
This is going to be badass.
It's going to look good.
Dawson's got a good eye for this thing.
That's right.
We were able to keep the grenade or no grenade?
I don't know if grenade is back this year or
We'll
not,
see.
but something good.
Yeah.
What have we learned about our Texas Rangers? Well, they still can't hit very well. But we've got the All-Star conversation, and this is just bizarre. Corey Seager's still 10th among shortstops, and Jock Peterson is 9th among designated hitters.
We're doing bits.
Yes, we're doing bits. No other Rangers. Josh Smith is getting no love here.
It's just name recognition.
That's all it is. It's just it's the fan voting here, and they're like, I recognize his name.
They don't know DeGrom's healthy. They probably voted for him 2 years ago.
He's hurt. He's still out,
Dawson,
right?
did you
Tommy
ever-
John, 7th time.
Did you ever vote for the All-Star game where you had to punch the actual ballot?
Yeah.
See, we wouldn't be doing bits if we had to punch the actual ballot.
No, you'd be sitting at the game.
No, it takes you time and effort.
Got to hand those things in.
Adolis has been fantastic. You brought that up with Chris Young a little bit earlier. And the heat, it has been pretty damn hot out there lately. I know it was hot in Pittsburgh. It's supposed to be pretty hot in Baltimore.
I think Dela Cruz was vomiting.
Vomiting out in the outfield.
Look, this was not something that I think Rangers fans were worried about, right? You're playing out there in Arlington without the roof. You guys are dealing with the worst conditions probably in Major League Baseball. Now with the roof, you got 72. It's nice and comfortable. Hell, Kamar Rocker is cramping up, having to just chug pickle juice to stay hydrated.
Well,
but now going on the road, you're playing in the 90 degrees.
Yeah, I think a couple of things with it. It's been cooler. So when you suddenly get the heat snap that was on the East Coast and the Midwest, your body doesn't have time to get used to it. And then the other thing on top of that is players get this false sense of security every winter and spring, and they got to get scared back into hydrating around the clock in a moment like this. But this is as bad as I'd seen it across the game this weekend.
Really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, their bodies just weren't ready for it.
How about Dawson when they had the artificial turf? Remember those days like in Kansas City?
Because it's 120.
Pittsburgh, Philadelphia.
That's true.
They had all these artificial turf places that were really bad to play. Well, like
because it magnifies it. It goes to like 115. 100-degree day, it's 115 on that turf.
Smoldering. Our old buddy Max Scherzer, he's going to return on Wednesday for Toronto. I will see how long Max is able to stay out there. He's had thumb inflammation.
Yeah.
Thumb inflammation. Is that like gout for the thumb?
That's being old.
Yeah.
Yeah,
time to retire.
Your body is screaming, "Give it up!" from every possible angle.
A man's still getting paid by 3 teams.
I'm
It's
over
awesome.
ITAP.
I mean, if they give you $15 million to do it again, everybody's going to try it again.
Say, screw it, why not?
Right?
I'll hang around. Give me the ball.
All right, thank you, Wolchuk, and again, CY joined us back there at 4:20. If you want to go back and listen with the Odyssey app, the pregame is coming up here in just about 5 minutes or so. We did get the news and the confirmation of Eovaldi probably back this weekend. He did throw a bullpen over the weekend, and we're heading in the right direction. And before too long, they're going to be healthy. But Dane Dunning is back, to be an arm as Patrick Corbin toes the rubber tonight. All-star voting. Let's get in there and let's have a late campaign for DeGrom so at least he gets the fan recognition he deserves.
Did the managers pick the pitchers, the starting pitchers?
Managers will end up picking the starting pitchers, yes.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay there.
We definitely will. Yeah, and maybe DeGrom will be the only one, although Eovaldi and Malley, if you look at the advanced stats, definitely have a compelling argument in there as well. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Just went 3 flawless. Got it stuck on automatic. Thanks to Carter Freeman for coordinating our video. You can watch us at 105 through thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And thanks to Wolchuk and Broadus, and I'm Gavin Dawson. Until tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the Nation Eddies.